because lane swaps are still a thing, right?
Yeah.
And especially with top lane, right? Like game one, you have to blind pick, so it's like Cassante, and you're gonna get countered, whether that's Poppy, whether that's Vayne, whether that's Alawi, just some crazy unplayable matchup, and then maybe there's a lane swap and you're 3 levels down in the entire game.
Yeah.
It's super tough to say. So too small sample size to make any definitive reads for me.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just the first thoughts on the debut. Kobe, how you feeling about NRG? You
Terrible. I'm off the train. You talking about getting off trains?
You had them. Where did you have them? Third.
Yeah, third. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's beyond just, oh, that was a bad series. It's because
they got slammed.
It's because it also is at the beginning where I was like, oh, part of the reason I'm going to put them high is because a lot of the other teams are going to start slow, but Energy, they seemingly
start even slower.
Said, well, they were like, oh, off season was really good. We're got some really good practice. There's so much change, and I was like, all right, you know what? I'm gonna get back in there. I'm gonna buy low because their stocks are really low.
Yeah.
I'm gonna buy real low, and then I'll be
sell
there.
Lower. Buy low, sell lower.
Yeah, I'll be there for the peak. I'll be there when they run it up to the moon, and it's the opposite.
Were you getting gaslit then? Because Contract said they were winning 1 scrim a day or whatever.
No, they were. They said on the show as well. That was with Spica. They were like, they said it publicly now. They were the team that like 6-0'd Dignitas.
Oh, yeah. But it was interesting because when Spica's like, yeah, we're winning maybe 1 scrim a day now or maybe 2. And Contract's like, yeah, that's like us.
Yeah, that was after their first ones. I talked to them after their first couple of sets, and they were really good. And then not only
did they have the sample size.
Yes, not only did they start losing those ones, but the stage ones were quite bad. And 100 Thieves were quite good. Okay.
Yeah, they were bad.
You are so into it. I also want to say that there were a lot of very impressive things from 100 Thieves, but one of the funny things is, with this matchup that is starting to become its own story, because of the way that they ended last split, where they picked Veigar and Shaco against them in the regular season, and then they also beat them in playoffs. And then in the beginning of this season, they're like, oh, it's Energy again. We're gonna pick mid Ezreal and Zyra jungle and stuff, and it feels like 100 Thieves are like constantly styling on them.
He was going off. He was 14, 1 and 13 in the series. Nice little 27 KDA.
Yeah, he got Player of the Week for that performance.
What was it, the 2v4 Quadra Baron steal, whatever it was on Ezreal?
The Barons were so horrendous from Energy. They were so bad. They all go to the back of the Baron pit, get hit by the Baron spikes.
And the Ezreals are shooting them.
And so they're making the call to finish this Baron. I'm watching this, and FBI flashes out because the Renekton just charges at him, and the Baron spikes were about to hit. Yeah. And so he avoids the Baron spikes. But then that's their damage dealer. They have no damage on the Baron. It's like this. It's the most car crash-esque play as you're watching it all burn down, and they're trying to finish it so like pathetically still and getting it down to like 2,000 HP so that then they die while we've all been there, okay? We've all had that moment where it's a solo queue game and you're trying to decide, do we burn it down? Do we turn against them? Some of the people on your team decide to turn against, and they're trying to fight them off, and then other people are trying to burn it down.
The worst is, as the jungler, you turn, and your team keeps hitting the Baron, and the other jungler
This is the worst.
No.
We saw the worst. We literally saw the worst. It's a quadra kill Baron steal for the enemy.
No. It's if your team stops hitting it at like 1,300 HP, it tilts me so hard. They're coming in for the steal. I'm like, okay, just burn it. Like, we can get it. And then your Draven starts hitting their jungler. I'm like, nah, dude, hit the fucking Baron. Like, oh my God. Nah, this happens so often.
That's funny. The Zyra game, the Nidalee game was tragic for Contracts, but it's interesting because I feel like in this matchup, a lot of times people talk about like, you just invade the Zyra. But I feel like if you are not having like a coordinated effort to like invade him on his first camps and screw him over, really like the clear just becomes too fast. like you get so fast on Zyra that it becomes really difficult to actually interrupt his clear whatsoever because everything's dying instantly. You could do like a 230 clear or whatever on Zyra.
Okay, not that fast.
Okay, it's like 240 or something. I think I've
It's
seen.
like 250.
I've seen videos
255.
that are definitely faster than that.
You have to get lucky with seeds.
Okay, well maybe it was like a super optimized one. Regardless, but like this champion, I feel like is hard to punish. And Contracts wasn't really able to do it. They didn't invade on the first side. Then Zyra just starts getting to the point where it's like every time he's coming over, the camps are dead, and Zyra just starts actually like killing every camp and then coming over and stealing your raptors and stuff. Like the Contracts was getting pushed out of his jungle in Italy.
So I've got an idea. How about we do a thing this split where we can make week 1 adjustments to our tier list?
Nope. You're locked in.
Bro, what?
I'm
How about we just make our tier list at the end of the split when we know where everyone's gonna be?
I'm probably over the course of history like the biggest supporter for this squad, but holy, if I could jump off the train, I would.
Well, okay. If Kobe's abandoning energy, then I think there is no hope for energy.
I would. Yeah, I don't have
Kobe's
a lot of.
number one energy fan.
Could be.
Could be.
But I don't know. Energy, when they had their summer run last year, no one was rooting for them, right? Like they were the dark horse. So maybe doubting them's what they need.
There you go.
And from what I've seen, I'm doubting them for sure. They look.
If that's what they need, they're getting a lot of it because
they're just not looking good. I mean, just it's rough to say. It's also rough to see their games. It's just the stuff that happens looks tilted. It doesn't look like they made a good decision and something just went wrong. It just seems like they're kind of lost and doing random stuff and then losing everything. So
meanwhile, though.
Oof.
100 Thieves. We
Look
spent
good.
the whole time talking about the energy side.
Are we talking about quit popped off?
100 Thieves. They look so good again.
Yep.
And this was the most exciting story from spring. Was like, oh my god, this team that everyone underestimated. Which, by the way, almost everybody did underestimate them
I had
again.
them fourth. I don't know if you can
Coming
say that's
in.
still underestimating.
I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
That's pretty strong. But coming in here for summer, I was pretty convinced that it was going to be much more difficult. But especially when you come in and you're embracing other, which are still off meta, even though these are strong picks. If you're going to be the ones on the forefront where you're grabbing up the Ezreal mid and you're grabbing up the Zyra and you're confidently playing out these games and slamming with them, it makes me like really excited once again for like summer, the part 2 for this 100 Thieves lineup, right? This is still a very like rookie laden roster that I feel like has a lot of hype behind them. Snipers get better and better. Meech, I thought their bottom lane, Meech and Ayla absolutely trounced the bottom lane. So I just think that it's like restart some 100 Thieves hype.
It was also cool on pros. They talked about when they were talking about Ezreal a little bit, and Raz like, oh yeah, and Ezreal mid, and they're all like, nah, that's just like a quid thing, Like it's like, oh, when you have those champions, I feel like when you have someone on your team and he's the only guy who can play that thing, I feel like it is really advantageous, especially when you can actually bring it out and get a win on stage with it, because then people have to start worrying about it. We've had times throughout Fast where it's like, if you can even start drawing bans on these random niche picks that you just like to play that are working for you, it can really free you up to get some big draft advantages.
Especially with a pick like Ezreal mid, where the meta so far seems to be you want to play one of these really fast clicking AP junglers, so having an AD mid helps a lot with that. The premier ones have been Corki Triss so far, but if you have another one you can put into your team, that just helps a lot, as well as being a flex pick because, they pick Ezreal early. Is that going mid or AD? I don't know. You kind of have to respect both options. So, definitely a really solid tool for draft.
So let's talk about Immortals Shopify. Shopify got absolutely clobbered, and it's pretty rough start to the season. It is only one series, but it's a pretty rough start to the season when these are the two teams that basically everyone had power ranked at the bottom. You get to play the other team that's supposed to be your like competitor or your team that's you're supposed to be competitive with, and they got absolutely blasted, it felt like.
They certainly did get blasted, and it's like like you're saying, if you're starting at the bottom and you're playing against the other bottom team, and then you just go further down, then I just feel so bad for Shopify. They can do kind of the cope take though, which I think is kind of fair, where it feels like the draft was super troll. This is the one that we talked about earlier, where we took that little break and we're like, hold on, the salty run back. This is one of the like worst salty run backs that I've seen in a while. And it was giving over the Skarner first pick again because they wanted to pick the Rumble into it for the strong lane. But this looked really rough beyond the picks. That's why I say it's like a cope take, because both it was, I felt like, bad draft, but also they were completely outclassed the entire time, absolutely stomped by Immortals. And we were coming into the day referring to Immortals being scrim gods and seeing if this was going to be the split where we get to see it on stage and they finally have their time in the sun, where they've been getting so much credit from all the other LCS teams for being so good at scrims. And then are we going to see it on stage? And then this was kind of just like, oh my, they slapped them so hard and they look, Shopify looks so bad that I'm not sure like how we give them full credit to Immortals, but they didn't seem like.
You don't know how much it means.
Yeah, I don't know how much it means, because like there was no stress at all this entire series for them. Like this felt like so calm the entire time.
Yeah.
I
Very
think
good look though.
Yeah, I mean, I think the drafts were a huge part of it for sure. Don't want to take too much credit away from them. Obviously they played well in those games, but it was interesting to see Immortals was like one of the only teams sort of like veering off from this AD mid AP jungler thing. They were playing Xin or Rek'Sai, which like I kind of got to root for those. I like seeing champs I play get picked, so that was cool. But yeah, I guess for Shopify you just say Coach Gap, GG's, and you go again.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. I don't know. I didn't really have that much faith in Shopify. I think I had them last, and I guess you guys had them second last. Huge difference. But my concern for them is just going to be, I guess, like who's kind of the secondary threat, right? It feels like it's B-Boy versus the world a little bit. Insanity had a pretty rough split in spring. You're bringing in a new jungler, Fake God. I think most people are looking at as like he was the weakest top laner in the league in spring as well. So it's tough. I mean, they need to have people, I think, stepping up, and they need to have people showing that they can be a threat and can be, a kind of a big carry. And that's going to be the question of where that comes from. Tomio, I think, is a talented player, and it'll be interesting to see, how he kind of adjusts over these next couple of weeks. As he was talking a lot about, again, on pros, it's fun to watch if you want to listen to some of these junglers. But one of the things that he was saying is like when he was asked basically on the difference between NACL and LCS, and he feels like in NACL you could be down 5K, but you still feel like you can win. Like there is that chance of, but like someone's going to mess up, and I just have to be there when they mess up. And he was saying in LCS, feels like you get behind, and it's just like, well, that's that. Like,
yeah, he said in NACL there's like 3 or 4 enters usually.
Yeah.
You can kind of like pick and choose.
Yeah,
but people aren't giving you those openings in the LCS.
You get behind, and he's like, well, it was hopeless. And they're like, bro, you played one series of LCS.
Yeah, it was like there's nothing we could do. But honestly, in a lot of these situations, you're looking at it like, well, there's not many options for him in particular too, as a jungler in this scenario, like to be able to play that out.
Yeah, I mean, and a lot of that comes down to draft too, right? You're playing these like
Corki,
teams with,
Rumble, Nidalee,
yeah,
Kalista.
You don't have very much CC. They've got, who are you picking? The Skarner, the Nautilus, right? Like it's just games like that are very hard to play, especially if you fall behind because your comm just doesn't have the tools. As soon as you are in a situation in pro play where even if the other team walks into you camping and you can't win that fight, it's kind of doomed. You have to start doing really creative things, and that's not really something that most teams can pull off. So it's tough.
Yeah. Immortals, though, really good start to the season for them. Tactical, I thought, had a really good series. He was looking good. And I've always kind of had some faith in Tactical as far as, like, he can be a carry threat. I know we've shown his stats a number of times, throughout last split as well, where it's basically like Immortals basically only wins if Tactical's ahead, And I think, if they can get him in good positions and he can get consistent, then maybe this team can start to translate some of the success that they have in
Mask's Hui also was doing a lot of work, and because the Hui was such a big threat, like he often got focused in the team fights, and so it just felt like Tactical in so many of these was free the entire time, especially the Zeri one where they have the Zeri fight in the top river, and they pull off a 4v5. It was brutal to watch some of these.
Yep, but good start for them. Something else we can talk about is the LCS finals location got announced. It's going to be in the YouTube Theater here in LA, and obviously a lot of people pretty disappointed that it is going to be in LA because there's lots of fans across the country and Canada and different places, and year round it is going to be mostly in LA, right? It's in the LCS studio, so people are obviously pretty disappointed that they're not going to have an opportunity for it to be on the East Coast or in Canada. And like I can definitely empathize with that. Growing up in Canada and being big into esports, there's like no events in Canada almost ever. It is really, really rare. And then when one comes and it like feels really good, like the Toronto one, I've been wanting to go back to Toronto since 2016, like so bad, because that was like definitely I'm biased, it's close to home, but it was an amazing event. And then it was supposed to be Toronto for Worlds, and that got canceled as well, which was also a super big bummer because of, COVID, and I think it was visa issues and stuff like that. So I can definitely understand the frustration. The one thing I guess to think about a little bit is that generally there aren't the big LCS events don't happen in LA. So because this is the last like LCS finals, that's a roadshow. I know part of the reason that I was told that they want to have it here is that there hasn't really been those big events in LA for LCS fans who are loyal and come to the studio all the time. So it's kind of giving them an opportunity. There was the one at the Greek Theater, obviously, but then that was during COVID, so there was no fans. So this is kind of, I think, a chance maybe to kind of give back to some of the fans who are always coming week after week and have them have that kind of cool experience to go to one of the big road shows. But I fully get it. I mean, I would be really disappointed if I lived in New York or whatever, and you're like, oh, okay, surely it's going to come to the East Coast, and then it's like, oh, it's in LA again.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of big cities that haven't gotten any, so I understand like people are mad because I don't think you're going to win over anybody. Because they can also cite that LA has also had Worlds events.
We don't get a lot of those either, though, in North America.
Which are pretty big. So, yeah. Personally, though, as far as the actual selection of the YouTube Theater, I saw people critiquing the size of it. I mean, the location is one thing, but like I've actually been to the YouTube Theater. Personally, I actually really like the venue, and it's like it feels very energetic. It feels like pretty packed when you're in there, and I think it'll obviously be easier to actually pack and sell out every seat. So
yeah, and hopefully hopefully it does sell out and it's an awesome finals, and like I'm excited for it. I also have really good memories of the Miami one, which was even smaller than this, significantly smaller. I think that was a really fun event. I think you're smiling because I think you got pounded in the finals in that one.
Why are all your best memories finals that I lost? Like Toronto, Miami, like is there something you need to tell me,
I forgot that you lost in the Toronto one too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Sorry, bro.
Praying on his downfall.
The Miami one was a cool venue though, but it was small, and fans were frustrated about that too, right? Because that was like there was a lot more fans that wanted to go than could because of the tickets. But it was an interesting venue. It was unique.
I mean, people are always going to be frustrated if they can't go to an event. Like I completely understand the outcry from people for it being in LA again, and not much else.
And hopefully when we do one next, I guess it'll be a conference finals roadshow or whatever.
It'll be an America's. I don't know what the exact branding,
I don't know what the nomenclature
is going to be, but it's going to be like that America's thing. So hopefully those are super cool.
Yeah.
And we can have
and hopefully it'll be in some various locations and stuff like that. So fans.
I would imagine that it like moves between north and south.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. And man, it's actually this kind of blew my mind. I saw some posts on Twitter, and it was talking about how few international events have been in North America. There has only been one. They said it was one in the last going on 9 years now that have been in North America. That blew my mind.
It doesn't blow my mind because the time zone is the worst for the rest of the world.
I get it, but
it's the best for me.
Exactly.
True.
It doesn't blow my mind that's the decision. It just, I guess in my head we had more than that.
Was that 2016 Worlds?
Yeah, that's
because 2016 Worlds was here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was that really it? Huh.
It's like since then, right? There's
Yeah, I mean, we had like
no, we had
2013.
so it's after that there had been the one that was in 2020 or whatever it was. That's the most recent one. But like from now to I guess they're counting like right after the 2016 Worlds one. So
Okay.
like 2017 it was
Yeah,
like,
if you start the counter right before
Yeah.
or right after there was one,
Yeah.
that's when you
That's,
get
that's how we do stats.
yeah, you get the
well,
biggest
people always
reaction.
do that, right? Exactly. Like but I mean still it just had I was like, oh, because back in the day it felt more like it was kind of that rotation through. But I get it. And North America's bad time zone for everyone else, but selfishly it is nice to have them here. They're a lot of fun. All right, Aurora also just got revealed, and our boy Medios has the inside scoop on it. You got to actually try it out.
Yeah, I got to do a playtest with Aurora, and she looks pretty cool. I definitely feel for anyone who plays top lane because, lately we've had this influx of, TF Vayne top, and I think she's going to fit right in with a crazy lane
Love
bully.
that.
Yeah, that you really don't want to play melee into. She's this little bunny girl. It's what we've been missing on the Rift, a nice bunny girl.
Spirit World Bunny Girl. Can you explain? How about you go through the kit, like
what does
kind
it
of
do?
kind of quickly?
Yeah. So
time
she's I'm timed. Okay, so she's a ranged, high mobility, like kind of assassin mage. She doesn't have any hard CC, so that's kind of her downside. So her passive, it's a 3-hit passive, like we've seen a lot in League. Each time you proc it, you get these little spirits that follow you, and then for each spirit you have following you, it gives you a heal over time and a move speed buff. So basically, if you're top lane and you have an extended fight with her, she'll get all these spirits, just be really fast, heal a lot, and you're probably not winning that. Her Q, it's a skill shot that goes through minions. It tags everything it hits, including champs, and then you can reactivate it to like remove all those tags and pull them toward you, kind of like a Xayah E ability. And each of those that pulls through someone can trigger the passive as well. So you can, if someone's like in a wave, you can Q through them and then rip everything back through them and trigger your passive.
So you'll be fast a lot.
Yeah, she's really fast. Her
How long
W,
do the spirits last?
not.
It's like
It's
like
not a
couple
really short amount of time,
seconds,
but it's not a super long time
Is it
either.
kind of like Lilia passive where you can kind of keep if you play it well, you can kind of keep it
Yeah.
up the whole time?
Yeah, I mean, if you're fighting an enemy champion,
You
keep
just keep it
you'll
up.
keep having it. Her W is a little hop that turns her invisible that resets on kills.
Love
The bunny hop?
invisibility.
Yeah, a little bunny hop.
Love invisibility.
Yep. Then her E is a line nuke, kind of like a Graves ult that sends her backwards when she uses it, and it's like a really big slow, briefly for wherever you hit. So her base kit's actually not that complicated by modern champion standards. Her ult is the crazy one where the way it works is it's kind of like a big, almost Crowstorm-esque way you cast it, where she jumps into an area and then she makes this massive circle, and it has a little arming time, and once it's armed, it's sort of like a Camille ult where nobody can leave it. It does a nuke when you initially cast it, and if she walks to the edge of the circle, she'll appear on the other side of the circle. So, it's like you can do some crazy stuff with that, like blinking back and forth
Hop
through the
backwards
circle.
through the edge and then go to
Yeah,
the other
like you can use
side
your
and
E
then-
to launch you backwards, appear
Yeah.
on the other side. You can use it to use your Q2 to rip the spirits or curses.
Some Alice in Wonderland stuff here mixed in.
Yeah, and you can keep doing it as long as it lasts. So it's
This
a
sounds
really
like such a nightmare for melee champions.
Oh, yeah.
She's just appearing back and forth on opposite sides of the circle. She's jumping backwards, which has a massive slow. She's turning invisible and juking you out while stacking something that's giving her move speed and passive healing.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I started with she's you like laning against Vayne. Well, we've got something even better. I definitely see her as being like a split push kind of champion, and then
Is she really squishy? Is that the downside?
I think-
Because
I think,
she has
yeah.
a lot of mobility, invis, all this stuff. Feels like it's got to be one of those champions where if you CC it, it's got to die.
Yeah, I think her weaknesses are meant to be she doesn't have like crazy one-shot you burst. It takes a little bit. She has to like go through rotations of spells. I think she's kind of like a Lichbane champion. And then yeah, I think ideally if you get on her and just burst her down really quickly before she can stack up all of her spirits, then yeah, she should be vulnerable in that way.
Healing? Like what kind of healing are we talking about? Because like I know like I just watched the little tiny clips on Twitter of like you hit the Q, it gives you a spirit which heals you. But I'm like, is this a 10 heal per second? Is this like it's healing you for a couple hundred? Is this like an Olaf with Conqueror stacked where you can't move her HP?
It's so I mean the numbers were a little bit in flux when I did the playtest, so I don't know exactly where they're going to land when she's shipped, but it was a pretty sizable heal. If you got like 4+ spirits on you, then it was like ticking for 20 like you would.
So for like a tank, you would really struggle to like out DPS the sustain.
Yeah. I don't think you would.
Okay, yeah, it's interesting. I just watched the quick little clips that were on Twitter. It was a couple seconds for each ability. I think it looks fun. I wanted to try it. I don't know that I want to play against it, but I want to try it.
Yeah, it looks real. It's a modern day league champion, fun to play, and don't worry about playing against
This ulti looks so annoying. I'm like watching a video right now, and then like enemies that try and go out of it, you also get like a giant slow and take damage. And
and it pushes you back in. So what you can do is if you can flash over it to get out. It's not like Camille where it permalocks you in. Also, it has that arming time where like the center circle expands, and it doesn't lock you until that finishes. So if you have flash or whatever, you're probably not going to get totally jailed. But
so even after it's armed, if you flash over just the edge, then you don't take the damage.
Yeah, you can get out if you flash over.
What about if enemies are bumping you into the side? Is that proccing the damage? Like you know what I mean? Like it's like I'm playing Janna and you're playing this champion, and you like lock them in, and then I tornado them, and then everyone. And I'm just like
I'm not sure. I haven't seen that one.
Okay, because to me I'm like if it does significant damage, if it's not just like 100, if it actually does a lot of damage, that seems kind of crazy. Poppy's tackling you into it and then ulting you into it.
Yeah, I mean that definitely could be something to see.
Yeah.
Freaking bounce house.
Exactly.
You're stuck inside this.
Or like Zackle knocking everyone and stuff. It sounds interesting. Definitely looks cool. Excited to see when the champion comes out to try it out. That's always a lot of fun. But I think that pretty much does it. Unless there's anything else you guys want to touch on.
I feel like this champ's going to deliver a lot of frustrating moments. Whenever you have dashes plus extra move speed plus invisibility.
She doesn't have crazy range, which is why when I first saw her, I know she's designed to be a mid laner, but Skarner was designed to be a jungler. Where the champion is designed to go doesn't always end up with where they go. So she does kind of struggle into the longer range champions. So
it sounds like you want to play against.
I don't think you want to play
against
melee
Ornn.
anywhere.
You don't want to play against Sway.
Yeah, for sure.
That's what I mean, based on what you're saying. That's really what it sounds like. But it'll be interesting to see when it does come out. But that's going to wrap it up for us here on The Dive, driven by Kia. Remember, if you're watching us on YouTube, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss an episode of The Dive. You can also check us out on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or any podcast platform that you like. Maybe if you make one, it'll disappear there. Make sure you send us questions on Twitter with the hashtag TheDiveLOL. We're going to be doing one of those kind of social episodes during the down weeks in a couple weeks. We got a couple more weeks of LCS, then we're on a break, and then we'll be doing those during that.
You can also always send in Twitter questions.
You can.
I mean, we used
no one can stop you.
We used to have a Twitter section where we would do it and include it in every episode. Go.
So if you send a question, Kobe guarantees your question will be in the next episode, and if not, you can take it up with him. Week 2 of the LCS is going to be starting Saturday, June 22nd at 1 p.m. Pacific. Be sure to tune in. Thanks for watching.
Did you ever waiting room. Raz.
What's up, guys?
Yeah, how you doing today, Raz? What
I'm
are you
doing
thinking
well.
about?
I'm doing really well. I'm thinking about the chat. Where's my phone so I can start talking to chat?
Raz,
Oh my.
Also, Kangas.
Hello,
Welcome.
happy to be back. Thanks for having me.
What are you up to?
Just arm wrestling tournaments. I actually have something for Raz to try out here. It's a test. Can you close the gripper? Give it a
Before
shot.
I failed this time, does it save the weight? You're trying to sabotage me. This
No,
is 200
it's
pounds.
lightweight. It's lightweight. You got this. Can he do it? Are they touching? No.
No,
All
it's not touching.
Confirmed. Raz has weak
You
grippers.
practice
my
this
God.
for years and years, and you bring it everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like your party trick.
Nobody checked
It's
me
your
before I
grip
got
strength.
on set. I walked in with it in my pocket, but I guess I'm just allowed to carry
Where's
that
our
around.
Yeah,
security?
We're supposed to stop you from
should have
carrying
Usually they
stopped
do,
you.
yeah. So
Yeah.
Your grip strength
Wow.
trainer.
we got it in there right at the beginning.
You're out of control.
Take your grip strength seriously, gamers. You gotta
How
think
long
about
have you
that.
been training your grip strength?
About 3 years now.
Are you sure it's not longer? I feel like I've heard
Yeah,
stories of
same.
Kangas grip strength for
Yeah.
the past decade.
Maybe I'm just gifted, you know? Yeah. it's
With
just,
grip
you know,
strength?
Everyone starts somewhere.
Okay. yeah.
Man's got a strong grip. That was his choice. Like I asked, you could have taken that anywhere.
yeah.
What are you up to? You're like grip strength.
I really just want to lean into the brand, you know, at this point.
That's good, though.
Yeah, I'm known
That's
for
good.
one thing.
Yeah.
We really
Yeah.
got to milk that as
Is
much
that
as
what
we
you're
can.
known for?
Your legacy. Grip strength legacy. Is it both hands?
It is, yeah. Do you want me to? Okay, here. So 200 pounds. You can do it
All right,
right,
here we
and you
go.
can do it left. Left is a little weaker, but you can see it's making contact.
Okay, that's fair.
Wow.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
At 200 pounds, there's no way.
That's why he was
It's
trying
not
to-
like
wow,
scientific.
that is
It's not
hard.
like actually that.
Yeah, and you're actually, it's good.
Yeah, you want to
The
go?
weakest of all of
Well done.
us.
I also have something called a dynamometer
Yeah,
that I
got
brought it
nothing.
with, and you squeeze, and it gives you a number, so it tells you
Jesus.
how much you're growing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we can have fun with that later.
Dynamometer.
I don't know. It's also called that in like car mechanic shops to like see how heavy your car is, but mine's like a smaller one.
Okay, Chow wants us to move on.
Yeah.
I think so. I think so.
Standout moments from week one. Emily, what do you think of the first week of LCS?
Quid Quadrikill at Baron, right? I think this is, like we jokingly said, this is the thing that won him Player of the Week, right? But there are a lot of things going on. The coolest thing for me, narratively, is that obviously his ex-Gen G Challengers teammate, Pays, had played it in their series against T1 hours before this match, and he flashes the Gen G flare there. But I think, obviously, we can talk about should Energy have turned, should they have made a more unified decision there? Yes, but being able to bring out the Ezreal mid, I think it was great to see Quid kicking things off where he kind of left off as our spring MVP. And then additionally, his flexibility, because we've seen, obviously, here's the Ezreal mid. I know a lot of people remember the Aatrox mid flex. I really like when 100 Thieves use their flexibility with their players, and I think Quid is doing great.
Yeah.
On the same tone with mid laners. So I had APA. APA
Nice.
was a standout for me because I think, I just wanted to see the continued growth that we saw at MSI. We ended up still seeing that. The solo kill was one big moment for me. Sure, it was a mistake that came through from quad, but it was not just the solo kill, it was the team fights that followed. They play side lanes well. This is the kind of continued growth we wanted to see. And if you compare that with the regular season, the last split, night and day. So he was just a standout player in my eyes. And I know it was difficult for us when we were talking about Player of the Week. His name came up, Berserker's name came up, and ended up being Quid, of course, because of the team fight that you had just mentioned around Baron and just overall performance. But we want to see if he can still be a great mid laner, and that's what we saw from him.
They didn't even include the best replay where he was typing. That's what the
That's
crowd
true.
reacted to last
That's
week.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, he's known for typing almost as much as you're known for grip strength.
Wow.
Yeah. It's good to know your corner. Yeah.
It's close.
What was your standout?
My standout, personally, I thought Dignitas as a whole was a big standout for me, but specifically Sven. Because coming back to the AD carry role, I wasn't sure where he would stack up to the rest of the competition, but I was very impressed, especially that game one. I know that he wasn't able to maintain throughout the entire series, but game one in particular, I just felt that there was a lot of unknowns around this whole team, a lot of players returning to pro play, but it felt like they came out the gate swinging, even though I've heard some of their scrims haven't been going super well.
Yep.
At least on the stage, we did see one very solid game from them, and I was just very impressed with Sven as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, especially having to make the role swap to support and then come back into the position. He went to Korea to kind of like boot camp solo, came back, got high ranking in solo queue. Like he really wanted to be that same level of Sven he was as an AD carry prior, and it was nice to see him perform on stage.
Yeah. My standout for the week was actually tactical and kind of Immortals' performance as a whole. We're going to be talking about that later in the show because Immortals is the first game of the day.
True.
For now, we're going to be talking about bingo.
Bingo!
Bingo. So the way
Bingo.
this
I love
works,
bingo.
is me, Emily, Raz submitted 3 squares.
They don't
and
let
then
me submit anymore.
Production.
Last
You had your chance.
Look,
you had your
tried
chance during the last
time.
bingo.
Yeah.
So they've combined them into 2 separate bingo cards. My squares were going to be Skarner's banned every game. Nidalee not picked. Just no Nidalee. I think teams have been
Ghosted
scared
the
off the
entire
Nidalee.
draft.
And then specifically Jensen Oriana. I think
Okay.
if that happens, those are my 3 bingo squares. Emily, what'd you pick?
I picked Ziggs, but specifically bot lane.
You're trying to ruin us.
Yeah, I am trying to. So I think bot lane Ziggs is actually really viable. We've seen AP Flex's bot. We just saw the Talia from Kwangdong Freaks over in LCK. I think the meta is open enough that we could see it,
Yeah.
especially with AD mids.
Who plays it?
I actually think TL might flex it and Yon might play it. But we'll see. And then Brand Jungle, I want to see it. I think it's really strong. And then some sort of lane swap, which we saw from FlyQuest. I thought they were dead. They are not. They're actually evolving, so we'll see. But I think we'll see at least one.
We can spend just a little bit of time on this. With Brand Jungle, what would differentiate that from like a Zyra jungle or, I mean, even a Nidalee jungle? Like, what are the, or Karthus?
I mean, I think his strength is just absolutely bursting the fuck out of you. Obviously,
You even were like,
do I do it?
Solo queue memories of just pain against Brand.
You know, some people are known for grip strength, some people are known for tight pins,
some
some
people
people
are known
are...
for swearing on broadcast. Sorry about that. We can bleep without me.
Find her.
But yeah, it's just the upfront burst. Obviously, everyone's been talking about how Faded Ashes is such a good item on a lot of these AP junglers. But yeah, I think he obviously, I think they're stronger. Like, I actually think Karthus might be a bit stronger, and Zyra gives you a lot of CC potential. Brand brings that too. We've seen a lot in LPL. I know Blabber was practicing it last time.
There we go. Yeah.
maybe
Maybe
it comes
he's
out.
a good farm and carry jungler.
No, he
Maybe it comes
absolutely
out.
is, and his team fight damage is absurd.
Yeah.
Anyway, Raz, what were your scores?
I love that she just snuck in lane swaps. Like, you need to stop that at some point.
Look,
Well, is
they're
that-
not bad, okay?
Pre what minute lane swap?
I
you gonna
left
define?
it open, right?
Okay, thank God.
So
Okay.
like, yeah, but like,
Yeah.
anything past 6 minutes is like a lane assignment. Can we just
Okay,
say?
so
Yeah.
6 minutes is your cutoff.
Yeah.
Got it.
And then you can see from my squares, I think Talia is going to be flexed. I'm going bottom up for some reason. Talia is going to be flexed. I had my mentality be towards like from mid to jungle, but I'm completely open with the idea of bot lane, as you mentioned before we were on broadcast that it was played in LCK. So like Talia flex, Adwanimo's picked jungle. She's just becoming a bit absurd right now, and she's literally getting first picked at the moment. So I think that's going to be the case. Ezreal mid. The gospel of Ezreal mid from Quid is spreading. I
It
looked through
is.
solo queue accounts. I saw like APA was playing it mid. I was like, oh no, is it actually going to be a thing? It might just be a little bit of an LCS special. So I'm opening up there. So that's just like Ezreal mid being picked again is the idea.
I heard it was a Quid special, though. Is it
Yeah.
actually going to be played
So
by the mids?
Everyone
I-
said it was a Quid special, but then it was played in LEC this morning too.
Boom.
Yeah. So
Same with Kaisa.
if you just look at win rate between mid and bot, it's trash. Like, it's 7% worse win
Yeah,
rate in
yeah.
mid lane than bot lane.
Yeah.
However,
Yeah?
I think the only way you pick it is if Tristana mid is already locked in and
Sure.
known. Because in that case, you're going to avoid the all-in lane because you're always going to be able to arcane shift a Trist jump onto you. And if you keep your passive stacks up, at least what Quid was able to do is he was actually getting push on the Tristana. So like if you can get push and then get gold on Tristana, that's going to be fine. But I think into like any control range matchup is going to be bad.
Plus, people are going to talk about you way more if you play Ezreal mid as opposed to Corki mid.
And you might win
So-
player of the series
Yeah, there
and
you
the
go.
week like Quid did.
That might happen.
Bar's been set.
I'm seeing a completed. Am I moving us along? Because I already
Yeah,
see
you see the
completed
squares. So these are the squares. We have a Baron square and a Dragon square. It's the same 9 tiles. They're just in different orientations.
Yeah.
So apparently I heard a rumor that chat can vote on which one they think will win.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
And then you'll get and then if you hit bingo first, you win.
Okay,
I think it's
I'm-
channel points or something like that.
Yeah.
So
It's something.
which one do you think is more likely to happen, basically?
Yeah.
Put your channel points on that one.
I'm liking
Well,
Dragon
we
a
need to
bit.
pick. We need to persuade the masses.
I'm liking
Yeah.
Dragon.
Jensen Oriana being in the middle is tricky because
is.
there's
Yeah,
only
it
2 to
is.
3 chances for him to play that.
So what's the most likely?
what's
Probably
the side
Skarner, right?
squares?
100% ban Skarner, I'd imagine.
I mean, today that's 4 to 6 games, and there were some teams that thought it was fine
Yeah?
to let through.
Yeah.
I like
else is
the
playing?
top, so like Talia Flex, Sedgemo's pick, and Esmid.
Oh,
I
why
like
do you
that.
like that one?
I like
Raz?
that. I think
Is it because it's your
Is it
3
'cause
picks?
it's-
I don't
Your
think so.
picks?
Objectively, I think it's just the smartest decision.
Yeah, I mean, I
You get a
actually,
special prize if that's the bingo.
I actually do agree with you, Raz. I think Dragon top line would be my pick for the most likely.
So
And
guys,
that's
just
not
make it
even-
easy for us. I would appreciate
I think
that.
that's.
And I can
that's
take
the case.
credit on that one.
Brand Jungle's hard. Jensen Oriana is tricky. Ziggs bot is rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, top line Baron is also pretty likely.
Oh, that is.
Oh yeah,
well,
lane
yeah.
swap Sedge.
If we're just tracking today,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
If we're just tracking today.
Yeah.
I think we'll get it today.
I have faith in Jensen.
Yeah.
I think he's going to pick Oriana. So I'm going Dragon, Esmid to Node in Italy. I think so.
So, Kangas, I've also heard that you have presentations prepared.
I do,
Ooh.
yes. So I know that you all like to talk about players at an individual level, but I
Yeah.
want to take the conversation outside
Okay.
a little
Okay.
bit here.
Okay.
I have an idea. Everyone here has heard the idea of an elevator pitch, right?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
So anybody at home, if you've never heard of an elevator pitch, it's basically the amount of time that you have in an elevator with somebody that you're trying to sell them something. Sell them
Yeah.
an idea, on a product, maybe on yourself. So I'm going to try and sell you, and more importantly, the audience and the orgs on some players that I think deserve the limelight. There's a lot of change happening, right, in the league
Okay.
going into
Okay.
next year. These are the players that I think everybody should keep their eyes on, specifically from an org standpoint, to invest in. And I've created some presentations. Now, I'm going to demonstrate the first one,
Yeah.
and then I actually have presentations for all of you. Now, they've never
Yes.
seen these presentations.
About us.
Not about you, about players that we're going to see today, but they've
Okay.
never seen these presentations. So this is going to be brand new information for them, and you're going to have to give presentations on them. But here, let me give an example. This is why I think Licorice should be Dignitas' franchise player.
Okay.
All right.
So first off, we all know it's the Return of the King, right? If you don't know Licorice's story, last time we saw him in last summer, during the regular season, highest gold diff at 10, XP at 10, and with a 17% counter pick rate, which means that 83% of the time, he was blind picking. Those are crazy stats considering he's getting counter picked all the time. He's also the only native top laner to ever make World Semifinals in his rookie year.
Okay.
Along with that, he's the only NA top laner to ever beat an LCK team in best of 5 also in his rookie year. Did you know that? Only NA top laner.
I do now.
You do now.
I do now.
Return
Yeah.
of the King, baby. Second reason, Sven just isn't marketable enough. You know, if you're going for a franchise player,
What?
if you're going for a
Whoa.
franchise
This
player,
is the
unfortunately, he's
troll
beefing with like half the
presentations
league.
ever.
Yeah, he still hasn't shaken Jan's hand. Did you watch that video? It was a great video, by the way. Watch if you haven't yet. But he still hasn't shaken Jan's hand.
Oh, that's
he's
true.
just
He-
disrespecting.
He shook the milkshake.
The entire time. He
Yeah,
just
it's
never
true.
shook his hand. So he's too much of a
brand risk?
So that's why you got to go for Licorice.
is this?
And number 3, he actually gave me some banana bread, which was very thoughtful. This happened a couple days ago when I was in the studio. He didn't need to. And most importantly, he didn't give it to Dokla or Huhi, who
He
were
gave it to
behind
you
me. Only-
instead?
Yeah.
True.
So that's brownie points for me. So that's why I think for all those reasons, Licorice absolutely should be the franchise player for Dignitas.
That's great.
Okay.
I've also learned not only does he carry around a grip strength trainer all the time, he
Yes.
also has PowerPoints in the elevator.
He's
Yeah.
a go-getter.
Yeah, for the elevator pitches, which
I
is
do.
great. Raz, apparently
all right,
you're next.
Raz, you're going to be up
next.
next.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm gonna kick
Get
this
up
out
here.
of the park. I'm gonna kick
Get up
this
here,
out of the
Raz.
park. Let's go. I'm bringing the Teddy with me.
Raz doesn't even get to control the
I
slides.
still get the controller, so
Kangas
Raz
is
has no
controlling.
idea what's about to
Wait, where
happen
is
here.
the, oh, you still
No,
have the
I have
controller?
it.
Kangas
I'm in
is
control
pumping
right
it
now,
for you.
Raz. Are you ready?
I am more than ready. Why
Can't wait to hear.
Sniper should be a 100 Thieves franchise player? I think this is an obvious choice, but as I get out of the way, let me show you a few reasons. Rookie of the split stats. Immediately led the league in solo kills. I knew that. You knew that. We shoved it down your throats, and he shoved it down the throats of every top laner in the league. Highest GPM of all top laners. Damn right, that man is making money. And 100 Thieves should be paying him more too to increase his gold per minute in real life. Second highest DPM of all top laners. Hell yes, that's why he is the king. He is King Sniper, General Sniper, youngest player in the league. And we cherish that. All right. Marketable to Zoomers. Marketable to Zoomers for sure. A lot of the movements that he's been making whenever he's emoting is I don't understand them. And I hate the mewing, so that's the one thing. Healthy hands. That can't be his hand.
No, I'm pretty sure.
No!
I think that.
We're covering that one. That's not. No, stop both of these.
No,
Viewing
no.
is disgusting. First of all, it's the worst TikTok trend of all time.
All right. We'll move on to the
his
next one
lineage
then.
is proven to generate scholars and warriors, all very true, and most of this is in the Shura family tree. They're all LCS legends, all of them, every single one of them. Canadian, don't remember his name, but he's done some amazing movies. I'm sorry, guys. Keanu Reeves, that was not the producer.
You
telling
didn't
me.
remember
He's
his name?
remembering it.
Whoa.
That is ridiculous.
Yes, exactly. And so this is where the lineage comes from, the Shura family tree. Crimson, you're next. So all great reasons, all fantastic reasons. And is that the last one?
That is the last one. There
Thank
you go.
Thank you. And I will be
That's
picking up
beautiful.
my teddy bear once more time. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Jet, you're up next.
I love presentations, which is why I would just like to tell everybody about why JoJo should be C9's franchise player. Now, listen, there are a lot of people that could be considered the franchise player. One would be Blabber, but let's talk about JoJo particularly. He was second team All-Pro, not great, but you go back a little bit, MVP first team All-Pro, LCS champion, and rookie of the split in his rookie split. So even though a lot of that legacy was on a previous team, it's like LeBron. Why is LeBron the greatest player on the Lakers? Not because of what he done in the Lakers, because of what he's done in his career and what he can do in the future. So JoJo, another thing that he can do, he makes the region better. So rumor has it that he and Inspired were a top 5 mid jungle in the world, and Joshua Jat Leisman personally agreed with that at the time, but never told anyone. The youngest player to ever win the LCS also is an obvious choice. And the trickle-down mechanics.
What does that mean, Jet?
Trickle-down is an economic theory.
Okay, yeah.
That if you get enough really rich people, all the poor people will also have money.
So you're saying Fortnite players are better than League? That's a weird statement to make,
So the same theory
Jet.
would work that if you're really good at Fortnite, you're really good at League. Same accuracy as economy trickle down.
Okay, makes
trickle
sense.
down.
Makes sense.
And also, who else can match Yappa's freak?
That's a good point.
That's a great question.
That's a really good point
That
there,
is a good
Jet.
point.
That's awesome.
I never thought of it until you brought it
I'm
up.
sold,
Yeah,
honestly. I
that
think
makes sense.
I'm surprised you didn't pick
It's just
Blabber.
math.
Everyone would say Blabber, right?
No,
But
it's
you were bold.
definitely JoJo.
You were
I just
very
never
bold
told
there.
anyone that.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Let's
Emily,
see
you're
what-
last.
Let's see who I'm presenting.
Let's go.
Why Tactical should be IMT's franchise player, presented by me. I have no idea what's going on there.
That's a circle on tactical.
Circle tactical.
Yeah. He's in the background. if
You
can
made
see.
these PowerPoints.
His team does better when he's given resources. Look at these stats. Him with a gold lead 50%. Obviously, IMT didn't have the best win rate overall, so that's still really good.
It's still better.
12.5%. Give Tactical your resources.
But that was back in spring.
and
What
he
about
can carry
now?
you. Summer split win. Look at this. 100%.
He's never been behind at 14 minutes.
Coincidence?
He never
I
loses?
think
That's crazy.
not. Let's go.
That's
Obviously.
insane. That's insane.
Yeah, he
All
is
right.
insane. That smile. Look at that smile.
Oh, wow.
That's a
is
good smile.
marketable player.
Wow, okay.
Right there. When
You're making
he
a
is
lot of good
happy,
points.
Look at him.
Okay, all right. What about number
Look at
3?
that.
Oh.
The damn smile. More.
That dance
Yeah.
smile
Apparently.
more.
Okay,
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Senior
Again,
point.
you want someone who is marketable?
Yeah.
Who's happy?
Look at that.
Okay.
Look.
Look at how many
Wow.
different jerseys
Look
he's
at
been
how
on
happy he
too.
is.
He's been happy
smiling for a long
every
time.
single team
Yeah.
he's been
Yeah.
on.
When
There
is
you
he
go.
not happy?
Thank you.
I believe.
That's why you should market Tactical.
Let's go.
That damn smile. Yeah.
There we go. I think those were great elevator pitchers. Good job, everybody. Yeah.
All right,
I know
well,
Chad
great
agrees
game.
with me
Does
with
chat
Tactical.
agree with any of them?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay, great. Thanks, Raz. This week's schedule, we have, again, a reminder, we are on best of threes. So we will be playing the top 2 today, the bottom 2 tomorrow. Cloud9 versus Immortals, battle of undefeated match-scored teams, followed by 100 Thieves and Dig to see if 100 Thieves can stay undefeated. Let's dive in a little bit to the Cloud9 Immortals series, and we're going to talk about the bot lanes first.
That sounds good. And by the
Because-
way, going through chat right now, they do agree with me. Raz specifically agrees with me. Just want you to
Nice.
Oh,
that.
nice.
You agree with yourself?
Really well.
Is it not
Good
Razzle
job. I was afraid you'd be
Still
conflicted.
Razzle.
Yeah,
I
okay.
may have the rebranding.
No.
went
Didn't
hard.
work? What was your rebrand?
No, rebranding was Razzle.
Anyway, bot lane for this
Okay.
series, Berserker versus Tactical. Basically, we have some stats, and which one is which?
Ooh. So this is just from week 1.
This is just week 1.
Just week 1. Now,
Who's
important
who?
to note that Tactical only had 2 games.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
he had insane performance. Like, KDA is, we only
I
have
think
kills.
Berserker was like 10-0 in Game 3 of their Dig series.
Okay.
I would say Tactil's to the right simply
Yeah.
because of the lead that he had in both of those games. He was just huge. So going with that as a guess.
Reveal.
Boom!
There we go.
41.5 damage percentage.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Slightly more jungle help, but he was popping off in those games. He died once in the whole series
Yeah.
at the very end of the game when it didn't really matter and they could have won anyway.
Yep.
But Tactical doesn't care about having absolutely deathless.
He should have cared.
Also,
just for this
like, he's a
graphic. Just for this graphic. He should have cared about that last
I
death.
hear some people think he should be a franchise player
Yeah.
in Immortals, actually.
This is
Yeah.
I've heard
why.
that going around.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
There's a reason
his
to
damn
smile.
That damn
and his
smile.
phone. So he was also the standout. So
phone.
Tactical was also the standout player. I know we've had a lot of Tactical talk.
Yes.
But he was my standout player. We mentioned at the top of the show from week 1, and it was an interesting series from Immortals. I think they got a little bit gifted with the Skarner. The Skarner didn't dominate in lane, but definitely helped create really good situations in the mid and late game.
Yeah.
And then since Tactical and Ole were always in good positions, we saw he was ahead in both games at 14 minutes. It, I think, did make the ease of use to actually close the game a little bit better for him, but that doesn't mean he made really any mistakes, and he was carrying, I think, both of those games.
I completely agree. I think the biggest benefit with just one series of information from them is that they just, when they had a lead, it was a really structured end to a game. And it was really slow. It was a slow burn. And that's what we wanted to see from them is more consistency with the advantages that they get. Because a lot of the times, if they get those advantages, off a cliff. So good start to the season for them.
I'll say it's easier to play AD carry if you have such a big threat in front of you. The difference between something like a Skarner and a Malphite I've heard people talk about is like, you know where the Malphite's coming from most of the time, or the
Yeah.
big Orin ult. Skarner can just jump over walls, so it's really hard to play. The threat level of that pick is so high, but on the bingo card, we're expecting 100% ban rate. So now I think we'll see what Immortals looks like without the broken Skarner pick. I know everyone wants to see the Captain Flowers in the costume again, but we might not get that today.
Yeah, sadly. But for Berserker side, because we haven't talked to him about him too much, is that we've wanted to see Berserker at the same level as last year. And
Correct.
I feel like after the first series, the problems that we saw from Cloud9 was like some team fights for sure, but it was mostly around top side, and I felt like Berserker, for the most part, in team fights, was performing. And we need to see that level of Berserker consistently because there was a big question mark last split, and I feel like he's starting to answer that.
Yeah, the Berserker discussion is a really interesting one for me because part of it was just from other players. I know Bwipo probably started it about him like not being him anymore and how he
Yeah.
used to feel the presence of Berserker in games and then he didn't last split.
Yeah.
And I think for Cloud9 to accomplish their goals, he does need to be that type of player. One series is not enough to make a definitive answer to that question, but I think going up against an Immortals team who we're actually all expecting a lot more of this year is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, I think the other thing for Berserker now going into this split is I think there's a lot more, obviously Zeri being one of them, but a lot more AD carries that he is comfortable with that are being played currently in the meta, especially with a lot of these double AD comps.
Yeah.
Because I think last split was such, I don't know how you guys felt about this, but it was such a weird meta to pick like an all-pro AD carry, just generally.
It really
there
was.
was a lot of Senna. We weren't really sure what was going on in the bot lane. I think the standard way that you played AD carry changed a bit.
Yeah.
And so I think now in the current meta going into summer, Berserker is going to be a lot more comfortable in a lot of the compositions they can lock in.
Well, what if it pivots though to AP bot laners? Because you've been saying things like Ziggs, maybe Talia
He'll play
creeping
the
up. Is that going to be
Karthus,
better?
won't he?
Yeah.
Tactical? Because
Yeah.
like Tactical, that's the one beauty and benefit of his play.
Tactical Ziggs.
I should have picked the Ziggs for
Yeah,
tactical.
that's what I'm talking about. You didn't think about it.
I'm
I don't think that
kicking
was on the
myself.
bingo card, right?
Yeah, you
so
can
as long
say
as
he
he
Then
picks
you
it.
asked me, and I was like, yawn. No, it should have
Yeah.
been tactical. You're
Exactly,
right.
because he has been somebody that's more than willing to play stuff like Twisted Fate. That was
Oh,
not
I
a good
trolled
bot lane from
myself.
him. That was not a good game from him. But in general, like he's a creative player.
Yeah.
And if the meta changes, he's the one that will change. In fact, him and Ole, Senna meta, fantastic. You really can't
Yeah.
predict them.
Sure.
They'll play a lot of different Senna lanes. And so from IMT side, just like trying to figure out what the draft is going to be difficult.
Yeah.
But for C9 side, I don't think I think they blue side banned Senna Like they're now a
Yeah.
little bit more unwilling to play and prioritize Senna's because you don't really see them as like a great Senna bot lane, and they'll try and play something more standard like the Zeri pick. So it's more about how they play team fights on C9 side, and from IMT side, I think it's more so about their draft.
Yeah, and another big story for C9 in the offseason was the acquisition of Thanatos.
Yeah.
Super high player from the LCK, and I think it's really interesting in this series because he's going up against Castle, and there actually is a lot of history between these players, or at least a lot of similarities between these players, because they both came from LCK challengers, and they did play against each other a lot. 14 wins for Castle and 13 wins for Thanatos. Ooh. And the fact that Castle came over to the LCS, Thanatos came over second. Now, if you consider their strength as a prospect in the community perception, it's Thanatos up here, and like, oh yeah, Immortals has that Castle guy.
Yeah.
But was an interesting thing we saw in the preseason, the Travis Gafford video, where he had coaches and players do power rankings. Nuke Duck gave us like a little tidbit that he had scouted Thanatos last year, and that based on what he saw, he thought Castle was a little better at the time. So it's a bit of a throwaway statement, but in terms of wanting these two players to be on the same level, right now the perception is Thanatos greater than Castle. But Castle, I think, would definitely want to fight back at that perception today.
Yeah, it depends on what you need from your top laner, because that can also skew what a coach is looking for. But do we think Thanatos is what Cloud9 needs, or last week did it show that he is what they need? Because I'm still not convinced that like Thanatos is fixing Cloud9's problems that we saw from Spring.
And I just pretty much agree with you. I think their problems were never going to be like a mechanics problem.
Yeah.
They had the talent last split. It was more so getting them on the same page.
Yeah.
So I think the Reaper pickup is probably the bigger focus if you're trying to talk about the problems that they fix. But that being said, Thanatos is still a really impressive pickup. And so like even with the quote that you had mentioned, I was like, I saw Castle's games, not in the split that Thanatos, he was not playing the most recent LCK CL split in which Castle had played. I was like, ooh, I didn't see good games from Castle. But then we go into Spring Split, Castle plays incredibly well. So I'm really hyped up for this matchup now, knowing the hype that Thanatos had and had played when he was playing individually in the LCK CL, and of course like Castle last split.
Yeah.
Emily?
I think I'd be curious to see C9 play around Thanatos, and you saw some peaks of it in the later games in the Dig series, but I'd be curious to see them play around Thanatos like they played around Fudge originally, which is just literally like stacking waves top, diving, getting him into a position where he can just control that entire wave on carries. I'd be really curious if they try something like that with Thanatos, because I think that would serve him really well.
A box that I was thinking about putting in that bingo was Thanatos Vayne pick. I was thinking about it. That was one of the options that I had, but it didn't pass the test because I remember seeing his solo queue account. He was playing a lot of Skarner and all that. I was like, okay, so he's just Skarner abusing. That's fine. And then, like, immediately afterwards, he's like, damn it, I'm just getting elo, and he goes for Vayne picks, Twisted Fate picks. He's going range picks, and his Vayne is like 80% win ratio right now in solo queue. So like,
So he didn't fix his problem. He's just gaining more MMR.
He's just that good. No, he's just
made it worse.
He might exactly. Now he's Vayne abusing, but he might pick it up. And so like, if we're thinking about what Thanatos was great at, is when you put resources into him and start playing towards him.
Yeah.
So I wonder in one of these games if they give him the Vayne pick or the Twisted Fate and let him just go.
Yeah, I think last week, just to really close the topic of Thanatos, he had some flashes of pure talent, and then he had some whoopsies too. So I don't expect him to immediately clean up those whoopsies. But the theory of just sign talent, even if it doesn't fix your problems, can work in the long term, especially. Predictions for today, as we have about a minute before we send it to Kangas talking with the coaches. But let's look at the predictions.
I'm the only one
with the Immortals.
I almost flipped.
I thought.
So the fact that all these are 2-1 as well means that we're giving Immortals a lot more respect than we were last year.
That is true.
Yeah.
But
personally, I'm just disrespecting Cloud9. But
whoa! Explain yourself.
So I don't think Thanatos fixes Cloud9's problems, and I still think we saw a lot of echoes from Spring in their Week 1 match. Now, it is only Week 1. They still have time to fix those, and like you said, get Thanatos up to the same par as everyone else, but I don't think it's going to happen in 1 week, and I think that Immortals look good enough, and hey, maybe Thanatos thinks that he can play Vayne into Skarner, and Immortals just keeps getting Skarner. You know, you never know.
Here's the problem when we talk about C9's problems is that we stop thinking about IMT's problems. Even with C9's problems, where did they end last split?
You saw that smile? It's right there. Yeah,
okay, that's fair. It is in that direction.
Yeah.
They don't have to see it, but we see it.
if they win today, their win rate percentage will be as high, guaranteed, or higher than all of last split. Yeah,
for
because they
them.
were four wins, but
Good
best
for
of
them.
But
threes
you
are
never
basically
have,
twice
they
as
have a
important.
100% win rate against
Anyway.
this year. C9.
We're out of time. Kangas, you talked to the coaches before the games. Let's check that out.
Thank you, Jad. I'm here with Reapert and Anero ahead of their match. Now, Reapert, first up, I want to ask you a question because you got to watch Cloud9 in spring from outside, not the end results that they or the community were hoping for. What about this roster made you want to coach this team this summer?
Obviously money.
It's good to be honest. Anything about the players or the roster in particular that you were excited for coaching?
I was joking. I was wondering how the JoJo looks like could be with working with me, and I was wondering like how I can redeem Blobber back to his like prime form. So I was wondering those kind of things, and then obviously Berserker and Verkan had a like rough split last season. So I just want to have like I saw their potentials like before, but last season not quite there yet. So I was kind of hoping that if I'm joining that team, I can probably change them. No, that's in my mind. Yeah.
Reaper can change them, everybody. It's a good mentality to have. But your opposition over here, Anero, this is your first time working with Thanatos, and now I've heard from the Immortals social posts, Castle and Thanatos actually have a little bit of history against each other, with Castle having the winning record. But I checked the tape, and you have about a 26% all-time win record against this man coaching head-to-head. My question for you is, what matters more, your top lane's win percentage or your own as a coach?
Does my win percentage matter at that point? At 26%, that's fucking unrecoverable, man. I don't know. That would be nice. I think I'd like it more for Castle, personally.
How confident are you in your top lane because of the history that they have against each other?
Pretty confident. I think Castle is too. I think it was Joey told us internally he's like 14-13. So he feels pretty good. That's a huge percentage difference,
Massive. Absolutely insane. Final test for you, Anero. Can you close my 200-pound gripper? This is going to be a test for everybody at home, putting you on the spot. You got to make him touch. Swapping it up, trying a different technique. Not quite. Reaper, you want to give it a shot? Yeah? All right, let's see. If he smokes you, that's rough. Nobody has to know at home, but they touch. Absolutely. Reaper got it. That's going to be it from us here. Let's get into the games.
League, the final frontier. These are the voyages of the LCS. It's one split mission to explore strange new patches, to seek out new tech and areas of the rift, to go boldly where no one has gone before. Except us. We did it last week. It was great. We seek brave new challenges, our teams navigating the vacuum of space to search all four corners of the known Runeterran universe. On their journey, they'll encounter new patch notes, curious new champions, and take in the cultures and playstyles of the inhabitants of planet LCS. Our bold crews of Cloud9 and Immortals will do battle to determine the fate of the galaxy, but more importantly, their positions in the standings after 2 weeks of play. C9 wield the power of the twin suns of a copyright-appropriate desert planet, as Blabber and JoJo look to be back on the light speed route to the galaxy we call LCS MVP. But the cunning crew of the ship Immortals shouldn't be taken lightly. Having already defeated Cloud9 twice in zero-gravity combat, the race to discover the reaches of space is upon us, to navigate the stars to a place they've never been this split. Unbeaten, undefeated, having lost absolutely 0 matches, the quest for 2-0 is soon approaching. Who will face this challenge bravely, floating among the endless sea of stars to the great unknown? A new frontier of LCS starts now.
If you guys wanna trash talk, be as good as this guy.
I run this league.
I'm just so happy to be here,
The best part of the LCS, the glory that comes with it when you win.
Welcome back to the new look for LCS Face-Off. It is time for week number 2 here for Summer Split 2024. My name is Captain Flowers. I am joined by Isaac Azael Cummings Bentley back here on the desk with us here in this second week. And special guest star Emily Rand is once again going to be joining for a TriCast here in game number 1. We're kicking today off with a best of 3 between Cloud9 and Immortals. How y'all feeling about this one?
I'm feeling good. We brought in Emily to boost the ratings, you know, to get us going here for the first game.
I mean, this is a closer matchup than I think people might realize based on the numbers on paper, right? Because do you know who has 100% win rate against C9 this year?
I'm going to
It's
guess.
Immortals.
I was going to say, using context clues,
Yeah.
I'm thinking it might be the boys in green
beat
here.
them both times in spring, as we already have bans coming through. One thing I do want to call out, I like the targeted Jace ban against Mask. That's one of his best champs. And then obviously, Armeo is an Ivern enjoyer.
Yes.
And teams have been taking that off the table for him.
I mean, Jace is just a really good ban against Immortals in general because I know Castle from Scrims, a lot of people think he's a really good Jace player as well. But to me, the most interesting thing coming into this second split has always been, can Immortals actually get their Scrim results to show on stage? Because every pro you talk to really respects this team in Scrims. They are a very solid team. Even when they got knocked out through playoffs, they still continued scrimming with the top teams because they wanted them as that scrim partner, but they hadn't been able to, in spring, make those results show. In summer, obviously kicked it off last week with a really strong 2-0 over Shopify, and now we have to see, can they do it against stiffer competition?
And a huge part of that strong 2-0 over Shopify was tactical, right? You guys were even talking on the desk at the top of the day. Besides his absolutely overwhelming smile, this man can really kick ass in the bottom lane. This team lives and dies by tactical, and last week, he was really showing up for him. Now going up against Berserker here in Cloud9, tactical needs to have another standout performance, I think, if they want to come off with the dub here.
I agree completely. I mean, this is something that we talked about last split quite a lot as well. Immortals generally only wins when tactical is doing well, right? They're not winning a lot, but they kind of need him to be starting off on that right foot because he generally is their main threat towards the later stages of the game.
Well, speaking of win rate, right, we talked about C9 and how they kind of have to be ahead at 15 minutes in order for them to look successful. Because when they were behind at 15 minutes, they were 0-8 in spring and are now 0-1 in their first game against Dignitas. So, interesting. I know, obviously, small sample size. Interesting thing coming through. We are going to see C9 opting into a Senna composition. That's something that previously we did actually see them banning on blue side, I believe. So I'm really curious to see how they end up piloting that.
And this is probably the tactical Ziggs going down towards bot lane. So this is actually going to be really interesting because it should be Senna Nautilus as the bot lane for Berserker and Vulcan. And we are seeing almost exclusively Corki mid. You see it sometimes AD, but mostly it is going to be played mid. So I'm assuming that this is going to be tactical playing that bot. I think it makes a lot of sense as well because they do have Armeo who's going to be playing this jungle champion here. AD mids have been so popular. You need an AP threat, and if you're not going to have like a Karthus or something that's a really strong AP threat from the jungle, drafting it from bot makes a lot of sense.
And with that Corki being the first pick of the draft for Immortals, the immediate response from C9 was to lock in the Yone, presumably for JoJo. Obviously, Yone does still have flex capabilities, but most of the time you are seeing him there in the mid lane. C9 and JoJo are saying, all right, we know Corki's really strong right now. Here's the answer. We know that as the game goes on, if Yone finds Corki in a side lane or something like that, if Yone finds a 1v1 opportunity, he will just blast him. So we'll see how well JoJo can pilot this.
Yeah, and I mean, they have a lot of engage already, right? With the Nautilus there, then you have the Yone to follow up. You have the Senna ult over the top to assist with that dive, to try to pick off some of these squishy targets like the Corki, like that Ziggs. So I'm going to be interested to see what Immortals will look towards. Would they go towards something that is a bit more the Enchanter style, something that's a little bit more defensive to try to keep them alive, knowing that C9 is drafting for what is a comp that has to kind of die.
And you can see in the second half of the bans, Immortals targeting 2 of those semi-global ultimates, the Twisted Fate and the Talia, both of those options taken off the table, while C9 removes the Rel and the Renekton. Let's see what we end up getting down here in the support role for Ole. Mr. Winrate himself, what is going to be the champion of the stats locked in for the support role this time around? I was going to say, I'm not going to mention it till he actually locks it in, but Ole had some of the most impressive Bard plays that we saw previously.
Yeah, some of those Immortals wins came off of this Bard, and I think this composition that Immortals is cooking is really, really interesting. It's an echo of the Ziggs comp that they played at the end of last spring, kind of once they were already out of it and won with. So I am really curious. We see the Karthus hover from Blabber. He is going to lock that in. So that is also a really interesting lock-in for C9. I love AP jungle carries right now.
Yeah, he was able to get, 2 wins on it in spring. There were 2-1 on the pick. He is really strong on it. And I do think, with some of these kind of telegraphed engages, the Bardol can also be used defensively. At times you can try to use it to immune Nautilus ult and things like that. If the Yone is coming in over the top. And it's going to be Karthus, so a lot of backline access here. You have Gnar going to be diving in with the Yone, with the Nautilus, and then you have these long-range ultimates, these global ultimates from the Senna, from the Karthus, that are going to be there to assist or finish these backliners off. So we'll see if Immortals are going to be able to actually survive here. I feel like Rocket would be pretty critical for Olay in this one. And it's going to be Lee Sin getting locked in. So either it's Maokai top or it's Lee Sin top. And we have to see what Castle is actually going to be bringing out here.
Yeah, I think that's Castle on the Lee Sin top.
So
Okay. Lee Sin top. I mean, you have plenty of tools to be able to close the distance on the Gnar when he's in mini form. You can safeguard forward, slow him down with the Tempest Cripple, or if you can manage to weave those Sonic Waves in between the minions, you can seriously do some damage to this guy while he's in that more vulnerable form. It's a very interesting pick.
Yeah, and I think that brings us back to Thanatos versus Castle, right? These are two players who are very familiar with each other from LCK Challengers. Gnar is one of Thanatos' most played picks. He's super familiar on this champion. So I am really curious to see how much topside attention we're going to be getting in this game.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. Globally, even around the world, there was only 4 top Lee Sin games, and that was all in spring. There's been none in summer, and that's including all regions, not even just major regions. So this isn't being played anywhere. I haven't really even been seeing it in solo queue lately at all. So this is really out of left field for me. This is going to be very interesting, though. Obviously, Lee Sin top was quite meta a while ago, back before they kind of nerfed some of the wave clear on it. You think back a couple of years around MSI, like a lot of Fudge's career highlights, those kind of things were played around these aggressive top laners where you can just constantly get the shove, use your Emax, push it in, just go for that wave clear and then move around with your jungler, look for plays, look for kicks, and try to see if they can find it.
That was back during the era of mythic items and Gore Drinker, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was like, what, 2021, I want to say?
He just heal up off of Gore Drinker and it's suddenly he's full health again. This is not fun to play against.
I'm really interested to see what he's going to go, what item he's actually going to go for here. If it is going to be going towards early wave clear or what his actually strategy is going to be.
Yeah, that's why I brought up the Gore Drinker thing, because I'm like, Gore Drinker was one of those items that was so good, it made stuff that's bad not bad anymore. So I want to see what is the secret tech then to make this Lee Sin top pick once again more viable, because I'm with you, Azale. I don't actually remember the last time that I saw someone play this
even in recent times. I don't see it at all. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how it actually works out. I think you could just go full lethality. That's definitely an option. You could go for a Ravenous Hydra Rush or something along those lines. I feel like it's probably going to be one of the two. It's either going to be Eclipse or Hydra, something like that. Okay. But I'm really curious, and I feel like when you're looking at Immortals comp, it could kind of fall flat. There's a lot of high potential for big plays with the Bard as well as the Lee Sin top, but it's like they're both champions where if it doesn't go well, you don't really do much.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you let the enemy team win pretty fast. If it doesn't go well, I mean, it's not exactly going to be one of those slow bleed outs, at least.
I wonder if it's going to be something I'm just trying to think through what the thought process here. Is it just going to be for disengage kicks on JoJo and just trying to make JoJo's life a bit of a nightmare? He goes in, he gets CC'd up by Maokai, he gets kicked away, or kicking away Blabber even, on the Karthus, so he can't get in on top of everyone, with the E damage. But I honestly just think we're going to have to kind of find out as the game goes on.
Yeah. I think the big thing for me is obviously you look at the rest of this comp and it's oh, okay, they should be able to rotate this Ziggs around. They have really good siege. They have really good setup for that poke coming out of Ziggs and Corki with the Maokai. So you can see where the rest of the comp works, and then the Lee Sin is the spice that I'm not sure. I'm okay, this is interesting.
Nice sushi, and then you got some 5 spice on there. And you're wait, is that gonna?
And then by contrast, I love seeing Blabber on something like the Karthus, right? Where it is a farming AP jungler. We've talked about how strong those jungle picks are right now. I think Blabber is such an efficient farmer as
This is a lot of damage on Castle. My goodness, man. Thanatos is absolutely messing him up here, hitting level 3 first, forcing the Lee Sin back. Castle down to 100 HP. Now just going to have to try to farm up underneath this turret, considering lane priority is completely lost.
Yeah, and Thanatos didn't want to risk it. He potentially would have had enough damage if he flashed in, but I'm not sure, if the W was available for Lee Sin, if he could actually, safeguarded to survive that last auto, because he had 2 stacks of that hyper. As Jojo going in for a trade here, but taking the worst end of it. Still has his potion available, and is playing fleet, so obviously a lot of sustain still there for him. And yeah, Blabber, it's not even just about this being a really strong type of champion. I feel like that farm-heavy champions is his style, right? Like when he's at his best, I still think his most iconic champion is the Olaf, and to me, it's like all about him making efficient plays, making efficient ganks if they're going 3-minute.
Mask in some trouble now. Jojo just baiting him in, forcing him to stick around a little bit too long. The lockdown into the dredge line, and it's first blood over to Blabber.
And you know what else's signature is Vulcan on engaged supports. I know we've hammered this home so many times. People are like, oh my gosh, we're sick of hearing about this, but with engaged supports, you have such early roam timers, as Berserker takes a ton of damage bot lane. You have such early roam timers, and Vulcan is so good at recognizing that.
Now Vulcan's bringing Blabber down here from another party. This time it's in bottom lane, flashing forward to try to lock up Tactical, but Tactical gets himself back away. Ole gets rooted up, but he's underneath the turret, so no real threat on his life here, but they get 3 out of 4 summoner spells from the bottom lane of IMT.
Yeah, that is really nicely done, and I think partially you're not expecting Vulcan to actually make that roam because he's not playing the support. He's playing the farming champion in the bot lane this game, as Castle's going to go in for a trade, and I think he's regretting it.
I'm not entirely convinced about the viability of this Lee Sin pick right now based on how things are going up here in the top lane. Jojo talking a little bit of trash at the same time as Tactical once again has to get away with a satchel charge. Why play so aggressive? Okay, that's how you know
supposed to be aggressive. Yeah, you're typing so
fast. Talk is they're getting it out there. They do not care about spelling. None of that matters. Readability is not the point.
Yeah, and one thing that did, obviously, Jojo calling him out for pushing up so far in that lane, and Vulcan recognizing that roam timer, like we said. But even though they had push in mid, the pressure from C9 side lanes, Vulcan was actually able to get up in the enemy bot side jungle, get some wards down, so they tracked Armeo on the backside of that as well. So really, really strong early map pressure from C9.
And obviously there's some more minions to grab here for Tactical, but even with that roam from Vulcan, he's going to be up farm, right? There's not enough minions for Tactical to fully catch up. This wave is going to slow stack eventually and push out. Vulcan going to TP back down towards bot side. They do have that triple TP on the Cloud9 side. And Blabber is just really farming fast. It feels so bad when a Karthus gets ahead of the pace of the game, because it's almost impossible as the enemy jungler to keep up with how fast this guy can make stuff happen on the map. Oh, yeah. Got double scuttle, first blood, after a 6-camp clear. That is really going to accelerate his game. You can see the Faded Ashes, obviously, were already completed. He's at 500 gold. And generally when Karthus is ahead, Karthus just keeps getting more and more ahead.
He's so suffocating as a jungle presence, right? But just by default, he is winning. So if you're not slowing him down, that's just going to be the state of the game. And right now, nobody's slowing him down at all. Grubs, first 2 already secured for the side of Cloud9. Blabber's got help to try to guarantee that there's not going to be any real challenge here for the third one. C9 feeling great about the first 6.5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, it's going really well for them. Berserker even gets the 4 souls off the back of that, which is always really nice to get that extra little injection. Castle at least is staying relatively even in farm up on top side. Obviously, it is that advantage to Thanatos. And he did have the pressure in that lane. He's the one that's actually chunking him out. But I want to see where Castle does go with this, right? Because he obviously, has this prepared. He is one of the guys that I know, does like some of these creative picks. He was cooking a lot with, Top Zach early on and things like that last split. So going to be curious to see what he can get done.
It was also the last pick of the draft, right? One of the things that I feel like we've criticized of North American teams for years at this point is what value are you deriving from 5th pick red side? This is what they were cooking. It's spicy like you're talking about, but I have to see if it's edible. Spice does not always equal flavor, so let's see how good this is really going to end up being, because right now, again, I'm just not that impressed with how the lane is going, but I really am interested in what you were talking about earlier, Isaac. Is it all about kicking Karthus out of the team fight? Is it all about knocking Yone away so the dive doesn't accomplish what they need?
Yeah, it can be one of these things where it's like it's not working, but it might be a compositional pick, not a lane counter, right? So going to be interested to see how that works. We have seen how he's trying to trade in this, when we panned up towards top top side. He's basically, just safeguarding to a minion. He's throwing down the E to get that Tempest Cripple onto the Gnar. He's trying to find these little trades like that, but has not really been pressuring Thanatos whatsoever, and is going to, I think, really have to get it a lane to make something serious happen, because if you can't bully the Gnar early, you're generally not going to be able to bully him as he gets level 6, as he starts getting a little stronger.
And right there is exactly what you were talking about. Just trying to jump in, get those quick, snappy trades. Always when the Gnar is in mini Gnar form, you do not want to jump in on the big one. We saw how that goes in some of those earlier moments where Thanatos nearly found the solo kill on him. Cloud9 still sitting at just a little bit more than a 1,000 gold lead here. Feeling really good about the state of things. No Drake taken yet by either team. Sometimes early on when you see those Void Grub takes, it's traded across the map for the other objective, but not quite the story that's going to be told right here. As JoJo, still a little bit behind compared to Mask, but that's what you would expect early on for the Yone.
Well, you mentioned the grub take, but they were actually able to rotate down, essentially, get vision of the area, and now that will be C9 taking the Drake. So the thing that's been impressive about this game thus far is the fact that C9 have had such a good, strong idea of where they've needed to be on the map.
And Blabber has 2K in pocket. Like, he has not faced for a long time. This guy is just power farming every single camp, dead on spawn, both scuttles, both objectives. He has gotten everything off the map. He's going to go back to base, and he's going to have a pretty big buy here. And we'll see what it is going to be, as Thanatos going to be forced back, as he was in mini.
All you need is Faded Ashes, man.
Yeah.
It just clears your jungle, right?
Feels good. Yone gets full build with Berserker Greaves. Karthus gets full build with Faded Ashes.
Bamf's after only.
Yeah, we've got some nice early power spikes here on the C9 comp. And with that first Hex Drake, with those first 3 grubs, with the only kill on the board 10 minutes into the game here, everything is going their way in the early game. JoJo trying to use that Soul Unbound to get as much damage as possible on Mask. He knows that the Corki doesn't have a whole lot of mana here left to work with, but a nice little use of the Caretaker's Shrine there from Ole that set that up, makes it so Mask can continue having his control over the lane, as it looks like JoJo's going to go ahead and take the opportunity for a back here. Does have TP to return to lane.
Exactly, and Mask isn't going for the kind of greedier build with First Strike. A lot of times you see Corki play First Strike into these melee matchups to farm a little bit more gold, but he is playing a little bit more defensively, obviously, with that fleet footwork, trying to make sure he stays alive, as is going to miss that cannon, unfortunately.
That's a -1.
As we see both teams sending their bot laners mid to try to scrap around mid.
They're going to try to fight for a grub.
Yeah.
Right? Second spawn, Cloud9 already got 3, so it's going to be the question, can they actually get this? JoJo held on to his TP, so he walked down towards bot, so he does have TP available. It's going to be all about that, but Mask picking up the package, I think I heard. Is he? No. He's
package is gone
There's
now.
no package.
Yeah, package is gone, but Immortals have control over the top side river. Meanwhile, back in mid, it's Vulcan just causing a couple of problems here for Tactical. Immortals into the grub pit. First grub going to be secured. C9 still looking to try to challenge for this. Thanatos has the Mega Gnar ready to use. Ole jumping back over the wall. 1 for 1 on the second spawn of grubs. Here comes the Ziggs ultimate. Not a whole lot of value going to be found out of that just yet, but now Vulcan's in some danger. He's focused, but he ain't going to drop here just yet. The Aftershock doing a lot of work, keeping him alive. Dawning Shadow over the top. Castle down to 40% HP, and now here comes that teleport we were talking about from JoJo. Castle jumping back over the wall here with Safeguard. Nobody dead on either side, man.
Yeah, nobody dead, but Cloud9 walk away with 5 grubs. So going to be feeling pretty happy about that. Mask just pushing out bot, but not going to be able to really get too much. They did get the TP from JoJo, obviously. Thanatos doesn't have TP, but it is just going to be responded to by Vulcan. So the triple TP working out pretty well here. They don't even lose a plate or any sort of tower damage down on bot side, and they're able to take those grubs away. So Cloud9 is going to be feeling really, really good. The gold advantage is slowly building and building and building for them.
And the big thing that was also part of that fight that you might not have seen is the fact that Ole still does not have his Bard ult up, right? Because that fight could go a little bit more in IMT's favor if they have that strong ultimate on their side. But unfortunately they don't, and that was going to always make that fight a lot more difficult for them.
I mean, it's still a 1-kill game, but Cloud9 is up almost 2,500 gold. The advantages that they've found through their farm leads, through the turret plates they've been able to capture, are just really starting to become a problem for Immortal. 2,000 gold, 12.5 minutes into the game is a big deal.
Yeah, and I think we've set up the 2 battles, right? So Tactical does have a gold advantage over his opponent, right? We're gonna see this. I know, that's true. Senna lanes, never mind. We don't even have that. But C9 are up a good healthy amount at almost 13 minutes. And we see, again, this team can look so clean when playing from ahead. I think they've done a really, really good job of covering the map. In particular, I love Vulcan on this farming Nautilus. I think it really allows him to, because he does recognize, again, those early roam timers to set up that kill for JoJo when Mask was pushed out. And that's been actually a huge difference maker, even though we haven't seen a lot of kills follow through after that.
I mean, Immortals has just been so on the back foot, right? It's been Cloud9 dictating every single play. They haven't really gotten even chip damage on any of the towers, it feels like. So the Ziggs has not really been getting a lot of value, has just been used for wave clear, has always been on the defensive here. It doesn't mean that Immortals can't then collect that gold a little bit later on, but no plates with the Ziggs comp. It's going to feel pretty rotten.
Blabber is out farming everybody on Immortals except for Mask. He has more farm than the Ziggs. He has more farm than the Lee Sin. The Karthus is out of control right now. Leandri's already completed for him. JoJo actually just went back to base on that most recent purchase and got his Blade of the Ruined King completed too. You can see a couple of those first completions also coming online now for Immortals. Leandri's mirrored there in the jungle as JoJo wants to keep things scrappy against Mask down here in the bot side. Armeo firing off the ulti, locks up JoJo, but he's already so far away, it won't even matter, man. The Yone, it's just so easy for him to get back out of danger. And meanwhile, Immortals trying to make that play in the bottom lane means C9 had more resources to throw into the Drake as the trade-off. They're going to go up to a 2-0 Drake lead now as well.
Yeah, JoJo didn't feel threatened whatsoever. Didn't even actually, use his ultimate defensively there. He just snaps back, eats the root. It's completely fine. He saw that Mask wasn't really chasing. Blabber just kind of threw out the Requiem to try to dissuade them from chasing in, and it's another objective, another advantage going the way of Cloud9. Triforce now done for Thanatos. It is the Eclipse for Castle, so figured it was going to be that or Hydra, but it is just going to be Eclipse, obviously pretty good damage.
Oh boy, there comes JoJo! It was a goof! That could have been so good, but it was so not!
Man, I was ready to be like, yeah, and they're setting up this dive, and it's going to be great. I do want to call out how well C9 are piloting this composition, right, though, because we'll turn to something good, except for that part.
Said the composition, not the end.
Yeah, the composition.
All right, fair. You got me there.
I think we had talked about how, okay, do C9 want to play Senna? We talked about how Berserker might be more comfortable in the current meta because if Senna is out of the picture, you can then play stuff like the Zeri, if you're defaulting to other different ADC options. But I really love this composition for C9 specifically because of Blabber, right? Again, farming AP junglers is just something that's just such in his wheelhouse, and so seeing them come out with this kind of comp is really cool.
Man, Armeo is once again looking for JoJo, and JoJo once again does not care at all. Using that Soul Unbound to constantly put the pressure on Mask and keep himself safe just makes it so all of the attempts from Immortals to try to stop this guy, try to slow him down, are just not working out. And every time they try, C9's getting something else. This time the cost of Armeo being bottom is Rift Herald.
Yeah, and they're going to try to potentially look for a dive here onto JoJo. We'll see if they can actually make it happen, but TP is available for Thanatos, so it would be risky. And Thanatos, or is that Vulcan? Vulcan's going to be the one TPing down to the bend, so they had 2 TPs available. They do get 1, so at least it's worth the threat of that, but they just can't really get anything going.
It's reading Rainbow for Immortals right now. Every single thing that they do, Cloud9's just like, oh, yep, read that one from the book. Yep, page 1 right there. It doesn't feel like Immortals are really getting anything done. And JoJo, again, he's just fine.
Yeah, really good sidestep there on the Bartle. Immortals getting a bit desperate at this point. I mean, when you're going on 17 minutes into the game and you're playing Maokai and you've done nothing but farm, it is really tough. You want to make those plays happen, but Castle getting low. They're going to summon the Herald here, and Castle, I don't think he's got any way out.
Again, Inferno Bomb to try to clear the wave away, but it won't even matter, man. Blabber's going to end up taking the kill thanks to the Leandri's burn. The Herald just barely gets the charge in at the very end to make sure that she contributes to that first turret, but why stop at 1 when you can make it 2? Second Herald charge coming out now. Should be able to guarantee the damage. Won't get a whole lot more than just that. C9's up 4,000 gold.
Yeah, and what a suffocating performance this has been from them, right? IMT have only been able to get 1 grub.
And there they finally catch somebody out. They finally get someone when he's not next to a turret. It's the guy with cleanse.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he even kind of stepped back in to tank it. It felt like, not really too concerned at that point. but Cloud9 just cruising, and Immortals, I think the windows are really closing here for them. You know, they do have some playmaking, they do have the Bardal, you have the potential to maybe find a good kick from Castle, but you're already going on 5K down.
Man, you're talking about the windows feel like they're closing. I think these boys went to Home Depot and just nailed them shut. There's just not a whole lot that Immortals have shown me this game that they've been able to accomplish. Emily, I think it's a really good thing that you pointed out earlier during that Rift Herald fight. The Bard ulti just not being online in time. It just feels like Immortals haven't had the tools that they've needed to make any of these plays work. They haven't been able to catch out JoJo because of the way he's playing the Yone in the side lane. They haven't been able to do any fights because they just aren't coordinated on the level that they need to be. And the Lee Sin pick still hasn't shown us any dividends.
Yeah, and obviously like that mid kill, right, set up JoJo for success really early. So again, good on Vulcan, recognizing after going into the enemy side jungle on that roam timer, really setting up a lot of this. And I think the other big thing for me, again, is when you play these Senna compositions, they also just have such global pressure, right? We called it out, triple TP, you have Senna ult, you have Karthus ult. JoJo is also just really, like, Yone is such a mobile champion, obviously it's not global ultimate, but like, they have...
It feels like that sometimes, doesn't it?
It does.
When it goes solo unbound.
When I'm playing AD carry and I get jumped on, it absolutely feels like that.
Close enough to global.
Tough stuff for Immortals, man. Almost 5K, the lead now for C9. Baron's going to be spawning in under a minute, so if C9 does end up getting a pick, does end up getting a good fight for themselves, it's just going to snowball into an avalanche. And now let's see if Immortals want to try to do anything about this third Drake. Taking a fight in open ground when you're down 5K at 20 minutes is very difficult, but the alternative is just sit there and do nothing. Armeo fires off the Maokai ulti and hits a field goal with it. Right through the uprights, nobody's going to get locked down. Now JoJo goes in. Bartle to try to keep Armeo alive for an extra second, but the Dawning Shadow says no. JoJo ends up getting the kill credit with the mini death mark there on the Soul Unbound as Ole has to go on a magical journey back through the wall, back over to the turret. The dragon, the fight, the game belongs to Cloud9.
Yeah, it's just not even close. I mean, I think it's not going to get any better for them, so they felt like they had to try. But Armeo's an easy kill. Ole, gets Bascone back in by Vulcan, has to flash to even portal out. And there's just nothing going on here for Immortals. Cloud9 looking clinical in this one. That's a really strong start to this second week. Obviously, this is a team with really high expectations. In spring, everyone had them power ranked first. That's not the case going into summer, but they are supposed to be championship contenders. They are supposed to be playing at this level. Cloud9 looking good thus far.
Yeah, and the big thing that really kicks this off is the fact that the Maokai ult is able to hit no one, right? They just scatter that big ultimate that you'd want to trap people at the pit is completely gone. And then, yeah, C9 just have complete control over this.
This is rough.
It's a...
I feel like Immortals are really just stuck in a spot where there's nothing left they can do unless Cloud9 gives them some major mistake to punish, and C9's just not doing that. Because that's the other thing about these Senna and Karthus compositions. You don't ever feel the pressure to be like, oh man, we got to do something right now, boys. Because you're stacking and you're farming, and eventually this spooky ghost is going to press R, and half of all their health bars are going to disappear before any fight.
Well, and one of the toughest things is, you talk about playmaking when you think about coming back, but it's like, who do you even kick in? Like the Senna? Like, even if you kick in the Senna and you instantly kill it, do you win the fight afterwards? Like, probably not, right? So it's like, you don't want to kick in the Karthus. You don't really want to kick in the Gnar unless he's in mini for some reason and he's too far up or something. But, like, it's very hard to see how they would be able to, find that pick. And obviously, Yone is not really in a position to get kicked in. Most of the time, you can just snap back with the E when you're ever aggressive. There's the Martel, but again, can't even go in on it.
I just don't know what anything in that sequence was trying to accomplish. The turret is already down by the time the Maokai ulti flies off. It connects on one guy who's 20 feet away from everybody else, and then they also hit him with the Bard ulti, but nothing happens. It seems very disjointed from Immortals, as now Ole down to about 1/4 HP. Vulcan going to be taken low now too, but the problem is IMT has no damage! And Thanatos picks up kill number 4 for the side of C9. Ole steps out of the way of the Dawning Shadow, and very importantly so, if that Senna ult would have connected, the Karthus burn would have finished him off.
Yeah, he has the Locket, so going to be able to stay alive with the Locket, with the Guardian. Is a little bit tankier, but Cloud9 just going to go straight over to the Baron. Castle will have TP, but he's not up for 25.
Yeah, Castle probably won't be around to be able to contest for this. Immortals have to try to keep these guys away, and that is at least the power of the Zig showing up. Immortals will not surrender the Baron this early, but C9 is up to a 6,000 gold advantage.
And you're against Ziggs, you're against Corki. It's a lot of poke.
Yeah.
That would be one of the only places probably that
Yeah.
Immortals could win a fight. So I think
That's a big
Cloud9's like,
mistake.
wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Why are we doing Baron here, guys?
Yeah, I was waiting for the I was waiting for the question from Clayton's how do they get back into this? And it is kind of a Baron mistake, right? Because theoretically, IMT have a lot of really good tools in an enclosed space like this. If the Maokai ult and the Bard ult can kind of freeze people in place for that Corki poke, for that Ziggs poke to come in, it could end up being very dangerous for C9. But all of that stuff has to hit, and it has to be timed well.
So do you guys count one grub as avoiding a perfect game?
Yes.
Yes, I actually asked Twitter, and they said
A single
grub avoids a perfect
It's so
game.
hard to get a perfect game
It
now.
is.
Yeah.
Because
It
one
is.
grub is so easy to get.
Yeah, it's really hard to do. You have to play perfect.
So it's a no-hitter?
Yeah.
No hitters are really difficult to get.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to do.
This could be a no-hitter. You know?
Well, I think Castle got hit a couple of times up there in that top lane against the Narm, man. I don't...
Because this is a damn near perfect game. I mean, it's like, I'm not going to curse it, but...
It's about as close as you can get,
They
but...
basically didn't even hit a Cloud9 tower. Like, they got no plates, they got no objectives. Vulcan in some trouble, but just going to be able to walk it out.
Yeah, dude, he just Spider-Man's away from that one. Jojo going to reset his position as once again that Maokai ulti not getting the lockdown that it needs. Jojo, fate sealed back over the wall, and he drags Armeo with him. Now Castle comes over, trying to secure this kill. Nice little bit of a Bard ulti here, locks C9 down. The first kill comes through for Immortals, and they finally got somebody. Jojo going to take down Armeo as now another kill pours through. C9 might have lost their jungler, but they're still looking to keep the fight going. Castle wants to get away, and Thanatos puts a boomerang in his back. Immortals tried to fight. It was the best fight they got all game, and they still got whooped.
And one of the best reasons why it was the best fight they got all game is because Thanatos was pushing bot side. He wasn't even there at the start of the fight, and it was kind of like, okay, when are we going to pull him from split pushing in order to join the fight? Are we even going to need him? They do end up pulling him later on. He comes around the backside of the flank on that, but yeah, he wasn't even there to begin with. So we did see the window for IMT going into this, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty nice setup, honestly. You know, they forced the flash out on Blabber. Nice timing there from Jojo to actually bring the Maokai across the wall, but then the Bard ulti locks him down. They get the one kill finally onto Blabber, so they are on the board. But there just wasn't a lot of damage here because Jojo had been pushed back so far. And like you said, Thanatos wasn't there. But once he arrives, it's just chaos. There's no way that IMT are going to be able to win that fight.
Well, Azael, it's no longer right next door to a perfect game, but it's still Brazil versus Germany in soccer. And that's still pretty one-sided.
You're not wrong. You might wish you didn't say it, but you're not wrong.
It's just banter. What are you talking about?
True.
All right, Immortals, let's see what you can do. Can we banter for the dragon? Immortals needs to try to stop this one. It's already 3 Drakes over to the side of C9. Mask tries to get away there from the depth charge. He does manage to disengage far enough away that there is no follow-up, but C9's doing a great job just zoning these guys out. Armeo can't get anywhere close because Berserker just keeps him forced out. Now Armeo and Castle are both about to die to the Requiem. It ain't even going to matter. It's a 2-for-1 trade here at the very start, and they're about to make it 3. Ole goes on a magical journey, but it's a journey straight to the respawn platform. Ole running, trying to get away. It's just Nar. Oh, never mind.
And he's gone.
Yeah.
It's going to be a Baron right off the back of it. Call it a triple because Blabber got the dragon and 2 kills.
Yeah, man.
He just nuked him. Well, he didn't even leap for the fight.
Yeah,
he just kept hitting the dragon the whole time and then just presses R, picks up a double. He's like, oh, great fight, guys.
Just Karthus things, right? Like, it's just, I mean, this is, again, like, I cannot reiterate how awesome it is to see Nine pilot a composition like this because it suits their team really, really well. Like, this, in the current meta, this is what I want to see them playing, as he's now 16th all time.
Just past high.
Yeah.
And I think high we saw in the walk-ins drove him to work. How are you going to do that?
There we
That's
go.
kind of messed up. Give you a ride earlier. They do at least take down Jojo, but it's just an unwinnable fight. Karthus is so strong. They have really struggled to make anything happen, you know, even with those playmaking tools. It was a good ult to start things off from Ole, you know, that was very much earlier in the fight. He hit the Senna, but then Vulcan just walks forward, throws his R onto Mask, so Mask can't actually follow anything up. He's zoned out. Immortals just couldn't get anything going this entire game.
And you could see the frustration on Armeo's face, and I feel like it would be hard to be anything but frustrated from Immortals' point of view in this game, just because everything we've seen them attempt has not worked out. It just felt like C9 had a stranglehold on this game from the very beginning, and there was just nothing that Immortals ever found for an answer. Now C9 with the Baron, with the Dragon Soul, it's not even 28 minutes into the game, and they've got all of this. They're pushing the wave up down here in the bot lane. Pretty much everything that Immortals is banking on is, hey, can Tactical and Mask clear the waves and try to poke these guys? But Requiem's coming in, and there's some of that big burst. Immediately, Thanatos goes on a rampage. The Senna Karthus Wombo combo is way more than Tactical Ziggs could deal with. C9 with a 5-man march down the bot lane, excuse me. As Castle's still all the way up in top, he's got to try to recall. Jojo going in, looking to take out Mask here now too. Blabber keeping Armeo zoned away. The Maokai cannot contribute in any meaningful way to this fight, as the first Nexus turret is already down, second Nexus turret in their sights. Jojo just jumping forward. It's just a formality for C9 at this point. Another Nautilus ulti, keeping Mask locked away. They're going to kill Armeo. They're going to kill Castle. Mask still trying to stand and fight, but it ain't going to matter. C9 pad the stats a little bit and make game one look free.
Yeah, that was not close whatsoever. And you know, I'm pretty open to new things. I'll try anything once, but that Lee Sin did nothing the whole game. I mean, it's tough because it's not like it's the Lee Sin's fault. Like everything didn't work. You know, they weren't able to get pushed in any lanes. They got no turret plates. They got like no objectives. They just got nothing going. But I just never really even saw what the thought process was supposed to be with the Lee Sin, because it felt like it was losing the lane. Didn't feel like it contributed in the 5v5 either. So I don't know. That was a tough game.
Yeah, this is such a frustrating game to lose as well, right? Because if you're IMT, I mean, every game is frustrating to lose, but if you're IMT, you're like, I felt like I could do nothing. Like, I cannot think of a point in that game where it really felt like they had a lot of agency to execute what their composition wants to do, which is essentially get Ziggs out, get him mowing down turrets, and have your map coverage that way. C9 suffocated them off the map really, really early, and for me, it absolutely started with that Vulcan roam mid.
Yep, it was a rough game one for Immortals, but a reminder for everybody out there at home, next week the LCS will be on Thursday and Friday, the 2 days before you've normally been used to watching LCS here for the first couple of weeks. Just letting y'all know you have been warned. But also, we are going to be dropping one Signature Ari collection bundle this weekend. You can log in and watch on lolesports.com to participate. And now we're going to take a look at a content piece presented by Immortals.
What's up, everybody? I'm Armeo from Immortals Progressive, and today we're going to be playing Pictionary.
Yeah. Okay, I might need extra time.
No.
Oh wait, this is actually not going too bad. Cats have bodies? What is this? How do you draw a body? Don't rush me, please. Give me extra time, please.
19.
No. Wait, it needs a tail.
Stop. That could have gone worse. Soldier? It's actually a pretty good guy. It is a champion. Yumi. Yes.
Yes.
Go.
Wait.
No.
Yeah.
How do you even draw his hair?
That's pretty good.
Done.
Israel.
Is it Ezreal?
Yeah, it's Ezreal.
Huh?
There he is. It's right there.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I look forward to playing versus Team Liquid in best of threes. I just like to play versus old teammates. I think it's fun.
Team Liquid because they're just good team.
I think I'm most looking forward to playing against Fly or TL. They both knocked us out of qualifying for MSI, so I'm looking to get revenge.
Yeah, they play pretty well at MSIs.
I mean, they're just the reigning champs, so just want to beat them.
Team Liquid for sure, because they're the team that knocked us out, so definitely Team Liquid and Impact.
Dignitas, they changed almost all people.
C9. I was under C9 in 2023, and I like to work alongside Blabber, and I always talk to him, and I'd say it would be very fun to actually verse him in a match.
C9 just because we beat them last split 2-0, so we can 2-0 them in the best of 3.
C9, I think they're going to be probably the hardest team if they perform, so.
I think there's no specific team that I'm looking forward to playing in best of threes. I think they're all going to be a fun matchup.
Welcome back to the LCS. We have more best of 3 action lined up next week, but remember, that's happening on Thursday and Friday, so just 5 days from now. So it's going to be less than the normal break between LCS before we have the big LCS break. But anyway, we just saw game 1. Emily, Raz, what were your thoughts going into game 2?
My thoughts are just, remember Thursday and Friday! Anyways, yes. The draft, actually. The draft is a big one. I know we were going straight through the draft, and we were talking about it in the green room, where it was like, okay, so they're holding off on jungle flags for the Maokai. They ended up locking that in 4, and then we see the Karthus, and then we see the Lee Sin. I never want to see that kind of draft again. I think the draft will be the biggest adaptation going into the next game.
Yeah, this is the post-game breakdown of game 1 as well. Definitely a one-sided affair, Emily.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said this on cast, but the big story for me is this composition for C9. We talked about, are they pulling away from Senecom, so they not necessarily feel super comfortable on them? They looked really, really comfortable, really clean, great map pressure. Blabber was farming up a storm. It felt like Armeo could do nothing or was not finding a lot of early windows of opportunity to try to help out his lanes, and they just got suffocated out of everything.
Yeah, they really boxed him out on first clear, went towards top side, got the ward on Tribush, so he ended up getting double crabbed, and then Vulcan ended up finding a great gank through mid lane off a pretty good bait on Yone too. So there was a lot that happened there that made the early game pretty unplayable for IMT, and then having to watch the
Jojo!
What is he doing? Take the phone away from him.
He's coming for APA's trash talk title. You know, he was the other typist.
That is true.
Like, APA is known for it, but JoJo was actually like a little terror in pregame lobbies.
Oh my God, that's actually, I didn't think about that being the benefit of best of threes.
Yeah. Mid-series trash talk, and then hope that the other team is also checking their phones so that you can get at them in between series.
Oh my God.
Immortals, though, to me, I was pretty excited about them going into this week after their win against Shopify, and it, I think, plants the seed for so much more strength of schedule discussions that we'll never be able to fully answer, because after seeing Immortals in this game 1, you're like, man, but they really beat on Shopify last week. So what does this mean? But this narrative can completely shift in the remainder of the best of 3, because if you remember, literally just last week, the only team that actually benefited from best of 3s was C9, because they dropped game 1 and then won the next 2. So even though JoJo is loose and firing off, they need to close this out.
The one thing that I did like about their draft, IMT specifically, was the Ziggs and Bard in particular. I thought that they did a great job. It was a good harassment tool towards the Nautilus 2, and they had a good freeze up until, of course, the rest of the map started bleeding out, and then that bled into their lane. So the only thing that I really want to see changed is the Lee Sin top, and perhaps the Maokai flex with now Karthus banned. I think now that we know that Blabber is willing to bring back the Karthus pick for him, then we just don't want to see it again. Just take it away.
JoJo also just told Mask in the lobby chat, bro, you have to ward. So he's continuing it. He's continuing it. I can't wait to see how much he says throughout the game, but we are now into draft for game 2. Immortals pick blue, C9 on red this time.
What do you think is going to be the biggest adaptation here, Emily, on just the fact that IMT is taking blue side?
I mean, I think I am curious to see what IMT go for on bot side. Again, if Senna is left open, as we see the bans coming in, Skarner, Rumble, and then Trist, Talia. I'm also curious if C9 don't want to ban the Ivern here really early if IMT just go for an Ivern comp, because that is something that RMAO is super comfortable on. They might have more windows to draft it on blue side.
I like these blue side bans from IMT, really zeroing in on JoJo. You might see the Corki get early picked again, because it is a pretty strong flex for IMT. I mean, okay, to be fair, he got rocked early, and so he might take JoJo's warning seriously and start getting the ward out there, or just playing a little bit more safely. But
yeah.
Oh, actually, I remember Nautilus was the first pick from C9. Oh, never mind. So it's going to be going towards the Maokai again.
And I think specifically for Immortals, this could be considered a flex pick just because Ole played so much of its support last year.
Yeah.
Nothing crazy about this first pick Maokai. What does remain open, though, that wasn't banned this game would be Jace for later, if Immortals wants to throw that for either Castle or Mask.
That's probably their best flex pick. If I'm looking at what Mask has been most successful on last split, and how Castle had some incredible Jace games, so the fact that they're leaving it wide open could be a good call for IMT to play towards.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to do with the Nautilus again, if they want to pair it with the Senna, or if they just want to have that engaged support. Obviously, engaged supports are a lot more meta now. I'm pretty happy about it. I feel like Vulcan also has to be pretty happy about it. I think, again, it was that mid lane like setup from Vulcan roaming mid. JoJo calling out Mask for not warding, but they are going the Senna Nautilus here, and then Raz, you're right, there's the Jace, and we obviously that is one of Mask's best champs, but we don't know that could also flex top.
And I also just think that it's Castle's better champions too, probably best champion. I've really enjoyed watching Castle play Jace, so it is probably the truest flex pick I've seen from a Jace pick.
I was impressed, and going back a bit in the draft here, by Blabber's Senna last game, actually. Or sorry, not Blabber. Berserker's Senna last game, just because it was a pick that I didn't feel like C9 necessarily liked playing last split. And the fact that they've prioritized it now 2 drafts in a row and looked very good with it in game 1 is a pretty promising sign for them going forward. And the Sejuani's not a big surprise. It's actually, to me, Raz, we were talking backstage, more surprising that it wasn't played last game as an answer to the Maokai, but it makes sense to have it locked in here.
So far, I like C9's draft as a whole. It's really easy front-to-back team fighting that just has better scaling. That was the same case in the last game as well. So now that we've seen the Sejuani, you know, pretty sure it's not going to be flexed, but we've seen some shenanigans already with the Sejuani pick, so I'm open to anything.
You don't think Thanatos is going to take it top?
I don't think so, but who knows? Who knows what Reaper is able to get him to do?
Yeah, no, I don't think. I think that's a Blabber Sejuani, as we see the Gnar taken away from IMT. Once again, one of Thanatos' best champions and most played champions. I believe second most played, only to Renekton. And then taking out the Hui from IMT as well. On C9 side, they are going for these like poke damage carries and taking the Smolder and the Ziggs off the table.
And just to touch back on the Thanatos and Castle story we talked about earlier, how they actually have played against each other a lot in the past, that was definitely a definitive win by Thanatos in the first game, having the Lee Sin pushed under tower pretty much the entire game. And of the 4 games Thanatos has played in the LCS, I'd say that was actually the best one.
I agree.
So I think doesn't have any of the possible jitters trying to make a big first impression that he had last week, and was just really solid. And now he's on a comfort pick here with his own Renekton.
And just as a reminder, even though you can see the story, like the timeline for both players, Thanatos did have a decent break. I would say a one-split break where he wasn't playing. So being able to move that into now coming into competitive Tier 1 play is a big shift. So that, being able to learn English, coming into the team as a whole, I know there's going to be a little bit of an adjustment period, but already picking up Renekton with Sejuani, I'm expecting Blabber to play towards that top side of the map and for that to be the strong side. So with Cassante being picked out for Castle, almost certainly he's going to be the target.
Yeah, and then Azir locked in for JoJo. Obviously, this isn't something we've seen as much. Azir is still viable. He still does get picked, but we haven't seen as much in the land of 80 mids. But one thing I want to point out for JoJo Pyun specifically is, in my opinion, this was the champ that he really excelled on, facilitating a lot of C9's compositions in their wins last split.
last split it was crazy. There were comps that were like Talia, Vi that he had to deal with, and I felt like he played against those expertly. He was probably my favorite Azir player last year, so I like their composition quite heavily. From IMT side, pretty heavily reliant on their poke, so I'm looking towards Mac to seeing what he can do in the early portions of the game, and if he can play outside lanes well.
Yeah, we're about to toss this back to the casters. Really quick, Emily, is this going to be a sweep?
I think so.
All right, I actually think so too, but we'll see if Cloud9 can do it. Flowers and Azale, back to you.
Alrighty, thank you very much, Jat. All right, this is going to be hopefully a closer game than we got in game number 1. Immortals was looking rough, but immediately, Azale, I'm just going to go ahead and call it like I see it. I got some worries about Immortals draft here in game number 2. You look at the enemy team. You see farming Nautilus. You see Sejuani. You see 2 big old meatballs about to dominate the dish, and you don't have a real AP threat to deal with it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't see how if they fall behind even a little bit, they're going to be able to punch through that front line.
Yeah, it could be really, really difficult for them. So, we'll see if they can make something happen in the early game here. Try to get ahead, try to be playing, from that place of power. Potentially you could play through side lanes. If Mask is having a good game on the Jace, you could look maybe more for that split push style. But it's going to be difficult for sure. And they really do not want to have a repeat of last game because that felt so hopeless so fast. And those are really tough games to play out.
I mean, it messes with your mental because you're just, we were talking about it between the games. When you feel that far behind, when you feel like you're
maybe
struggling so much to make a play just from 5 minutes into the game, and then you're playing that game out now for another 20 minutes afterwards, when it feels like you already know the outcome that early, it just really messes with the mental and like how you can focus on what you actually can change.
Those games are super draining, absolutely. So we will see, how they're going to be able to start this one off, but it may surprise you a little bit, when you're talking about the comparison between Tactical and Berserker. Both these players have been pretty important for their team. Obviously, when you're looking kind of like historically, as Berserker's going to walk mid and Mask is very far up. This could actually go pretty bad for Mask.
Yeah, Mask wanted to try to take the early advantage there on JoJo, but Berserker hanging around expecting this. They're saying, all right, so Jace at level 1 wants to smack Azir around a little bit. Why not just turn that back against him? Nicely done from Berserker.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. Berserker's just going to walk again.
Oh my god, he's a menace.
He's completely ruining his lane. Mask is going to have such a hard time, it feels like, from this spot. Already popped the potion. He's down incredibly low. What turned, from a really good trade for Mask level 1 ends up just being like a doomed lane almost, it feels like, in the 1v1 now, because JoJo, has health, has a potion running. He's going to be able to push this out, still going to have the TP. You're having to TP back with your only buy being 1 health potion.
That sucks. That's like, normally you want to use your first teleport, grab yourself maybe like a good component item or something, right? Like one of those tier 2 type of items, like a serrated dirk. Man, that would be great, right? But a health potion?
How about the health potion you started with?
Yeah.
You can have it back.
I will use my teleport to reclaim the item that I previously lost. It's like if you die in a Dark Souls game and you go back and pick up your souls on your body.
But you only had 4.
Yeah.
And you need 26,000 to upgrade the next.
Yeah, he's going to need a little bit more.
He's not even close.
That 1 health potion full of souls. Oh, man.
The health potion's gone.
It's
gone. Look at it. Some green sparkles. That's all it got him.
Well, let's hope he gets some value out of those green sparkles because this mid lane started rough. Thanatos with control over the top lane at the same time. JoJo is going to at least be forced back, so Mask will at least get some lane priority for now out of that early use of the TP. JoJo going to have to go back, use his first TP, but hopefully he can at least get something more than health potion.
Well, I'm willing to bet that he can, but we're going to do a vote here. So whose stat are whose? This is between Berserker and Tactical. Berserker not having nearly as good of a spring as you kind of expected from him. He's trying to have a bounce back in summer, trying to kind of reclaim his spot as that top dog in the AD carries. But Tactical has been surprisingly good for IMT, so I'm really curious to see, y'all in chat, whose stats are whose, see if you can actually get it right.
All right, we'll check back up on that here in a couple of minutes, see how the votes end up shaking out. as Castle down to 200 HP here. That Renekton dominating the lane as Blabber shows up back in mid. Looks to lock Mask up, stuns him, but Mask with the flash away underneath the turret combined with the phase rush gets enough distance to not give up the kill.
That's the worst feeling too when your jungler just shows up late. He kind of walks in, throws a sapling. He's like, I was here too. We both ganked once,
It's like,
right?
what are you even doing here?
I came mid. I ganked.
It's 1-1 on the gank counter.
No
Dead
jungle
even.
diff. It's even. I was here too, guys. Didn't you see the sapling?
We've all done that at some point before as the jungler, just to try to like get rid of some of the heat that would normally be on you from the
I'll push out the
laner.
wave for you, bro.
Yeah, it's like, don't worry about it, man. I'll make sure none of these creeps go to waste. It's like, no.
It's the worst feeling, man. But Blabber makes that first gank happen. Last game, obviously, was with that roam from Vulcan as well. They combined to get that early first blood. This time it's not a first blood, but man, Mask is just getting beat up on in mid lane, and really no fault of his own. I mean, it's Berserker there 2 times in the first minute of lane, then he's getting ganked out by Blabber, so this is really tough. You know, you're playing against the Azir, who's going to scale incredibly well, and you want to be bullying him out, you want to be playing with that pressure, being a potential side lane threat to maybe circumnavigate some of the issues that you were talking about them having, where you're going to have to deal with this really beefy Nautilus who's farming, and this Edgewani. You only have physical damage. Split pushing would have been one of the ways you could kind of deal with that, but if he's behind, it's going to be tough for him to get anything done there.
Yeah, Mask will need to hopefully get a little bit more help from the team, a little bit more than just that previous Maokai gank that we saw. Ole is seeing maybe if he can get involved here a little bit.
Another gank, cleared out that ward.
Yep, that ward is gone now. JoJo feels
ward is dead.
So much less safe without that ward. Uh-oh.
Poked him in the eye.
Yeah, this is not good. Nobody likes that. Mask going to
Not
clear
wrong.
out the control board.
It's like one of those things that doesn't sound kind of minor, but that really hurts.
Yeah, no, I've never had, like, got poked in the eye from something and thought, man, that was okay.
Exactly.
No, I always hate it, right?
Same thing.
Yeah, Ole's just coming
And
up here.
he's still here.
Causing
Maybe
a
he's
problem.
using Targons. Another gank. He's going for the cannon.
Yes, we're going to Targon the There we go.
we
All
got
right,
it.
there we go. There we go.
Boom.
This makes up for the level 1.
Now, no support diff either.
It's and
Berserker
honestly,
came and ruined your lane, but I Targon's the cannon for you.
we're clouding on it a little bit,
Who's
but
to say?
it's so rough, dude. It's so rough for Mask in this situation because the presence in the lane from teammates from Cloud9 has just been so much more meaningful for JoJo than what Mask has received from his own teammates. And now Blabber, once again, he's just got free reign of this Void Grub pit. There is nobody in IMT colors anywhere near this thing. Should just be easy first 3 grubs for Blabber and C.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Thanatos has been trading pretty aggressively. You know, he used his TP later, came back. He has that full phage. You know, feeling pretty good about his buy. They have top lane push. Obviously, mid lane has been going really well for them as well. So Blabber going to be able to grab another scuttle. Have to be always a little bit careful about Cassante under those towers, though, as you are pushing up.
Yep. Do not want to give him the opportunity to chain those CC spells together. But hey, at least this time around, Immortals accomplished what they didn't in game number 1. Emily talked about it, how Cloud9 in game 1, they were able to grab that first set of grubs, immediately rotate all their pressure down into the bottom side so that Immortals wasn't able to trade the Drake back. This time, Immortals did get that Drake. And so here's the results of our earlier quiz. Tactical was on the right, Berserker was on the left. The goal differences are really close, but it's Tactical's KDA that was popping off.
Yeah, so this is just in summer, obviously, but Tactical had a really good week 1. And 60% of y'all in chat got it right, so you weren't confused, you weren't tricked.
Well
done.
The other 40% of you guys need to do your homework better. And I definitely wasn't going to vote with the 40% way. Yeah, I definitely wasn't going to do that. There's a reason that I don't know, I was just making sure you guys felt good about it.
Now, how's it felt for you, coming into summer here now? Play a champion that's OP.
Well, I think Mask is about to not feel really great coming into summer on this one as Blabber and JoJo find the first blood. There it is again, on to Mask. Both games in this series, this dude is the target.
Did you see that Bramble Smash from Armeo, though? He was there, too.
He's already dead, man. He's already dead.
Both junglers, 2 ganks mid.
Oh, my God. Don't worry, Mask. Isaac is tilted for you. This is such a difficult state of the game to have to play out, man.
I don't even feel like Mask is really doing much wrong. It's tough.
No, it
is really tough for him to be able to play from this situation. And this is just great play from Cloud9. And that's really who you have to give the credit to is just the team play from Cloud9, Obviously, they were favored coming into this. Let's not lie. Mortals, most people have them power ranked down towards the bottom. But they are a team that had a really strong start in week 1, and they are a team that's still really well respected in scrims. So you're hoping that they can kind of bring that power to stage. But Cloud9, it's the team play that they're kind of destroying them through. And I think that is something that you're pretty happy to see if you are a Cloud9 fan. Because it's not just, JoJo just like, 1v1 got an outplay and that's how you won. They're playing through smart map movements. They're playing through good coordination. They're playing through good drafts. And these are the kind of things that, people were, I think, were sometimes critical of Cloud9 with some of their issues in spring. So I do think it's definitely positive for Cloud9 to see them doing it in this way. And Berserker here covering again. Olay trying to match on the roam. Bot lane has just been basically a farm fest. I mean, Tactical has a cull and he's just farming it out. But, the question is, can he overcome the massive advantages that are being gained on the top side of the map? Because you look 800 gold for JoJo, 800 gold lead for Thanatos, and it's also, a good 450 there for Blabber. Bot lane is basically even, but it's like, is the Zeri going to be enough?
And Blabber already picking up his first completed item there with the Zeke's Convergence. This thing is such a great economy buy for junglers now. You get both resistances, you get health, and you get ability haste. It's pretty much everything you could possibly want, plus the extra part of it activating for the slow field when you use your ultimate. This thing is just great for any sort of a tanky jungler, and it's only 2,200 gold. It is cheap as hell, so this guy's only going to become more and more of a menace.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these support item buys, I've been in meta for tank junglers for a couple of years really now. In the past we were seeing a ton of like Knight's Vow and stuff. We're seeing a lot of like Warmogs be pretty popular this year, this season as well, because of the changes to the Warmogs item. But the support item is obviously very, very strong. Mask again in trouble.
Oh man, Vulcan read him like a book once again. The dredge line to follow it up, and Blabber gets involved just to make sure, and he'll be the one taking the kill credit on that one. 2-0 C9 here as they're up almost 3,000 gold 10.5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, he had his flashback, so maybe that made him feel like, okay, I can actually step up a little bit here. But Vulcan reads on the juke, finds him with the hook, and he just gets CC chained 100-0. There was no point of flashing by the time he actually got out because he gets hit by the dredge line, he gets knocked up by the death charge. Then there's the ulti from Sejuani as well, and they're going to use that mid lane prio to try to come over here, but Immortals want to fight.
Yeah, Immortals are going in for it. They fire off the Maokai ulti, but they only get Vulcan with it. But now Thanatos and Blabber are also ready to join in. Dawning Shadow over the top. Goodbye, Armeo. Renekton is chopping down the trees. And now we got to see if Cassante can get anything back as they try to have Castle get involved, but it ain't going to be enough. He's down to 100 HP, and Thanatos still has that dominance ready to go. Castle jumps back over the wall, but the flash into the Ruthless Predator comes out from Thanatos. He went too far, and Tactical takes him out with a lightning crash, as JoJo may also now be overextended. Cloud9 getting a little goofy with it, as Blabber's about to drop here too. IMT! A double kill over the Mask!
Man, Thanatos killed himself, but more importantly, he killed his teammates too, because they were staying around, see if they could actually support him. He flashes forward there, loses track of the fact that Tactical still had his cleanse. He's able to cleanse quickly out, survive there. The peel comes in from Olay. They get the one kill. JoJo had walked back over to try to see if he could actually help Thanatos out. He dies as well, so it's a couple kills going back to Immortals. That is really big for them. They need to get some momentum in this game, and that gave them a little bit of it.
That was absolutely massive for Immortals, and it didn't start off good for them. Cloud9 had a great fight here at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. The fight starts off pretty well. They push back Armeo. It looks like they're going to get this freebie onto Armeo, and then when JoJo scoops in Tactical, I thought Tactical might just die instantly, but there was some really good healing actually coming through from Castle. He stunned up multiple members. He's able to kite out on the side, really low health bars, and then Thanatos just gets kind of baited in. Slice, flash, stuns him up, but the cleanse is there. Olay peels, and now JoJo, who had been hanging around trying to see if he could actually help him, he gets pulled in. Then the rest of them are like, okay, well, we got to help JoJo. So Blabber looks for the W flash, whiffs on that. Everything kind of falls apart from Cloud9. There was no need for Thanatos to chase. They had free grubs. They had 6 grubs there. They got the first 3, and Reaver just kind of laughing at it because it wasn't even a good play to attempt, and they failed on the execution.
Yeah, you could see the frustration on Thanatos' face. Reaper obviously
He knows it.
just amused by it because it's like, what in the hell? What the hell, buddy? Right? That's just not one of those plays that ends up making a whole lot of sense. Zeri diff, huge. Again, Tactical is such an important piece of the puzzle for Immortals whenever these guys can find what works for them in-game. He's always a huge element for that. Also, Mask getting 2 of those kills for Immortals is huge. This is the guy who C9 put so many resources into setting behind, and now he's back in the game.
Exactly. He's actually up a tiny bit of gold. Like, who cares about the gold lead, but they're going to see if they can find a dive on a Thanatos.
Yeah, Thanatos down to 40%, staying alive for now. Dominus doing a good job keeping him there. He's still just trying to get a little bit more burst back on these guys. Thanatos makes it a 2-for-1 Immortals. What in the hell was that dive?
Yeah, they weren't able to pull it off. Didn't have the damage to do it. And Castle on the other side might get taken down.
Yeah, Castle trying to survive his own 1v3. Gets away for now. C9 trying to make sure they don't get juggled around by the third hit of the Intofo strikes, and JoJo's taking the kill. C9 get their dive cleanly, and now they're going to pick up a lot of extra money here with the plates.
I kind of want to see that one again, because I'm curious if Berserker didn't have his ult until he used it, because the ult came out from Berserker, but it was right after Castle died, or excuse me, after Thanatos died. And, you know, had that come out a little bit earlier, maybe he could have actually survived it, because that got really messy for Immortals on the top side. But let's see it one more time. All right. So, you know, is the Senna ult up? It shows the Senna ult's up. So if this is right, this is just such a late ult from Berserker. Because if this actually comes through, you could potentially kill Armeo as he's going back in. The shielding could have actually saved him. Like, now it comes out, that is really late.
Yeah.
So definitely a big whiff from Berserker, assuming the cooldowns are actually shown right.
Yeah.
That was something that could have actually been turned around potentially. You know, if you throw that up and you actually hit Armeo, who was tanking the tower, he would have died to it. Potentially you give, you know, Triumph or whatever over, you give that shield over. Maybe that's enough for him to actually survive that and even have a 1v3.
Yeah, then it's just absolute nightmare material. And you can see once again the frustration on the face of Immortals as they realize that this play is just not what they need it to be. Dives like that, you feel like it should be a guaranteed thing. If you're sending those three guys up there, you're making the call, go for that dive. That should be a clean execution, and it just wasn't.
I think one of the things that kind of went wrong there is, I mean, this is a Leandri's Maokai, so he does some damage, but Armeo was the one holding aggro instead of just having it be Olay, and Armeo pulled aggro and then just stood on the very edge, so he wasn't contributing any damage whatsoever. And so it was just up to Mask and Olay to try to get that kill, and they weren't really able to do it fast enough. You know, had Olay maybe just picked up aggro, goes in, uses his spells, then just walks straight out with Armeo and Mask hitting the whole time, I think that could have looked a lot better. But, I mean, that's a full HP Renekton with ult, so he is pretty tanky. You can't kill him quick.
Well, at least for Immortals, there's a little bit of light shining in the darkness here. Got themselves the Rift Herald this time around. As the engage from Vulcan underneath the turret locks up Olay, who has to flash out to survive. Still got about 350 HP left as Castle goes all out, and Vulcan gets taken down. It's Tactical responsible for the kill. Nicely played there from Castle to punish C9.
Yeah, that was nice from Castle. Didn't even need the all out. Just actually scoops him back with the Q3, hits him with the Pathmaker, pulls him right into the tower, sets him up for another kill there. As Cloud9 were trying to get aggressive, trying to see if they could actually get some kills and just bully down that tower. Weren't able to do it. Tactical now 2-0-2. He is getting very strong, and this is one of those games where you start to look, and yeah, Cloud9 are ahead, but you start to know there is that opportunity, if Tactical has the right fight, for a Zeri to take over a game like this.
There could always be a Zeri moment. Tactical has the whole team on his shoulders right now. We'll see what he can do, as Mask could be in danger. Vulcan immediately singling him out here with the depth charge. The flash from the Jace gets him away, but now Olay's here on the front line continuing to fight. JoJo providing the majority of the damage here for C9. Nice Shurima shuffle with the Dawning Shadow coming in to guarantee the kill onto the enemy mid laner as Armeo dies next, and Olay's gonna be joining him down to 100 HP, and he finally falls. JoJo at least gonna be traded as Tactical swoops in and goes for the lightning crash. He finds a killing spree taking out Thanatos, and now it's him and Castle looking at 2v3 the rest of C9. Blabber gets away back underneath the tier 1 turret, and the fight finally settles.
Yeah, not going to be able to chase down the rest of those kills. And Tactical did have to actually commit his flash to get that R flash in and make sure he was able to get the kill. Does get tags. They might know that he's there, but it looks like Immortals are considering trying to go back in for this.
Yeah, they want to see if they can get something else on a Berserker, but it just ain't going to happen. The Senna has enough range to stay very, very safe in these types of situations. C9 still up 2,500 gold, but Immortals are doing a much better job this game of scrapping and fighting back.
Yeah, absolutely they are. And I think they're capitalizing on a lot of the mistakes from Cloud9 also. You know, this time I think the initial start was good from Cloud9, but Immortals are willing to scrap. Immortals are not just going to abandon their members this time around. The early trap was laid from Vulcan, throws out the ulti, forces the flash, and then it's just a turn on Olay, because Olay has no flash from that earlier play where they bullied him off the mid lane tier 1, so they want to try to commit to this. Then as JoJo goes in, you think this is going to be a Cloud9 dominated fight, but Zeri is running the whole way down the river. Castle arrives as well. JoJo was already low before the fight even started, so Castle's able to come in and get that quick kill. Then as Zeri arrives, he just flashes in with the R, tries to get the kill, is able to do so, couldn't chase down for more, and Jojo will be able to get out of the reach of this, so he's going to survive. But they do get the top lane tier 1 and potentially could get a charge on the tier 2. It's just going to instead be repositioned here by our Mayo.
Bye-bye,
He's going to send it down towards mid lane. He's not going on a road trip. And if he gets to mid lane, that's another gank.
This is like driving out in Ohio. You don't even need a parking spot. You just like drive the thing into the ditch. It's fine.
Yeah, park over by the trees over
there.
there.
Yeah, just drive her into the ditch. It's all right. All right, now Shelly's going back on the road. She's trying to get to her actual destination. What the hell? Oh, that was fun. I love driving the Rift Herald, man. It's one of the goofiest additions to League of Legends.
Are you a good Rift Herald driver?
No, I'm terrible at it. That's one of the reasons why it's fun.
You would think you'd be good at it. It's literally Skarnery, basically. Come on, bro.
Well, new Skarner's only been out for a couple of months, right? I got a decade on the previous Skarner. Previous Skarner didn't have his license.
That's true.
Okay,
yeah.
Previous Skarner, it's kind of hard to drive when you got big old claws. 10 and 2 don't really work. But let's see if Immortals can make this bottom lane push work as they are going in for that tier 1. Should just be able to knock it down. No contest. Immortals, honestly, I'm impressed. Compared to game number 1, they have been doing a lot better of a job. I think Cloud9 has also been playing more sloppily compared to game number 1. It has been opening up more avenues for Immortals to try to punish. Tactical still 3-0-2 on this Zeri. Deathless. This guy is the sauce. This guy is the secret ingredient.
And he's got 2 items now. Those are both completed, so he's in a really good spot. And yeah, I mean, compared to game 1, this is way more competitive, but also compared to game 2, let's think back to the start of this game, how bad it looked for Mass. Like, this game I thought was going to be just as bad as game 1. It was just as one-sided as game 1. But Cloud9 made some mistakes. Immortals were in better positions to punish and weren't allowing Cloud9 to just kind of get away with it, you know? They were taking these fights, taking these scraps, and they were able to really do a good job in those to keep things pretty close. It is still a 3,000 gold lead for Cloud9. It is still a Dragon advantage for them, so they're definitely feeling pretty good overall, and you have a Zir Senna, right? So let's be honest, they still are in a good spot. You got 3 meatballs, you got a Zir Senna scaling up. They're in a good spot, but Immortals are going to have a chance.
C9 still have not knocked down this tier 1 turret from Immortals. Might be trying to hard force that right now. Thanatos and Castle both going to run into one another off the side here. Thanatos needs to disengage because he knows that Immortals would be able to collapse on that 1v1 faster. The Maokai ulti forces C9 back. Immortals still hold the tier 1 for the time being. But again, the range, the power, the poke of Azir and Senna together is going to make this difficult to defend. One, if that gets much lower, it's just so easy for C9 to hard force and still take the fight. Nice engage immediately there onto Ole. Bursts him down to about 1/4 HP. Dawning Shadow to try to get the last little bit of damage, but it ain't quite going to be enough. Immortals with very low health on Ole. Significant injuries on both Armeo and Castle.
He's got Warmogs though, so he's just going to heal it right back up. You know, does soak up a lot of that damage. Has enough resistances, you know, from the W. He stays alive and is going to be able to just heal right back up to full. So Immortals, fight tooth and nail, they're going to be able to actually defend the tier 1 mid that I thought Cloud9 would have been able to grab, you know, given the situation, but they're doing a pretty good job with it of just not allowing Cloud9 to get, you know, an insurmountable lead.
And I mean, one of the arguments against Warmogs as an item historically, and one of the reasons why it hasn't been S tier is like, yeah, you get health, but that's all you get. Health is the only thing. But for a champion like Leona, with those built-in resistances like you're talking about with the Eclipse, yeah, it's just so much value. Any champion that takes Aftershock or has something built in like that, you just end up maximizing the usefulness of that stat pool that you're getting with the Warmogs. And plus, the bonus move speed that's a part of it now too, really feels good for a support-type champion, whether you are a hard support or whether you're just a supportive-type jungler, to move around the map, clear wards, and set up for the plays.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll say, though, Immortals have got to find a way to be more effective with their engages. These Maokai ults through 2 games have just felt so useless. You know, they need to be able to make sure they're in a position to capitalize on them and kind of create chaos when you throw it out. Mayo might just have to flash. He is really low, does survive, but it's one of those situations where Cloud9 now are just going to try to push up here. Castle is coming over, but the tower's gone.
Yeah, but now Ole is going to get locked up. The Sun Disc has been summoned. The turret now belongs to C9, and JoJo's too far forward. Castle goes in, and Mask is going to grab the kill. IMT gets the first kill of the fight, and Castle is still fighting. He'll be traded back. It's a 1-for-1. Immortals doing a good job there to punish JoJo.
Yeah, really nice flash from Tactile. That was actually a weird flash angle that he had to go for because he basically had to go diagonally down to get over the wall and over the Azir ult that JoJo was looking for. Had JoJo caught him there, I think it's a pretty easily won fight from Cloud9. They can push more forward, but as a result, Tactile does survive, is able to help push them back. And it's really only the spawned Azir turret that kind of dissuaded Immortals from chasing in more. We can watch it one more time. This tower is getting low. Armeo's low, so they want to actually push up for it. They look for Olay. And now eyes on Jojo as he goes forward. This angle on to Tactical. This is what I'm talking about, a bit of an awkward flash. So he had to E through the wall part way, then flash out of the E to actually get over. Because if he tried to allow the E to complete, he would have got scooped out of it and thrown back into the team. And then your flash is not going to create enough distance. So I think very well played there by Tactical. Really quick reactions from him is the trade of flashes, but Jojo dies and he stays alive.
I mean, the thing about Tactical, the narrative around this guy for as long as he's been a pro, is that his consistency has always been the main concern, right? Yep. He's had some really bad games, but he's had some really good games. And when this guy has the switch flipped, it's really fun to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of the old memes about the 80 carry tier list, right? And it's like, number 1, Tactical on a good day. Number 11, Tactical on a bad day. Right. You know, it's like, so that's kind of the thing that he has been fighting against. And, you know, we'll see if they're going to be able to make this one happen. If he can carry from this position, it would be a really big win against Cloud9. Even if they don't win the series, just to get one back would be big. Yeah. To make yourselves believe, hey, we can do this more than just in scrims. We can do this on stage. We can take down the big dogs. And Mask is starting to hurt. As we saw, that shot blast on the Berserker was about 70% of his health as Armeo has to flash.
Armeo having a flash there. This Maokai is not tanky, man. Like, he's got Leandries. No. He's working on his own Warmogs, but this guy will melt. He is paper if Cloud9 gets a couple of seconds of free-firing time on him. Top river, we've got the Scuttle Crab secured by the side of C9 as Immortals still just trying to stay around, trying to stay in range and be relevant as Armeo tries to escape now. Blabber wanting to lock him down. You pick off the enemy jungler, you're going to be in a great spot to force a Baron play after, but it ain't going to happen. Armeo stays safe, stays alive, as Berserker and the rest of C9 now going to file out of this topside river. They already used the Sejuani ulti to try to go in for the big engage there. So just going to back up here a little bit until that's ready to go again, but keep your eyes on Vulcan. Still plenty of engage potential here on the Nautilus as well, as Jojo jumps back over the wall here trying to disengage. Olay leading the charge. Jojo going to be killed at the very start. Mask taking him out as Armeo's down to 300 HP and he's got to stay on the back end of the fight as Olay's here in the front tanking it up, but he is going to die. 1-for-1 trade so far. Nice dredge line coming out from Vulcan. Tactical's locked up. Tactical's beat down. C9 might have got caught a little bit at the start, but they end up walking away with the dub. It's a 3-for-1 and Baron's the next move.
It's the monster hook from Vulcan that makes all the difference. Had the patience there. They already baited out the E from Zeri. He dashed back, thinking that they were going to go in, but Vulcan held the hook, hits it onto him, and he has no flash from that previous play in mid lane, so they're able to get the kill on Azeri, and with that, there was no way Immortals could actually take the fight, so great hook, great play there from C9, but you like to see Immortals still staying aggressive, trying to look for these fights.
Yeah, I like the fact that they wanted to go in and say, hey, let's see if we can pick off Jojo here. The fight starts off good for that. But man, oh man, Baron now 26 minutes in. At least Mask manages to grab that Drake, so it's not like C9's going to be able to immediately transition that into Soul Point now too. But here's another look at how it started with Olay going in for Jojo.
Yeah, the Zenith play connects, but it actually gets buffered over the wall, so Jojo pulls him back, and I was thinking from here they wouldn't be able to finish him off. But Mask just gets in range for the hammer form, goes to the skies, gets over the wall, finishes him off, and this is where you're thinking, all right, it's all up to Tactical. But someone needs to be standing in front of him. Yes, he did make a mistake there and actually getting a little bit too far forward and getting hooked, but Castle should be blocking from that spot, because if the hook gets blocked there from Castle, there is potential for Zeri to take it over, right? And you just have to realize that in those spots, it's all about Zeri. You don't matter anymore. You are just a wall between Zeri and the other team. You got to give your life for the cause there. And, you know, I'm not going to say that that's just on Castle or anything like that. You know, Tactical did make a mistake, but you got to be playing frontline for him.
Castle now also being forced out of the Immortals jungle. C9 with total control over the Rift, and they are just going to start picking up so much extra gold here, taking down these turrets. Mid lane tier 3 under pressure as Jojo's got that enchanted cannon minion to try to just take this down. It'll continue applying that chip damage as Mask finally gets an opportunity to step forward, try to get rid of it. C9, the rest of their forces mustered up around this bottom lane now, as that tier 3 is going to be your next target. C9 with a 5-man push. Jojo's at only about half HP, something they got to be cognizant of. Solar Flare goes in. Ole wants to find the engage, but the Dawning Shadow immediately forces him right back out. He has to flash away. Castle looks for the flank. He wants to try to collapse, but Immortals is not in any shape to follow it up, so Castle just has to rethink that. He has to reassess his position. Get right back into those defensive lines, because C9 is forcing their way into the Immortals base. Tier 3 turret is down. Inhibitor, the target. Doesn't look like IMT is going to be able to stop it here. Yeah, Ole still has his Warmogs, but it didn't heal him up fast enough. Now he's finally coming back out of the base, finally looking to try to stop these guys, but C9 already got what they came for.
Yeah, at the very least, they were able to force out that Seekers, but it's a good buy from JoJo. He kind of knows he's one of the only people that are in a position to actually get taken down that could be potentially vulnerable there. So has the Seekers, times it well, is able to immune most of that damage. The follow-up couldn't come through. Luckily for Ole, he did get out, did survive. Is Vulcan just going to TP back out on the map? So is JoJo. Playing with these extra TPs has been paying dividends for Cloud9 in both games, and that's always a frustrating circumstance when you force out the Seekers and then you see them back out on the map. He's got the full Zonias, so it basically accomplished nothing, right? You spent your flash, you spent almost the game there to be able to force that out with the hope that you could actually kill him next time. Well, he's got it going once again, and he has the flash now, so JoJo completely safe, and Immortals will have to try to find some other way to make something happen, but it really has to come off the back of like consecutive shot blasts. You've got to land a lot of poke to have any chance of winning a fight.
Yeah, and right now Armeo just gonna get caught out, blown up again, just barely survives. I don't know if C9 thought they had a little bit more damage, but fortunately for Immortals and for Armeo specifically, he can get away. This has been a very rough series from him so far. You talked about the accuracy of the ultis, but I just feel like he hasn't had the kind of presence and pressure that he needs to have if Immortals want to really challenge a team like C9. You mentioned earlier in the series how most people have C9 ranked very high in the power rankings. Most people have Immortals probably bottom 2. So you know you're having to really fight above your weight class in this one, so everybody needs to be on their A.
It is a small little victory. They forced out the Zonias there with the Q3 from Castle. He went forward with trying to flick back JoJo, so they got that out. That's something small, but yeah, it is going to be really, really tough for sure. And I think Armeo, it's tough, like this matchup against Blabber. I know that they did beat them in spring, but I've always kind of felt like he plays a very similar playstyle to Blabber, but Blabber just kind of does it better. You know, they both like to be farm heavy. They both want to be really efficient with their ganks. They're trying to do that style, but it's like both times Blabber's going for the farm, but he's finding those better gank angles. He's finding the better opportunities to really impact the lanes, and that has been kind of the difference between them in this series so far.
Right, the early plays that we were looking at with the mask ganks. I mean, we were poking a little bit of fun at it, but it's kind of the truth of how this has gone, right? Like Blabber finding more efficacy in the way that he involves himself with the lanes, involves himself with the early game, while still maintaining that incredibly high tempo with his camps.
Well, and that's the thing with jungle. Like, you know, yeah, we were joking about it, but the reality is 1 second difference can be, you know, the difference in an entire series, because you know, you show up that 1 second earlier, all of a sudden you're the one making the proactive play, you're making the gank happen, you're getting the first blood. You show up that 1 second late, a couple seconds later, it can be really, really tough to make anything happen. You just look silly, right? You know, your mid laner's already dead or too low and you can't fight. It's tough, so you have to be really on time with the jungle pathing. You know, make sure that your camp clear is efficient as possible. Make sure you're finding those good angles. Sarmeo, you're gonna have to flash the wall here. This is an awkward spot.
They are just chaining him up here with this crowd control. Dawning Shadow, not quite on the mark. Armeo can walk out of the way of that one in time. But again, he's down to practically no health. He does have the Warmogs. JoJo in danger, gets himself back away here with the shield. Him and Castle both almost dead. Immortals very thankful that Dawning Shadow already got used there in the top side. Otherwise, that would have been a very dead Castle. JoJo down to 100 HP as Tactical clears out the Sun Disc. Cloud9, yes, they're not going to get a whole lot out of that push, but the Dragon is live, and you can see the pings coming out.
Yep, going to be moving over. This will put them to Soul Point. It is a bit of a slow Dragon stacking game because both teams did take 2, so yeah, Cloud9 will still need 1 more to grab the Soul after this. Immortals, you know, hanging on just barely. We can see Tactical does have 3 items. They're working towards his 4th. Will they be able to find anything here? Doesn't look like it.
Tactical might have 3 items, but Berserker is almost at 3 items. Well, I guess technically he's at 3 because you have the support item, but he's got 142 souls.
Yeah.
That's...
The range is pretty problematic at this point, for sure.
Pretty balanced. Yeah, that's...
Jace goes for a shock blast, you just auto-attack him.
Yep, just shoot him right back. Trading those bullets, nothing to
Wait a
it.
second.
And it's lethality too. So this guy is just doing so much damage whoever he hits. Finally, you can see Armeo does have a little bit of armor here thanks to the fact that he picks up the locket. But his first 2 items are nothing but health. And he has phase rush. So there's not even an aftershock there like we were talking about earlier, being able to help the Warmogs. IMT pushed up here in the mid lane. C9 ready to respond to him. Armeo's going to walk over top of the Scuttle Crab vision. Keep your eyes on Blabber. Usually that's how they're choosing to engage. Although Vulcan can manage to find a flanked angle.
They don't want to deal with the supers in bot. This is a tough spot, though. This is betting your game on it.
Immortals making the call. Castle already down to half HP. Berserker doing a good job here with the poke. The meatballs protecting the president. Berserker popping a cleanse, getting himself back away from that solar flare. Ole here on the front line trying to flash out now too, but he's being hunted down. He's being shot to pieces, and it's JoJo pulling the trigger as our Mayo tries to escape off to the side, but they're locking down everybody on IMT. Tactical goes for the lightning crash, but Castle's about to die here anyway. Tactical drops to JoJo. Cloud9's gonna clean them all up. Everybody on Immortals side ain't going nowhere except the Morgue, baby. Thanatos teleporting into the enemy base. It's a 5-0, a clean ace to end the game and end this series.
Vulcan survives, JoJo survives, Cloud9 are gonna take it.
A much cleaner, a much better game 2 for Immortals, but still not enough. JoJo gonna go up to 100 career wins now. C9 are not gonna repeat their spring results against Immortals here in summer. They are gonna smack them 2-0. Ole coming back to life. Thanatos is gonna die to the fountain laser. And at this point, that's the only way Immortals are getting kills. 19-10. C9 takes the series 2-0.
Nicely done by Cloud9. The second game, a lot more competitive. They got a little bit loose with it in the mid game. Made a few mistakes. Immortals were able to capitalize on it. And Tactical was able to get himself into a position where he had a chance to potentially carry this game. But Cloud9, in the later fights, really calm, cool, and collected. And it was very difficult for Immortals to ever find that key target to engage on. The only person they could ever find was JoJo, but he's ready with the flash, he's ready with the zonies, he's ready with the seekers, and they couldn't get those kills. So Cloud9 scale it up, grind it out, are able to take the 2-0 sweep.
And honestly, yeah, there was a lot of wacky stuff from C9 throughout the mid game, but that early game, back to level 1 with Berserker hanging around mid for extra time to punish what they correctly read as Jace level 1 aggro into the Azir matchup, then following it up again with Blabber just having those superior timings on the ganks. C9's early game, particularly around the mid lane, was awesome, really well coordinated, and I think that's what C9 fans want to see more of. But now with the series all wrapped up, we're going to join Kangas and Cloud9, the whole team, for an interview.
Hello, everybody. We're here with JoJo. Congratulations, 100th LCS win. Did you know that?
I did not know that. That's kind of crazy.
That's crazy. Against Immortals of all teams. You had a 0% win rate against them in spring. What's different now compared to back then?
We had a 0% win rate?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I think we just got better overall as a whole team. I feel like everywhere kind of just got better. Mid-game, our macro is much better in our team fighting. I think we're much more clean with what we want to do in the game. So, yeah.
Fair enough. Now, I noticed in game 1, a little bit of all chat towards Mask, one of the nicest players that we have in the league. And then game 2, that was just rude, how much help you had in the early laning phase. What do you have against Mask, man?
I mean, honestly, I have nothing against Mask. Just in game, it was kind of crazy. He had no words, and he was just, like, humping me. So we had to kill him. This game, we kind of planned it out. We had a strat that he would fight aggressive level 1, so Berserker will just come and, like, mess him up. So it kind of worked.
All right, fair enough. Is there any other reason why you might be all chatting a little bit more? I know Yappa's been yapping lately. You don't match up against him until the second to last week of the summer split. Are you warming up for that?
Just warming up versus TL, yeah. Just a warm-up.
All right, wait, where are your teammates? Vulcan, real quick. Who's a better all chatter, JoJo or APA?
JoJo. I have to back my teammate, probably.
I mean, low-key, he kind of, like, stole my whole flow. Like, But it's good that someone else is doing it, not just me. Also spices up the league. I've been doing it less now because I'm just trying to we're just trying to improve as much as possible. So I have other priorities, but once we verse TL, it's gonna be good.
Also, I want to say sorry, but I feel like APA really forces it. Like you can feel when he talks, it's like he's really trying hard to push that narrative. When JoJo, he's just a bit cringe, you know. He's just like that, a bit annoying. He's just an annoying kid. So
yeah, you gotta be more casual about it. Where's your all chat though? You used to have some spice.
I'm just a humble king. I'm just playing the game, competing. Yeah.
Humble king, of course. Does that mean that you're also getting ramped up for that match, though? Because Team Liquid seem like the team to beat, and Cloud9 already undefeated right now in best of threes. It seems like you're in good form.
I'm ramping up for Spotify next week. You know, one game at a time.
We're getting too cocky right now. We have Spotify not Spotify, Shopify. We have Shopify next week. We have Shopify next week. We can't worry about FlyQuest and TL right now. I mean, honestly, I think FlyQuest is playing better in scrims. I think by far they're the best team in scrims. But on stage, TL still looks pretty solid, so we'll just see in the last 2 weeks.
All right, cool. Now, there's a big shakeup with Cloud9, new player, new coach coming in. So let's swap the questions. Thanatos, what's it like playing with a new top laner?
I'm surprised. His English is pretty good already because he lived in Korea his whole life. He took English lessons and he's already learning so fast. Also, I think his laning is really good and he almost wins all his matchups. Even today, he was up 20 CS the last game in 10 minutes and just taking plays. So it's pretty nice playing with him. He's very like non-emotional in game. He's like he'll just make the best play. So that's pretty important to have.
What was his reaction when he saw the Lee Sin locked in? Did either of you hear him?
I don't think he said anything. He's like, oh, it's Lee Sin, that's it. Yeah, I think he's used to it. He doesn't really care.
All right, quick thoughts on Reaper as the new coach.
Yeah, I think he's super good. He has a good way of like when there's a complicated conversation that we can get really deep into it. Sometimes, players will go back and forth and keep going for a while. He's really good at like finding a concept that applies to this situation and find a way to like make us be able to apply it for the next game, which I think is the most important in league. Obviously, you won't have the same exact situation again. So try to find one way you can look at it, like a good perspective, a way to see it, and then get on the same page, the most important. So I think he's really good at that.
Yeah, find that unifying thread through those. But that's it. Congratulations, guys. 100th LCS win. That's awesome, JoJo.
Great, I know, that's crazy. Great accomplishment.
Absolutely. And LCS, we'll be right back after this.
Look at me, 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 guys, look at me. And we have to fight, guys. Coming up. I'm ulting. Zero, no flash. They're all low. Look, Jace, no flash. There's a flash. Slowly on Leona. Just hit front first. No flash. Zero R. He's done. Kill Kazande. Go back. Bottom.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I see you dancing with the new. We've been listening to this for a little bit. Watch me, baby, yeah, follow me.
I'm trying. Like I'm getting some interruptions out here, but I've got Vulcan for a solo interview. Yeah, no problem. So for the solo interview, I just wanted to hear more about your perspective because we haven't gotten a chance to hear about, just your off season, your personal goals coming into the split. What has kind of just been a goal that you've been trying to aim for coming into the split?
Probably the biggest thing is being more consistent and more reliable for my team. Because I feel like the past two splits, I was kind of up and down with my individual performance, and that's the first thing that you can do to help your team is, make sure that you're playing at the best that you can. So biggest goal for me is trying to be more stable, more consistent. Yeah.
What has been some of the differences you've seen from Summer Split this spring? I know you've had the boot camp in Korea, but then also just a bit of scrimming with your team. So any differences? He mentioned Reaper, but anything that you've seen yourself?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of yappers on the team. So sometimes in comms, especially on stage, it'll get pretty hectic. And then it's hard to focus on your own screen and the gameplay that's happening if you're constantly like hearing rah, 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 the whole game, right? Yeah. So we've been trying to like tell people, Reaper has been telling people to like cut out the useless comms, just focus on yourself. If someone doesn't do what you think they should do, instead of like yapping about it during the game, just adapt to what you see on the screen. Like you keep saying, like just adapt to what you see on the screen. Which is kind of dumb, but at the same time, it was like a good way for us to like focus on our own play. That sounds stupid, but anyway, yeah. So I think that's the biggest thing.
All right, thanks a lot. I mean, I appreciate that. That's double interview for you, so you're already turning out to be the content king for Cloud9. Thanks again, and congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
All right, sending it back to you guys. We've got Dignitas versus 100 Thieves coming after this.
Welcome back to the LCS, and as we get ready for our next series, you guys need to know, this is very important, next week we are Thursday, Friday.
Thursday, Friday!
Thursday, Friday!
So today is Saturday. Next week, it's going to be Thursday, Friday.
Look at the screen.
Yes.
Look down there, in red. Thursday, Friday.
And interestingly enough, those are the games that are on the Thursday and the Friday.
Wow.
Really?
But if you don't watch on Thursday and Friday, you're going to miss it.
That's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, I'll remember that.
Thursday, Friday.
I don't want to miss those games. All right, this is my job.
Dignitas 100 Thieves.
If you miss those games, we have a problem.
Yeah.
Dignitas 100 Thieves, you can see the players going through ready checks right now. We're going to be into game shortly. But 100 Thieves was rather good last week, actually.
Yeah.
I know I did not predict them to win the game, but they definitely won it by a lot. And this is just like a fun graphic. Teams ranked by their maximum gold lead in week 1. Dignitas really could be in first place. That was the game 1 game they had against C9 before losing the next 2. But both these teams did show some high highs in week 1.
Yeah, they did. The 100 Thieves in particular, the one we wanted to focus on is like, that was just a stomp as you had mentioned. I loved how it showcased just the one game, but overall, like, they really showcased that they had the consistency from the regular season. Because the reason I had to hold that delay was because I was like, damn, the playoffs was their really big poor point. But during the regular season, that was when people were really surprised by their performance and how they were showing up on stage, nodding scrims, but at least they're starting out strong here.
Yeah, and I think the big thing in those playoff performances is that they did try out compositions that didn't necessarily click as well as the things they had tried in regular season.
True.
And in the series against NRG, we saw them be super flexible again, especially around their solo lanes, and especially around Quid, right?
Yes.
We're talking about Quid.
Yeah.
We called out his Aatrox mid from Spring. Here we saw him bring out the Ezreal AD mid as another option. Then they flexed Talia into the jungle for River. And here is Jensen versus Quid in 2024. They have a lot of champion similarities, but Quid has played a lot different champions as well.
Yeah, just different strengths here from what I've seen. People a lot of times look this as a negative when you see someone with like just a more focused champion pool, but that has just been Jensen. He's been a great control mage player, and I personally think that is where the meta is actually heading towards. We've already seen Azir played. Corki's been a real demon, so I think this is actually right down the wheelhouse of Jensen. But with Quid, I mean, that's been the problem with 100 Thieves. Drafting versus 100 Thieves is like, what are they willing to play? They'll play anything.
Yeah, mid-jungle especially, River will pull out some weird picks. He played Shaco last year. He played Zyra, the only player to play Zyra in week 1 that was super effective. I'm actually really surprised that Quid hasn't played Corki, just because that's just the most vanilla thing you can play in the mid lane, but him not going in that direction was surprising. What else do you think about this series, Raz?
So I think it's going to be more of a point around the meta. Only because we've seen the Ezreal mid on first game, second game was Tristana, and overall I think that we're just seeing a lot more AD carries being played through the mid lane. I want to see if we've seen, like actually a point that you wanted to make was just like what we've seen globally around AD carries mid. You saw the Kai'Sa, right?
Yeah, there was a Kai'Sa in LEC that went the kind of AP hybrid build, but we also saw it lost, but another Ezreal mid. I think the big thing is that it opens up AP carries in the jungle, which is, again, we talked about River flexing the Talia. We've seen Talia taken off the table in our first series because she is so flexible. I know, Raz, you'd pointed out at the top of the day, you were looking to see her flexed mid-jungle, potentially even bot, which we did see in LCK. So we'll see if 100 Thieves are willing to be that flexible.
Time for predictions. 100 Thieves versus Dig. Okay.
Oh!
Okay.
Bit of a Dig believer here.
They were good last week.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You need to convince all of us and Discord.
Apparently. So one thing about today is nobody predicted 2-0 for any series.
Yeah.
Including Discord, which is pretty interesting. I just think that the strength of schedule mismatch makes the week 1 data really difficult to try and actually decipher. And I would say that Sven looked quite good as an AD carry. I think the team had generally strong macro throughout the game. And I do think that they're a steady team, and I want to see that go up against the chaos and aggression of 100 Thieves.
Completely, I would agree with that. I think from 100 Thieves,
man, the drafting has been really a strong point for that team. A lot of credit to both Spooks and Grayson Gilmer on that one, Golden Glue. That team has been really smart how they handle it, and on top of that, the players themselves really are bought in on the pace of play that they have as a squad. So a really fast-paced team. Their team fights have been great. I want to see that consistency from them going further. But Dignitas is just an anomaly. I need to see more data on them.
And we're about to. That's
you.
the good thing. Emily also caught up with both coaches ahead of today's series.
Hello, I am joined by Dignitas coach Mayberry and 100 Thieves coach Golden Glue before their match. Mayberry, I'm going to start with you just because people might not know your kind of connections through TSM to some of this team. So how is the team just generally coming together, and what is it like working with these guys?
It's really fun, but at the same time, it's a lot of work. I mean, I've worked with Spica since TSM. I kind of know how he works, and we have a lot of strong personalities who have a lot of opinions about how they want to play the game. So we've definitely been working on that and trying to get everyone on the same page in scrims.
From week 1 to week 2, because I know you guys had a little bit less practice together as a roster, what improvements have been made in the week of scrims?
I would say our priority on a lot of the early game objectives, getting on the same page about when we should be playing for Dragon or Grubs, and then getting more into mid-game scenarios as well and how we should be playing around waves.
Okay. And then for you, Golden Glue, you guys kind of picked up right where you left off in terms of regular season, coming in, had an absolute dominating performance. So what did you work on in the offseason to kind of keep that natural synergy that your team already had?
Yeah, well, we went to Korea to boot camp for a month, so we got a kind of a head start, I feel like, on the other teams, and we had a lot of stuff to work on, especially with all the lane swaps that was happening. They're not happening as much anymore, but we're kind of just working on, honestly, every aspect of the macro and the mid game, and it was really satisfying to see that all that work paid off in our first LCS match. So hopefully we continue with that today.
One rumor previously about your team is that you're doing rough and scrims. One rumor about your team currently is that you're doing rough and scrims. So who is better in scrims right now?
It can't get much worse than us. So.
I think it's probably us, but yeah, historically we suck in scrims. We freaking suck in practice, but I do feel like, we do learn a lot. And if anything, the losses, we're making sure the enemy doesn't learn anything, and we're learning everything. So it's it's an upwards exponential trend for us.
We're definitely closing on and making every possible mistake. But if we get that all out, then we can only do the right plays, So.
Yeah.
Loses improve, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
All right, thank you so much. This is a fun time. Best of luck to you both in taking the stage today and hopefully bringing what you learned from scrims, but not necessarily scrim execution. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Emily, and we are getting ready for the second best of 3 of the day, and I get to be on the cast now. It's my voice, it's Kangas, and I got Jet and Kobe with me. Jet, this is our first time casting together. Were you aware?
I am not aware of that.
Yeah.
But
you've
there's a
dodged me
first
every
time for
time.
everything,
I'm
man.
glad I could be here for you guys' first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How many times you cast with Kobe?
Only once, I believe. Usually put me with Azale, and I
Twice.
think that was. Oh well, okay.
I'm hurt.
That looks bad on me now. But they don't allow me and Azale on the same screen anymore.
Too much
'cause we'll
ball?
blind the audience. The lights are too bright, and it's a bad viewing experience. But we got 100 Thieves versus Dignitas taking to the Rift here. And Jed, I heard you talking during the lounge about how close this series is going to be, and I gotta say, I feel like both these teams are actually very close in power level. When I look at their performance from week 1, NRG did not put up that much of a fight, so 100 Thieves looked a little bit better, but Dignitas did put up a pretty massive fight. I'm expecting a close series. I also think it's going 3 games.
I would hope that we get 3 games. I just like League of Legends, and I want to see us play more of it, so every single day.
You weren't satisfied with the first 2 that we saw today?
No, I wasn't, actually. Those were not close games. I was so excited to see this Immortals team that it slammed Shopify pop off. And now I'm excited to see this 100 Thieves team that slammed in their 2-0 last week against Energy. And then this Dig team that, even though they're on a 2-game losing streak, had a very positive first impression. And also just the overall importance of who wins this series. Like, if Dignitas doesn't close this out and they start 0-2, they only have, a lot of people don't realize this, 5 more matches, right? So it's a huge percentage of their standings is dictated by each individual match.
That's the thing with best of threes. It's incredibly important here. Everyone carries so much weight because also your playoff seeding means a lot this time
Could be
around.
an entire best of 5 difference in that gauntlet run.
And actually, Dignitas, if it was just best of ones, they would be so happy because their first game, the first game against Cloud9 was great. People would be saying, "Oh my God, Sven is back. He's a god. He's king." You know, they trashed on Berserker, but. Unfortunately for Dignitas, it was a full best of 3, and Cloud9 is able to come back. So now they get another chance at it. Personally here, I'm super excited for especially the top lane matchup because this is a return of Licorice to the league against Sniper. Sniper never got to play against Licorice because of the explosion of Golden Guardians and Licorice missing out in spring. And so Sniper got to have this amazing rookie split in spring, but he never got to actually fight Licorice, who was one of the best, if not the best, performing top laner before leaving.
Sniper pulled Licorice out of retirement, confirmed.
Yeah.
Right? He saw what Sniper did to everybody else and was like, I gotta come back, man.
I'm coming back.
I know, we gotta teach him a lesson.
Potentially he did both, because if we remember why Licorice wasn't on a team, there was the contraction of the LCS, and also teams wanted to give new players like Sniper a chance. So in some ways, Sniper pushed him into and pulled him out of the same retirement.
I like it. We've got even like a symbiotic relationship.
Let's Sniper sweating is what I'm hearing here.
They finally fixed up the lobby though, so let's get right into draft. Skarner will be remaining on the ban list as is appropriate, I believe, and it makes it more exciting.
Card's looking good.
Yeah, so our top lane matchup that we're looking forward to won't be kind of ruined there by having Skarner in it.
And one thing I'm noting is 100 Thieves definitely have different draft prep to Cloud9 because in the series, Cloud9 was banning bot laners all 3 for the first rotation. They were heavily prioritizing Sven. 100 Thieves leaving a couple more options open for him. Maybe they're not as concerned. I don't know what the scrims are looking like behind the scenes, but either way, they're prioritizing the Senna comp.
And Senna makes so much sense for 100 Thieves specifically. They're a team that plays so heavily through their solo lanes, so having Senna as a safe, strong laning, but more supportive type of carry makes perfect sense for them. It's one of the reasons they prioritize it.
And this even actually started for me back at MSI, watching a lot of the teams incorporating Senna and building team comps around this champion. The most successful ones to me that are the ones that paired Senna with other super long range damage. We saw like the Senna Karthus early today and how much damage and pressure that can put on enemy carries that don't have shields or sustain for them. If you get hit by a Senna ultimate and an Ornn ultimate and a Karthus ultimate, you're out of the game already from multiple screens away. So we'll see as 100 Thieves are playing around with it. River has been one of the more fun ones, but there it is. Exactly as mentioned, we're going to get it again, the Senna and the Karthus, this long range artillery composition here.
I think that maybe 100 Thieves had a series of scrims against Cloud9 this week, especially if they ended up locking in the Yone right here. Senna, Karthus, Yone, exactly what C9 had in game 1.
I've got a Yone stat for you because LCK, and obviously everybody wants to be, like Genji and wants to be, one of the best teams in the world there with Chovy piloting the Yone.
Yeah.
But Yone has lost every single other game.
Oh no!
I bet him so.
Cloud9 is so good.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, Cloud9.
Wow.
Cloud9's able to make it work,
JoJo's won 100 LCS.
JoJo's like,
JoJo's
I'm
for
like
Spica.
I'm like Chovy, so yeah.
This is a big deal because this is what 100 Thieves were playing last week that everyone was so excited about. Their draft was so unique, the Ezreal mid, the Zyra jungle, and yes, the combo, we just saw this work for Cloud9, but you're into a Zyra, which also is able to just turbo clear through the jungle really fast.
I believe Spica mentioned on Pros last week that he has a 40% solo Q win rate on Jungle Zyra, but that's because that's the curve of learning, right? He started low, but he's clearly
He started below
enough.
40%.
He started 0.
Yeah,
really.
If you lose the first game, that's how it works.
Yeah, if you lost the first one. And it's been all uphill from there, baby.
Absolutely.
So we'll see about Spica's mastery curve with Zyra here, but this is the speed clear jungle, so this is going to be a fun one. We've been talking a lot about matching these turbo farming AP jungles against each other.
Also, I gotta say, yes, the Senna Karthus have that range. Yone has the combo with it, but Yone kind of scary to go into that Zyra range because if you're getting slowed by the Rylai's, all the plants just doing all that damage to you. Yes, the other two will help with that, but 100 Thieves, now their mid laner, specifically Quid, is going to be thinking this is a bit of a headache of a champion to deal with. You also got Leona locking you down in there too. So I like the pick overall, but I do wonder how it interacts with the Karthus in particular.
For sure, and we're going to dive in deep to the jungle matchups right at the start of the game because there's a lot of stuff I want to talk about. The last set of bans, though, with the Ornn and the Tahm Kench and Nautilus already being banned, those are all the most popular pairs with Senna, so 100 Thieves is going to have to go in a bit of a different direction. And then 100 Thieves with the 2 top lane bans are probably hoping to prevent Licorice from having a good, blind pick option, but he ends up going with the Cassante. And now, actually, as the blue side team, Sniper gets the counter pick.
This is following the trend from last summer. I mean, we talked about this at the top of the day. Licorice is constantly blind picking. Seems like the specialty for him as a player. And now the answer from Sniper is that Camille. Although I guess technically we could maybe see that Camille going to the bot lane. Less expected though, probably in the top. We'll see.
Oh, it's for sure. Match up into Cassante. Oh, never mind. No.
Well, no, it
could be either one.
It could be, but surely it's set a Scion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one where you put the root onto the minion and then you Scion shout the minion that has the root onto them. We've all been there.
G2 pulled it off 2 years ago.
That's one of those super fun bot lane duos to play where you get to actually make use of the creative, theoretical synergies between the champs and Scion's ability to move those minions.
And we could also be getting some sneaky lane swapping now that Scion's in the game as well, though. If they really wanted to do something strange in this game with the Karthus being able to fast clear and push people out of the jungle. This was a great draft. The most exciting thing to me about it is just the fact that we have not seemed to shift towards the Sejuani Maokai every game, and we actually have 2 teams that are willing to play the high damage, fast clearing AP junglers.
I'm super excited for this one. I mean, adding the Camille onto this, you have so much. We already mentioned the artillery aspect of the early picks of Senna and Karthus, but 100 Thieves have amazing split push here in Camille and in Yone, these melee solo laners that can dive right into the middle of it. Such a flexible look here. I really like how Analyst is kind of setting it up too, as 100 Thieves have been one of the really creative teams that we have had in the LCS. Big props to that coaching staff that did win coaching staff of the split. And they've got matching jackets up there now, too. I like
that synergy.
I like the style.
Does it count as matching t-shirts? They're not exactly the same.
They are, but they're way less impressive than the clean jackets.
I agree.
That's a good point. Well, 100 Thieves versus Dignitas ready to take to the stage here. I want to highlight, you said the split push, and I hope they lean into that because that's 2 more melee characters locked into that Zyra. If you're walking into all those plants, again, that is where Zyra is the strongest. She wants you to come into her. She doesn't want to have to be the one engaging onto you.
Yeah, and it totally makes sense because when you have this global Karthus ultimate and global Senna ultimate, you can enable your split pushers, Quid and Sniper, who are 2 of the most mechanically gifted players in the whole league, to do 2v1 outplays. And you don't even have to go over to them because you can just press your R button and help them out. If you do get to that Fed split push, kind of dream scenario there for 100 Thieves later on. But let's see how the early game goes because this is going to be a fun one with our Zyra matching up against the Karthus. Really going to put the speed clear to the test.
Game 1 in, and okay, I'm seeing something about me on there. Okay,
good,
sweet.
Chad.
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the support. But, Jad, this is your moment because you said you wanted to talk about the jungle matchup early on in the game. Now's your window.
Thank you.
It looks like Kangus's moment, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Kangus, Poggers, this is going to keep going.
No, right at the end. You cursed me.
If they don't actually disrupt the early jungle clears, I was tracking River last game, and he did a full clear 2-minute 58-second Zyra, but he also knows that Zyra wants to stand around the jungle camp for the plants to spawn for faster first clear, which is why this delayed invade will actually slow down Spica as well as push him back.
Yeah, exactly. You want to disrupt seeds. It's not really as intuitive as Shaco, and everyone thinks, oh yeah, we always got to invade Shaco and pop the boxes.
Yeah.
But you really want to pop those seeds, or at the very least get suboptimal seeds, and we're seeing it again. This Senna here, they're like, oh, Berserker was pretty annoying there, with the early Senna going through mid, and it's just going to pass on up to that lane swap on the top side. I mean, such good use of the Scion early on to go for the invade.
And Meech is also being a terror right now. If you have such strong mid-prio, it would open up the window for River to try and invade later in the clear. But Spica's slowed down that Raptor a little bit. Delays him, but I don't think it's going to matter.
40% win rate, Soloki, you said?
I think that. So I think that's what Spica said.
Okay.
And I hope I didn't just make a lie.
just checking. Regardless, we are going to get what I was talking about, where Meech does go all the way up to the top lane.
Yeah.
Because as Senna, you can lane with anyone. Melee and whichever melee it is doesn't really matter here. So he comes up to Sniper on the big, slow pushing wave to crash on Licorice here.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about this is the first time we're going to see Sniper versus Licorice. Well, Sniper's got some backup. Also, Meech, who has yet to play in the league at the same time that Licorice has, as he's looking to get out of Sven's lane early on here.
Yeah, Licorice had such a strong reputation that Sniper was like, all right, I'm going to have to bring some backup for this. It's funny that Meech is actually visiting all of their solo laners this early on, because you expect Senna to help out split pushers later in the game with the R button, but he's actually winning lane for, or the top lane was already winning, but he won mid lane, helped out Quid a lot here with the, passing through mid, and then also helping out on top side here with the crash, forcing Isles to come and match with Licorice, but it's still so much more annoying because the Leona is not going to be able to provide as much support here as the range harassment that Meech is providing.
I agree, and 100 Thieves, what they've done in this game is they've just created such a unique situation. Because I imagine in a lot of the jungle games that Spica has played, even if he gets invaded, it's not like when he goes top lane, there's 2 people there. The Scion is a big part of this as well, if he doesn't get punished, because Spica's moved around the back.
Yeah, nice flash from Ayla. Gets out of danger, but that was a good angle from Spica to look for that. Knows that there's no counter jungling to be had, so get a free summoner. Now top lane, though, River is coming around as well. Isles and Licorice are going to try and survive under this turret. I don't imagine they go for a dive. I feel like that would be really risky.
Yeah, but even just the extra damage and harassment as 2 tanks under tower at top side. You're like, Isles is here. He's here for like support for you, but it's like it's not helping as much as all of the extra range damage that 100 Thieves are applying up there and really trying to pressure him at the CS under tower. And you can see the CS gap growing on the top side. Our dream of a split push Camille with having double globals on her team to help her out is very much alive and well.
But I want to ask you the question, do we favor it? Because the same lead is their bot side. Sven is now getting basically a free laning phase as a Smolder, able to stack up there, and his equivalent CS lead basically to Sniper over Licorice right now, as there is actually a dive going here. No, they got a full wave. Who's going to tank turret first? Sniper takes the first one, and then they call it off. Meech in a compromised position at this point. Spica's walking forward, going to have to flash, and now just damage back onto Licorice, who gets under the turret. Little interesting maneuver there from 100 Thieves. Feel like they wanted the dive, but weren't sure how to pull it off.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of damage in there, but also still looking at tower plates as like the guaranteed, much easier. Cassante is able to go unstoppable there, get right back under tower, even as Spica was kind of hovering over. But yeah, I mean, the game plan is cruising along, except for Ayla has no flash.
No flash, yeah. I think this is going to be a dead Scion on your screen, everybody. Sven, one more auto, not quite, ignite, and the auto goes to Sven. First blood picked up by Smolder.
And that's actually a big consequence of what 100 Thieves has done here. I'd say mainly a misplay by Ayla, but when you're up against a Smolder, giving him the free lane, that was the consequence of all the annoyance that Meech was doing up in top lane or even around mid lane. So you really don't want to also give him gold because he's going to be a little accelerated on stacks. He had no one really stopping him from either just pressing buttons on Scion for stacks or last hitting for free. He's already up at 40 now, so he's AoE last hitting as well. The BF sword being completed and hitting level 6. Sven's off to the races.
Sven is indeed. Let's see if he can keep it up here. Good stacks, good money. Meech in the mid lane here. Yeah. Going to be able to keep it, no problem. Quid teleports back. Quid will be able to collect all of the extra minions.
Might stop the back here as well. That's really nice, because now you can get another wave shoved in. Jensen doesn't have teleport. We're onto the grubs. Licorice is hovering around, but just does not have the numbers advantage. Needs to be careful here. It looks like these belong to 100 Thieves.
Absolutely. I'd say Rivers currently the one with the upper hand in the AP Jungle War. He not only did the early invade, but he kept the tempo throughout the rest of the early game. He got basically a 7 camp early clear as well as the harass. Hits level 6 first, also takes grubs, so he's got a good start to cart this year.
And you compare that to how River looked on the Zyra last weekend. We were so impressed with how fast the Zyra was able to clear and get all the objectives. It was like the dragons, it was the grubs, it was all the scuttles, and it does not seem like Spica is able to match that.
All right. At least though his buy was okay on the Zyra. Like he wasn't like poor or anything. He like a little bit behind, so he was still able to get his Faded Ashes and the boots for the move speed, which are the key components here to the speed clear. So now he's been able to catch up to level 6, but mid lane is still so annoying. I feel like Meech here in his travels between top and mid has actually applied so much pressure and helped a lot, even though with the first blood that you guys keep on mentioning for this problem of Sven, this problem of the smolder that's not on screen a lot.
That'll be later. Don't worry about that.
That is later.
Let's set a timer for 20 minutes.
It also means that Dignitas, not only do they have the dragon, but they also have the gold lead here. So as much as we're hyping up the annoyance factor of the Senna and the later stages where you can have these melee solo laners split pushing and applying all this pressure, the unseen smolder is quite deadly.
Ooh, Sniper could be in some trouble here. All out used early. Locked in place, taken down. Licorice picking up that kill. That's 2 on the board for Dignitas as action bot side as well. Then trying to get some damage in onto Ayla, who's turned attention onto Isles, the tank, and is just getting shredded by Sven. Still early game, but you are taking damage. That's Dragon's doing a lot of damage. Meech flashing away, has the cleanse still. Sven gets it! Wants the kill onto Meech and is rewarded.
And this is the weird thing about lane swaps. We ended up seeing this a lot at MSI with Senna. You get such a level mismatch between the solo laner and the roaming support. But then when you're actually taking a 2v2 like this, like a Balmy Cinder versus a BF Sword as the 2 carries, it's not even going to be close. So 100 Thieves, again, not having the right wave position, or really just Sven and Isles playing that correctly. Sven has just been masterfully playing this 1v1 bot lane to now have an Essence Reaver completed before 9 minutes.
Ayla and Meech opted for that too.
Saying stuff here from Sven. He is truly the king of the bottom lane at the moment, and you already mentioned it, but like putting a dent into the Leona while you've got the extra resistances there really serve them no purpose, and Sven is going to be free to run them down. Easily able to flash for the extra kill here, and continues with the stacks, by the way.
Back to live flash away from Jensen. Quid went in there looking for some damage and a kill. Now the Karthus ultimate coming down. Requiem will be enough. Still a little too early. Just a Dark Harvest proc.
Not gonna be a terrible outcome for River. Getting early Dark Harvest procs is very important for the Karthus, but it's really just Meech still moving around, but it's Dignitas who's coming ahead, even though there's been all this tomfoolery by 100 Thieves.
And let's be honest, when you say Dignitas are ahead, you mean Sven. Sven is Dignitas. He literally is the entire team right now. Massive stuff here for Smolder. To be fair, we should also give the props to Licorice. I like spreading around because he was under a lot of the extra pressure with the Karthus annoying factor, with the Senna roaming up there. And Licorice did a good job of scraping together those CS, did not drop super far behind.
Which also brings us to Licorice and Sniper, because Sniper, this is his first year in the LCS. Licorice has many years in the LCS, so comparing their overall games they've played in the career, it's not even close. Licorice has way more experience than Sniper. However, there is the rust factor. So if we were to just look at 2024, it would end up being a little bit different. The 28 will stay, and 3.
Who's the rookie now?
And in the midst of the 4.
He also lost most of his hair.
Really.
Yeah, that's the biggest nerf right there. Dignitas onto the Grubs yet again. This time they're trying to deny the 6-stack from 100 Thieves. We got the first 3. River is
Dianold
looking for the fight. Here comes Sven, though. Watch out for the Dragon. Taking a lot of damage here already. Isles goes down. Ayla tanking up a lot. Flashes of safety. Licorice in trouble on the side. 1v1ing Sniper, but now Meech can turn his attention over there. 100 Thieves, they absorbed Dignitas' attempt and just pushed them off of the Grub. Sniper's going to keep going for this. Gets the kill on the Licorice. Huge play from the Thieves.
Yeah, really nice trap there from the Thieves. If they have the Scion ult coming up the river, so nice to have Ayla section off the entire rest of the Dignitas team, allowing 100 Thieves to grab the extra couple of kills there. And Dignitas with just 1 Grub, I mean, at least you already denied this full 6, but 100 Thieves here with 5, with a bunch of turret plate money. Now they start to make their real ascent.
This could be a dive. Licorice rooted up. They're not going to go for it.
Yeah,
all right.
He's so tanky, and I think we're going to get to see this one more time. This is where the level advantage that actually granted Sven the kill in the bottom lane was big because Ayla could ult in as a big level 8 Scion. Oh, Meech.
Trying to get back to that cleanse used, but it will not save Meech's life. Actually, maybe I spoke too soon. He's running away. Slowed up by Licorice, ghosting forward. One more Q. Sidestep. Meech. Oh, survived long enough for Licorice to take a couple turret shots, but that teleport was not fast enough from Sniper.
Wait, if he keeps walking and doesn't go for that auto at the very end there by tower, does he get it? Does he live? Man, the juice.
No, Cassante was too fast. Cassante was ghosted.
Ghost on. It was really good jukes up until that very last moment there, though. Really nice stuff to at least make it interesting and survive for a while. Meanwhile, Dragon picked up on the other side of the map because of the investment there on top side.
Yeah, going to be 1-1. We're in for a banger first game. So hopefully it continues to be a banger series. We still wonder about Sven, 136 at just 13 minutes in terms of his smolder stacks. He's going to be getting that execute at a really early portion. But the coordination of 100 Thieves is what we need to be watching for in the mid game, because last split, when they dominated the regular season, so much of it was from game states like this, where they weren't necessarily blowing people out, but anytime a team fight would happen, they would just explode the game.
And also they had good target selection. Oh, speaking of, Sniper just solo kills Licorice. Welcome back to the league, baby. We missed you.
The classic Trinity Force is done. Guess what? Camille's Q is now a Cho'Gath ultimate. Chops his head off with the leg blades. Puts him in the dirt.
Oh, Sniper's trying to send him back into retirement early here as he dodges out on the Zyra ult and gets another solo kill. Even lives it.
All right.
Okay.
More fighting mid lane.
Shot over the top, though, in the mid lane. Jensen almost goes down. Quid, not quite enough damage.
So Sniper was already the top lane solo kill king. He didn't get a chance to go at Licorice or Spica last split because they were both down. He gets them both within 2 minutes.
Can I introduce some point multipliers for solo kills? If you do 2v1s,
under their turret.
Yeah, if you do 2v1s, you get a 2.5 multiplier. And then under a turret, if you're diving them also, it's another multiplier.
Yeah, all the multipliers, because we've had a couple solo kills this year where it's a failed dive and 2 people died. That was literally last game with that.
You get a negative multiplier.
On the stat sheets, it's going to be 2 solo kills, but a solo kill isn't a solo kill. And the explanation is right in front of us.
Let's get another look at that. So Licorice just walks up to the wave. I think he's just disrespecting that Sniper had that Trinity Force.
Yeah, and then Licorice, I mean, he goes for it because Spica's walking behind him. But as he goes all out, just gets chopped down immediately on the Q. And Sniper sees the second one.
Ooh.
Really good timing on his ultimate to avoid the knockup from the Zyra ultimate. And then he flashes out the tower shot. Barely enough to burn him down, but it doesn't matter because you already got your multipliers.
True.
But you know what? Importantly, he's taken down 2 of the returning members. He has not taken down Sven yet. Sven, you got to watch out. I think you're on Sniper's list here because that Camille will be looking at the Smolder going forward. Still in the 1v1 right now, though.
I mean, River would be here to help. They're bringing Scion as well. If they crash this wave, I think they're definitely looking to dive him. No teleport, no ghost on Licorice.
He's got 1 completed item. Still scary to dive a Cassante. He's going to take it
I mean,
first.
Tower's going to be...
Ooh, all out. Licorice just jumps to safety. Turret's already down, and it looks like he's out of there, but loses the objective.
Yeah, exactly. He's good. The tower's going down regardless. They do get this one. Licorice at least escaping with his life, though. Trying to make the best out of a dangerous situation here. Dignitas, they are praying to Sven at this moment. Please, Sven, scale and carry us.
I don't think Jensen's going to be the one to scale here, as he will unfortunately be on the receiving end of the Yone plus Karthus combo. Quid doing the work, River getting the credit. Either way, the 1-2 punch too much.
What a beautiful bit of teamwork there. It almost looked like, Quid, why did you exit early? I feel like you could have stuck around for the execute, and River was just waiting there. They get more total gold because the assist and kill gold gets shared there, and River picks up a kill with his ult.
This is why we were hyping up the split push of the double melee solo laners so early on, just when we first see the composition, and now is the first point in the game where you get to see it in action, and it is devastating for these low health carries on the side of Dignitas. Sion gonna go in, Sion gonna pop right back out of Shelly, and the tower goes down for it.
And this is where the game gets really difficult for Dignitas because they're already scared of both of their side lanes. And then, I was gonna say, it's just hard to break through the Smolder, but with the use of the Rift Herald, they crack that tier 1 mid, which is just gonna push everyone even further back and make it really difficult for Dignitas to approach and have good entries into the subsequent Dragons with 50 seconds on the next mountain.
Yeah, should be pretty easy for 100 Thieves to continually keep up their side lane pressure. That way you keep growing your gold lead as the game advances. It allows your Karthus to speed clear and then just pick up all the objectives for you, amass this giant power difference. And then by the time you do get up to the point where you have to go through the enemy team, you have such a big advantage that you hopefully can kind of steamroll them. But we'll see it right now as they've got the Camille on top side splitting. The bottom side's outer turret is still barely standing, so that should be the next objective. It has under, about 30% HP left on that one here, so maybe Dignitas can try and get some comeback efforts, and like sometimes you can use dangling objectives like that as bait. It doesn't look like they are currently, although Jensen is doing his best to keep those minions off.
Yeah, I'm looking at the Dragon Timer as well because it has now spawned and 100 Thieves are on it first. Sven's got double items as the Dragon, 201 stacks, getting close to critical mass. But there's so many threats on the enemy team that's not necessarily a guarantee you're going to win the team fight. So I actually don't mind that Dignitas is giving this up. Maybe a little unlucky. They would have liked to keep those stacking, but 100 Thieves are so scary right now.
Completely agree, especially with Teleport being up on Sniper. Any type of approach can easily get locked down. Like just Camille ulting someone while Senna and Karthus ult are coming in over the top is going to be able to kill pretty much anyone, especially at this stage in the game before Sven can have any defensive items on his Smolder.
We'll see how quickly the Smolder is able to continue stacking. 218, we are close. As 100 Thieves are actually starting to hit the tier 2 turrets. With 5 grubs picked up earlier in the game. They do have very strong sieging power, but they don't want to commit to it just yet. Happy to just get some wards in the enemy jungle. Their pick potential with things specifically like the Yone ultimate, like the Camille. If they find somebody out of position, they can blow them up fast, but so far Dignitas have been playing a fairly patient game. They haven't been giving them those opportunities just to pick them in their own jungle.
Yeah, it's kind of rough for them because your #1 goal is to first keep up your defensive vision through your jungle, because those are the areas that 100 Thieves are going to try and overtake to really increase their gold lead. After all the outer towers are down, your next step in League is always move up your vision in the enemy jungle so you can start taking away these buffs, taking away these camps. We're almost to the 20-minute mark, so the buffs are team-wide and really worth that extra little bit of taking away. And so Dig, your goal in trying to combat that is like, all right, we keep up our defensive vision and we surprise.
Yeah.
We try and get our surprise attack while the enemy team gets greedy and wants to take the whole map and increase their lead so much. We have to try and overload somewhere that is hidden by vision and then make some surprise attacks here to blow the game back open.
And if they get a 5v5 now that Sven is at 235 stacks before 20 minutes, it would be a little bit of a power spike at the moment. 2 full items for him as well. Sven he's the hope. Like, the more Dignitas can actually try and create 5v5s or 5v4s, the better. But their windows are going to be so tight. You saw they got to, like, very briefly push the mid lane, but now already Sniper threatening tier 2. Jensen has to respond, doesn't have teleport. Licorice recalling because he doesn't see people on the map. Dignitas just can't actually set up for 5v5s.
All right, and the question here is, how many stacks does Smolder need to survive a Camille ult on him with a Karthus ult and a Senna ult?
Ooh.
And it's a bit of a trick question.
Yeah, because those aren't
stacks
related
don't
things.
help you.
Yeah.
And the problem is, if that happens to you, you die.
How many pairs of sunglasses do you need to buy to lose 30 pounds?
I will say, they do have other damage threats, so if everything is used on Sven, I know he's the most fed member, but there is still a world where Spica and Jensen are able to facilitate the damage necessary while everything's blown on Sven, but it's not a fun position for Sven to be in, because you know that you have that target on your back.
He certainly does. At least he's got his flash right now.
Yeah.
So outplay potential.
Spica walking into his own jungle, has to flash away. Now, how caught out of position are the 100 Thieves members? Does not look like there's any collapse happening here. Licorice had TP, but there's a very deep ward he could have looked for. Not going to be one that he wants. Okay, sieging continues.
Good
Sniper all out. Sven damage. Sniper's in trouble. Dodges out on a lot of it, but Licorice will fall. 1-for-1 trade.
That's that exact 1v2 late game split push we were talking about with the Karthus ult coming through. He's up at tower pushing, applying the pressure, and goes 1-for-1 when they send multiple people down there, allowing, look at the rest of the map by the way, the rest of your team to get even more off it. Even though you don't get the kill on Jensen, your team is able to take over full vision coverage of the Baron. They got the Scuttle Crab vision right in front of it. Karthus continued farming up, is over 2 items himself, plus the extra stacks on the Dark Seal. So Sven at least here getting the outer tower gold, putting some more money in the pockets of the Dignitas Hope.
Yeah, even that last solo kill attempt from Quid onto Jensen, the Karthus ult is what got him low in the first place. And then if Jensen doesn't sidestep that Q, it actually would have been a Karthus ult contributing to both side lane solo kills. So the plan is working incredible for them. Do you think Sven, after that RFC, will go a defensive item? Because he's in this weird position where everything is on fire. And he's so strong. Like the number of games where you're this strong on Smolder on stage, I haven't seen someone with this many stacks this early, I think, ever in LCS, let alone being 3-0. But then the rest of his team is so far behind, so you almost need to build damage to hope to carry.
You could consider a...
they want to fight.
We'll have to get back on the itemization because we're set up at the Baron right now. This is where Spica on the Zyra has a lot of power. If you can make them walk into you, but they're just taking damage from the Baron. It's very early to start this.
They're being split pushed right now too. So going halfway does nothing here. They're being split pushed by the Camille.
Ayla's just being a nuisance right now. Meech and River trying to get damage in there. Licorice tanking it up right now. Ayla goes for the big engage. Quid over the side as well. Massive combo. Zyra will use very defensively, but it's not going to be enough. They're in the pits still. Licorice will win his fight on the side. The rest of Dignitas falling apart. Baron doing massive damage. And 100 Thieves walking away. It's pretty even so far, but Licorice with the double kill around the side. They lost track of him. Sniper goes down.
Quid was on the Baron trying to finish it instead of killing Sven. Like they lost complete focus on the Dragon. They lost complete focus on the Smolder. They tried to go for the Baron there in the back. Let's take a look at this replay because this is going to be a comical one.
I got lost. I was looking at Sven and seeing how none of his executes were actually getting low enough to execute. It looked like everyone was incredibly low.
Oh my.
It should have been, I thought, a disastrous start for Dignitas because by the time the fight starts, which is this ultimate, they're already all at about 50% health. Spica goes down right away, so there's no smite, but River gets just popped over the wall and can't smite. So now no one is secure about taking the Baron. So yes, Kobe, Quid in the middle. Probably should have gone on Sven instead of messing around with this 1,000 health Baron, but he's so low anyway. He takes one step towards Sven auto-attacks him, he dies.
Yeah, I saw, the way he got in there, his soul unbound was at the back of the Baron pit.
Okay, back to live.
Okay, yeah. So it wasn't as comical as I thought the setup was going to be, but still ended up being extremely active here. We get right back to our normal game plan, though, of split pushing.
And also going for the Dragons now for Dignitas. It feels like they're starting to sweat, realizing our composition needs to go for the objectives. We are losing the side lanes. Stop fighting them there. We need to group up and try and get these neutrals, but they also get just pushed out of here. So it feels like they're just losing everywhere on the map. Dignitas, despite how strong Sven is, they are still struggling. Now they make the play onto the side lane. Quid's in trouble. Lockdown should fall down, as Sven has a lot of damage. Honey Shadow will keep Quid alive for a little bit longer. All out into Sven does not have enough damage.
I mean, the shutdown going into Sven also, like, this is a really fed Smolder. As the entire rest of the game and the entire rest of the map is still going to 100 Thieves, Sven continues to get richer and richer and richer.
It's almost impossible that a Smolder can be this fed while his team is 5,000 gold down.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen something this disparate.
And they're trying to rush it. They're going to burn down the Baron while they're getting split pushed again.
Sven's got to do that DPS, has purchased the Seeker's Arm Guards. We got to keep that in mind. The stasis
Zyra
is available.
Ult the pit for more speed.
Ayla just flashing in
and Licorice
there.
won!
Licorice push him up. Licorice wins the side lane against Sniper. That's huge for the side of Dignitas. He can now teleport back in. Meech and River trying to get that damage. That is Baron secure. Now Isles goes to the engage onto River. That should be a dead Karthus on our screen. The execute damage is there. It's actually Spica that picks it up. Dignitas, they finally get the Baron.
Dude, Licorice won the split push over there versus Sniper and then teleports into the rest of the team. Sven and Dignitas get the Baron, and they got the extra kill.
They got those crafty old tricks with tons of experience. It's not like Licorice has ever been down in gold early game.
Yeah.
He farmed up. I think he had 2.5 items. I need to see how he actually outplayed Sniper there. But then the fact that Sven was so strong gave them a lot of Baron damage. They really just turned the game around, I think, in this moment. They were 5,000 gold down. They get the solo kill and the shutdowns, as well as the Baron. How does Licorice pull this off? Does Sniper overgreed the turret, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, so your Q is on the turret, and so there was an early lead there for Licorice, but this is the moment where he just dodged the stun right there really nicely, and Sniper goes down. But yeah, getting the early start there while Sniper's trying to force down the turret, another pick off on the split.
That's huge. Dignitas is starting to get the side lane split pushers that were giving them so much trouble early in the game.
I mean, just the fact that they've gotten all these shutdowns is shocking. I didn't get to see the actual setup, but now you can see, and this is with the defensive items. So I actually really love the Seekers from Sven because he finally had enough bonus gold to have enough damage while then being able to build defensive. A lot of this is going to come down to what they can get done with this Baron, and then if they can stop that Mountain Soul.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fully on Team Dig now. With how fed Sven is, getting the luxury defensive items, the Seekers being able to stop one of the big all-ins, the attempts there from 100 Thieves on his life, this guy is massive. Dignitas just need to pivot around him. And you can see both Spica and Isles will be attached to Sven at the hip, making sure that the peel is there if 100 Thieves tried to go at him. And Sven would for sure outplay with both a Leona and a Zyra there and a Seeker's Arm Guard and a Flash. It is going to be Dignitas here keeping up the pressure. They got the split on top side with Jensen. Jensen's Corki finishing that outer tower. They got the mid outer tower or secondary tower already, and they're looking for the secondary tower on bottom side here too.
A lot of value from that Red Bull Baron buff, and they're able to continue the siege. Dragon's going to be up in 2 minutes. Dignitas, they might even look to end the game before that happens. They get the engage under the turret on the river. Barely alive for right now, but he will go down. That's Ignite for the kill. On the side, though, Sniper's looking at Jensen, trying to get the flank. Buy some time, buy some space, as Quid cannot find the execute damage on anybody.
And Sven is so good with the side steps there. He dodged everything that Quid threw at him there and nearly killed him with the Q follow after he snapped back. Flash is also both up for both carries. Dig in total control all of a sudden.
Just broke the ankles of 100 Thieves in what felt like such a dominant early game through the side lanes. It's all fallen apart at the hinges. Dignitas, they're going to take 2 inhibitors. Quid looking for another big knockup onto Licorice, but just does not have enough backup behind him. They need River to spawn 10 seconds. I think that's the end of the siege from Dignitas. But this game is heavily in their favor from now on.
Licorice with the critical 1v1 at the tower. Sniper tried to finish off that split push tower while the rest of the team was doing Baron. And when Dignitas burned down the Baron and get all this extra gold for themselves, using that Baron to take so many towers, the slingshot has been complete. Sven rewarded. This is one of those games where, you know, usually people like to complain, I won my lane so hard, but the rest of my team, the rest of my team was just slacking so much. Sven's like, yeah, I won my lane so hard, and the rest of the team was slacking, but then we won anyways.
And I think most importantly, the 2 lanes they attacked are the 2 lanes that helped them the most with this next Dragon. So they've killed both mid and bot inhibitors. That helps them get push. They wouldn't have been able to get push with just standard minion lanes because I still think there would be a bit of threat from the Yone and the Camille, but now they have those super minions. They have first setup as this Drake spawns in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and they've got the Cassante Locket as well for the Karthus ultimate. You have so many answers for a lot of the 100 Thieves tools now because of all the extra gold afforded to Dignitas. They have their Zonias ready for Sven. It's a 3-item Jensen here on the Corki.
And Flash is still up too, so 100 Thieves really don't have a way to engage right now. Instead, they look at Isles, the front line. Now it's Licorice stepping up, trying to buy that space for Jensen to walk forward with confidence. A lot of damage onto Quid. Now the re-engage onto Jensen. He's finally able to flash to safety, and here comes Sven over the top. Gets the kill onto Quid. Sniper's trying to make some action happen. Does get onto Sven eventually, but remember, he has that stasis. He is just fine. Isles will go down. That's a fine trade for Dignitas. They still get the Dragon.
A pretty close fight, all things considered. Second Locket being picked up by Dignitas here with Isles as well. Will be some diminishing returns on that one, but I think job generally done for Dig, even if they would have liked a better result out of that fight, because they stopped the Mountain Soul from 100 Thieves. Sven didn't have to burn any critical cooldowns. It was just Jensen who burned his flash.
They got flash from Sniper, Quid, and Ayla before Baron spawning in under a minute. Now let's get another look at it.
All right, so they started out on Isles there, getting a big chunk, and then try and chase them after taking the Dragon. But look at the river too. Camille coming up and is going to be able to apply the extra pressure as everybody went back for the Quid kill there. Yeah, big chunk of damage coming through.
Dig really did have to move through a bit of an awkward angle there, so I think a little bit fortunate to not lose that fight. But I just want to gush about Sven for a second as Baron comes up in 10 seconds, because this guy played support for a couple years and then didn't play professionally for 6 months. And this is some of the best Smolder I have seen in the LCS, especially from stacking and ability to keep his head in a losing game. Here they go.
Ooh, Mom over the top. River taking a lot of damage here. This could be a huge pick for Dignitas. They got the jungler. Requiem not going to go down. I think it's still on cooldown there. So huge pick. And they also are just on the Baron regardless.
Not to take anything away from Sven and the Smolder, but he's
perfect.
He did get to lane against the Scion.
Yeah.
The lane swap by himself while the enemy Senna was in mid lane and top lane the entire time.
Yeah, I agree.
It was pretty free stacking and pretty free farming.
Two truths, Kobe. Two truths.
And they also got 2 really early kills, but he's amazing.
Yeah.
You know, love him and everything.
I've seen plenty of 2-0 Smolders that didn't turn into this.
I just say that also, Licorice in a harder position has done some really amazing work for the team too. So props to both of them.
And now they're looking for the final turret here, the final inhibitor. Isles is just tanking it up. Finally, the turret will go down. Dignitas do not lose a member. Sniper's in the side lane. He has teleport.
Yeah, this is risky, though. It could actually be the game. They're trying to cart salt to hold him off.
Yeah, the Requiem comes down. Big damage. One turret's already fallen, and the front line is struggling. Quid stunned up. Ayla's in there. Will get one. Sniper is committing to the split push. He wants to go for the back door. Hopefully, the rest of the Thieves can hold the line and stop the backs from coming in. It's looking good. So far, Quid's going in. Speak into stasis. Backing happening from Jensen, so the Corgi does get back there. Sniper, he gets one turret. Quid goes down. Almost got out of speak up. Another ultimate from the Smolder and a double kill. Sniper almost takes Jensen, but not quite. Dignitas hold the line. And in a last-ditch effort, the Thieves will go down. Dignitas picking up another Game 1 win.
You like the base race, huh? You like that? Guess what? We've got a best of 3. This was only the first game. That is the best news. Dignitas come out with another victory in the first game of a series.
Yeah.
Now the question becomes, in the best of 3 world here, can they keep it together this time? Can they finish out this series?
They're a crafty team, that's for sure, because they were down 5,000 gold in this one. Sven ended 10-0 on Smolder with 450 stacks. Like, yeah, sure, they gave him a free lane, but holy crap, that was dominant. And then even 100 Thieves, they almost clutched it up at the end after losing their lead. That would have been a ridiculous comeback. I really hope we get all 3 games.
I love the fact that Sniper committed, though, to that split push. I think at that point, the game's not, you're not going to win the front to back in your base. Just try and go for their Nexus instead. What a Game 1. I'm so happy we get at least one more. But just another quick reminder, everybody, Week 3 of the LCS will be taking place next Thursday and Friday. Make sure to tune in as well. Make sure to download the Sleeper app today. Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper, and it's not too late to sign up and start your league with your friends and crush their dreams with your own LCS super team. You can head over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. Now, let's hear who our pros think will be this summer's Kia MVP.
Thursday, Friday.
My way too early MVP. Well, Quid stole River's MVP, so I'm going to save River. He's going to take it back.
I think MVP will be me.
Let's just go run it back, 100 Thieves, Quid again.
I gotta go with myself, to be honest. Like, I do think I learned a lot from last split, and that if I take those things and just apply them to my gameplay, I'll become a really good player.
I would choose Edward La, my AD carry.
I'll give my way too early MVP vote for Impact. Gotta represent the old people too, you know?
I think the summer split MVP will be me or APA or Young.
I think any of the mid laners can get MVP because mid lane is just broken.
I'm going to stick with what I said last split, so my way too early vote for MVP for summer is Jojo Pin.
Me?
My way too early for my whatever you just said is me. I'm gonna vote myself.
My way too early MVP vote for this split would be myself. Gonna have some confidence.
My way too early MVP vote will be FBI, my partner.
My way too early vote for MVP would be Inspired.
I would vote myself, but if it wasn't myself, it would probably be B-Boy.
Tomio. He's the GOAT.
My way too early MVP, I'll give it to Tomio. He's coming in from 2 NACL wins, so we'll have to get him his rightful place as the next LCS winner too.
Look what I've just made. The perfect pearl.
Not too bad, but check this out.
Whoa, a true Venus clam.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Make more good in the Kia Sportage X Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
I look forward to playing versus Team Liquid in best of threes. I just like to play versus old teammates. I think it's fun.
Team Liquid because they're just good team.
I think I'm most looking forward to playing against Fly or TL. They both knocked us out of qualifying for MSI, so I'm looking to get revenge.
Yeah, they play pretty well at MSIs.
I mean, they're just the reigning champs, so just want to beat them.
Team Liquid for sure, because they're the team that knocked us out, so definitely Team Liquid and Impact.
Dignitas, they changed almost all people.
C9. I was under C9 in 2023, and I like to work alongside Blabber, and I always talk to him, and I'd say it would be very fun to actually verse him in a match.
A C9 just because we beat them last split 2-0, so we can 2-0 them in the best of 3.
C9, I think they're going to be probably the hardest team if they perform, so.
I think there's no specific team that I'm looking forward to playing in best of threes. I think they're all going to be a fun matchup.
Welcome back to the LCS. And a quick reminder that we will be live on Thursday and Friday next week.
Listen to the man. Say it one more time.
I swear, if I see a Reddit thread that says, why did they announce that they were on Thursday and Friday? I'm going to lose it because we're saying this every
one more
game.
time.
Thursday, Friday, next week. New days for next week.
Emily?
Thursday, Friday.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, I will be here. Will you be here?
I'll think about it.
If Raz remembers us on Thursday, Friday, he will show up. Now, let's take a look at this week's Pagoda moment featuring the base race from that epic Game 1.
Let's see. I know you touched upon this on cast, but how much do you like this call from 100 Thieves?
I love
keep
it.
Sniper there.
I thought the game was pretty doomed with the Baron push coming in, especially with how team fights have been going. And then if Sniper gets a little bit luckier on that 1v1 with Jensen, they'd actually win the whole game.
Yeah, specifically just getting an auto off on Corki and then tanking turret aggro really sucks. Because at first, when I was sitting and watching the games, I was like, this is not going to work. Oh, it's kind of working. It's kind of working. And then the kill happens.
Yeah. A little bit.
I do wonder if Quid could have went to his base and then also double TP'd a little bit later, depending on how the timing worked out. Then maybe it could work, but he died in the fight during the original defense.
Yeah, overall, really tough game. It was an exciting one. I will say the one thing that I was interested in the most was actually the early lane swap. Setting Senna top side, I really enjoyed from. And, of course, taking advantage of the Camille, Senna into Cassante. I know Impact he has been in the bad side of that matchup regularly, where you're just getting pummeled by Senna and Camille, and you're getting outscaled, and you're like, can I get saved? But Smolder was farming up stacks easily against Sion.
Yeah, I think the big thing is obviously we've seen these lane swaps coming out from like Senna specifically.
Yeah.
When we have seen it in the LCS. I also liked that map rotation. But the big thing for me, as you saw, was the Smolder damage, right? Because Smolder got a free lane because the Senna did end up swapping up top. They were able to kill Ayla pretty early. Sven was in a great position in the mid game, and what happened was 100 Thieves started getting caught out on side lane. So it's like if you're going to set up this kind of side laning composition, you really need to pay attention to when you are farming those waves, when you are pushing them, and dragging Dignitas around the map so they can't catch you out.
Yeah, and as we're getting into the next game, we'll be able to cover the draft because usually in a best of 3, you'll see some level of adaptation within it. I think that 100 Thieves should be happy about the draft they had that last game and how they'll be able to punish Smolder by just, of course, if they don't make the same mistakes. They had the gold lead, Karthus, Yone, Camille, like all these things are amazing answers into a immobile backline. So I think they had the right answers, just the wrong gameplay.
I have good news for you though, Raz.
Hit me.
Dignitas 100% agrees.
Yeah.
Oh my
because
God.
Even if they won, bam, let's get rid of Senna, let's get rid of Karthus.
They're hitting it all.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll see what 100 Thieves now want to pick, right? Because I think the big strength of this team is their flexibility, using champions that they can flex into multiple lanes. And now we'll see if they're going to lock in the Talia first, because Talia has been such a key pick for this roster, being able to flex it both mid and jungle.
Yeah, it's really funny because going into the split really early times, Ashe has been really heavily permabanned. Go into it. Just like talk about what your thoughts are here.
Yeah, the Ashe pick is super interesting. What we're seeing up here is just, I want to highlight the flexibility that we saw from them against NRG, right?
Yes.
Because a lot of these compositions, we saw the Zyra jungle coming out from River first. Obviously, Spica played it in the very last game. And then I also really liked their flex with the Ezreal mid, right? So the Ashe is super interesting because I do think, to your point, Raz, you can put her support or AD, depending on what they want to do with Ayla and Meech in that bot lane. And then the immediate response, Isles is going to be on the Leona again, and Jensen on the Corki.
Yeah, so the Ashe is just the most banned pick coming into the this week, where it was like 9 bans out of the 10 games. Now, that being said, it is available. It's, you know, 100 Thieves are more than willing to pick it up. If you remember last split, the problem with going double AD carry bot lane was just that, well, you need the jungle pressure bot side, and that was going to be the focus going into this game too.
And now we see, you know who has jungle, a lot of jungle pressure in terms of lane synergy?
Yeah?
Vi with Taliyah. Vi historically has been such a massive pick for River. We already touched upon how important this Taliyah has been for 100 Thieves as a whole. But this combination was the combination that teams learned very quickly. You do not give River and Quid these champions.
Absolutely not. But Dig is picking their poison here. They didn't like what it felt like to play against Karthus Senna, so that's how this stuff is up. And they end up playing against the most banned champion for week 1, as well as the Taliyah Vi. So the Ezreal is interesting for Sven. It's something you can play very safe on in this game. And he needs to break the trend of just ridiculous game 1s into normal game 2 and 3s. Because if you remember all the way back to Cloud9 series, I think it was 10-0 on Varus as well as it was 10-0 on Smolder in this game 1 of this series.
It's going to suck if they win the first game and then lose the rest of the series. You actually pointed that out coming into this game, and I was like, oh, if that happens, they will hate best of 3s. But also, just tagging along to the safetiness of Ezreal, the same could be said with Corki, so at least they have double dashes against what is a really aggressive first 3 picks from 100 Thieves. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to be a threat, obviously, the ulti from Vi and Taliyah, so there's going to be a lot that 100 Thieves have to get to the back line. So I'm interested to see what the front line is going to be looking like for Dignitas.
Yeah, and they don't want to deal with the Camille again either. Cypher's Camille off the table, as well as the Callista don't want to go up against that presumably double Hail of Blades. Super strong pushing bot lane.
Shaban Cassante here. Cassante's a good 4-pick here for Dignitas, and Licorice is such a damn good Cassante player, so with the Camille being banned by Dignitas, it's really setting it up. Let's see if that's going to be the lock-in. They do heavily need some level of frontline, and maybe some disengage that could help as well, but let's see what the pick's going to be here.
I find it interesting that they banned the Nidalee. That is a form of respect, actually, considering Nidalee is still yet to pick up a win in the LCS. But the power farming junglers from last game would all be available for Dig if they want it. However, in game 1, they also blind picked their top laner here, opting for a power pick rather than a counter pick against Sniper.
And I know some of Kangus's early presentations were a little cursed, but one thing he did bring up for Licorice, right, is that he is really comfortable blind picking his champ. As we see, the answer coming out from Sniper is going to be that Cassante. He is really interesting. It is really interesting that he is more than willing to blind pick here and then save R5 for jungle.
Yeah. I wonder how it's going to turn, because of course the early advantage is going to be for the Renekton pick, but as the game goes on, you definitely want a sturdy front line like what 100 Thieves just built for themselves in both Braum and the Cassante. Braum's an interesting one. It's something that I've seen Ayla go towards a little bit when he sees the melee support, this time in Leona. So it's going to be good front-to-back team fighting from Ashe and Braum. Please get cleansed, guys, if you're Dignitas.
Yeah.
It's a lot of stun coming in from them.
Okay, Jungle Morgana for Spica.
Wow!
Which, if you were to pick a team comp to have Morgana against, it would actually be this one. Ash Arrow, Vi Ultimate, Taliyah Flip. It's all just immune, the Braum Q stun, but you also have to jungle Morgana. So we're going to see how that ends up working out for Spica. That's an awesome pick, though.
There has been jungle metas out there that has Morgana imprinted in it. I remember with Brox's Morgana jungle a little bit there. But this one makes a lot of sense. Be able to protect your backline heavily with the Morgana Black Shield, and of course with the AP jungle items that have been there. Just the AP itemization, I think is a great pick.
Emily, I asked you the same question in Series 1. Is it going to be a sweep?
Ooh, I'm going to say no. I still think we're going to go to 3 games.
All right.
Regardless,
I'm going to say yes.
So we'll see.
It's a yes from me.
There we go. One of you two is going to be right, guaranteed. That's it here from the lounge. We're going to toss it right now to the casters.
Thank you very much, Jet, and an exciting draft yet again. River, back on Vi, something that was banned against him in both games last weekend. One of my favorite champs for this player. Can give so much agency to the jungler of 100 Thieves, and we've seen what he's been able to do with that in the past. And also now we get Ayla showing Isles how to play Braum, because I don't know, Kobe, if you paid too much attention to last weekend. I wasn't too impressed with Isles' Braum play. A couple shields going the wrong way. Now Ayla gets to give him a little tutorial.
Yeah, it was actually more than a couple even.
Yeah.
It almost looked like the majority of them. But we'll see. The direction can be kept front and center and be most useful here in this one.
And it's a valuable pick
though,
against like Morgana, Corki, Ezreal. So theoretically, it should give a lot of value.
For me, though, the best pick and the biggest story here is Dignitas saving R5 for jungle counter pick.
Yes.
And it being a real jungle counter pick.
Yeah.
Morgana is actually been played a decent amount right now because of the Faded Ashes introduction and bringing back the clear speed meta with the extra experience in jungle camps. Morgana is a very quick clearing jungle still, even after they tapped back down and some of the monster multipliers. And you get to the point here that you can queue the large, like large wolf or something like that, the large monster in the camp, and put your W down and walk away and clear extremely quickly. That way, once you get your Leandries done and stuff like that. So very, very, very pivotal counter pick here. It is always so good into specifically Vi, but also the Ashe is really, really going to help here. So Spica, biggest thing for him that we want to keep our eyes on is going to be the positioning, and will he be around for the counter ganks, because you can really counter gank very effectively with this champion.
And we saw in the all chat at the beginning of the game, Dignitas also weren't too impressed with that Vi pick, despite the fact River has been very successful on it in the past. You're right that if Spica can predict where River is going to be going and set up those counter ganks, makes River's job very difficult. So watching the early jungle pathing, we see that they're starting on opposite sides. We'll be pathing opposite directions. Licorice getting that one little ward down there to spot if the Vi is going to be coming up topside at any point early.
Yeah, Morgana's a very relaxing jungle to clear with, because your W just gets reduction when it is on one of the large monsters, and you just get to keep spamming it while you're checking all of your lanes, looking for good counter gank angles, good binding angles to come in and really supplement them with. It's also kind of interesting because you can even lend a lot to some pushing lanes like the Renekton into the Cassante here, make the life even more painful there for the opponents. So we'll see how he plays, because right now playing with pushing top, with pushing bottom feels really nice for a Morgana, but both junglers are just starting opposite sides and full clearing.
I mean, at this point, Spica's job, very chill. Just focus on power
Very
clearing.
chill.
I will say, though, these side lanes that are both shoving in, both need to be aware that they could be under threat if the Vi looks for an early gank here, because specifically topside Licorice does not have the backup of Spica. It looks like we're pinging there. So maybe River spotted on that ward that Licorice had dropped down earlier, which will give Licorice that information, try and get this wave in, and then back off to safety, as River is just going for a full clear, so no super early ganks yet.
Not quite yet. Just keep on clearing down to the opposite side. They'll split the Scuttle Crabs, no problem. And it's going to be an interesting one as we get later as well, because having Sven on the Ezreal along with Jensen's Corki here, Dignitas are set up with pretty good backline carries for later too.
If they have here, sending up Meech, they get flash out of him. No cleanse necessary though. Spica going for that early look bot side, and might even look for more here. Slowed down, needs to be careful and respectful. Winter's by tags him, but no more autos.
Yeah, and he knows it's opposite side clear, so you don't have to even worry about the Vi, so you can get super aggressive and push them off the wave too. Getting a flash out of Meech is big, but also getting them off the minions even for a little bit there, dropping a few more under the tower is going to be a lasting impact. Ezreal now scales really, really nicely. The buffs on the ultimate were super nice for him too. We'll see if Jensen also goes with the Muramana Corki style this time around. You do not have to go with the Muramana with the Trinity Force. You can go with the Infinity Edge, so we'll see if Dignitas run double tiers on their AD carries and have similar power spikes once they start to get those transforms coming in, or if they go for the IE version.
And I know that the lounge is talking about it during pick and ban, but I want to get your thoughts on it, Kobe, because this is a very different look for 100 Thieves. And while it doesn't seem like we have a heavy action early game, I want to hear, what you think about them as a team. Very young players, but they're willing to pivot so much from that game 1, where it's all about the side lane push, all about these solo laners. This time around, it seems like they're going to be looking more for the team fights, I'd guess, but what do you read on that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good game plan until the Morgana counter pick comes in. I was one of the biggest fans, as Isles is the most annoying support.
Wow. That's the biggest hater of Meech right there. Just walks up and ignites to stop the back. Might regret that decision here, as Sven will have to use the cleanse. Ayla taking a lot of damage. Sven will get first blood. River over the wall will answer in kind, and flash out Sven gets him to safety. But 1-for-1 trade. Sven cashing in.
Sven, yeah, they go for the kill there. They turn it right back around, get it first themselves. River does end up showing. Not going to matter too much for him as he can go back up to the other opposite side. But Sven investing both summoners there and flashing at the very end right over the wall might be something that they can punish. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but no cleanse and no flash now on the Ezreal. Maybe River, if he can rush into the level 6, I think might be able to look bottom side again. But generally when you're Vi Talia, you want to use your first ultimate for the Talia to try and get your kill pretty early there. Sometimes it's dangerous on a Corki though, because it can move you very close to the towers.
Winter's Bite not going to land right there. We see a lot of action from Dignitas up here in the top jungle. Point blank route plus the stun from Leona. They're trying to lock down River. Vault Breaker blocked by Isles' body. Flash forward, stunned up. River, oh, he gets over the wall. Flashes a safety with the blast code. Is he out of there? Jensen with a flash commit, and Spica actually is the one that gets the kill credit. 100 Thieves could not get their jungler out of there.
Oh, Dignitas. They're able to chase him down, so their invade that starts on Grom eventually does find the kill, getting the flash as well, and Morgana absolutely melts Void Grubs here. Group them all up on the W and getting that reduction that we talked about. They burn through them all just in time. Grom arriving and making it kind of scary.
Hey, yeah, Winter's Bite on Speak again. Black Shield used very early. And now Sniper jumps in. Nice double knockback, but Licorice gets right onto the backline. Sniper's in trouble. Quid's in trouble as well. Quid will get one onto Isles and actually still survives. Sniper tanking up so much damage there from Licorice.
And it's because 100 Thieves, they sent everybody. So they brought Meech, they brought Ayla, they brought the entire team after their jungler had gone down. And they got the kills, but the objectives have already been taken. So a few more kills there, some extra money, and River going to try and make them pay with some regular jungle camps here. At least stealing away the Raptors, which does get them to the level 6.
Yeah, has the ultimate available now. Did not have it for that earlier play here, but let's get another look at that because, yeah, you're right, the numbers advantage did exist.
Yeah, and Spica is correct here. He saves his Black Shield right for the last tick of the Braum stun to pop on him. So he's going to be the only member that survives. Everybody else tries to go all in and tries to finish off Sniper, but they're unable to do it because the entire 100 Thieves squad had made their way over. They kept Ashe there. Meech was pushing mid lane. You know, Grayson would have liked to do something about the earlier death, but
Ashe arrow with Winter's Bite means Isles with no flash is going to go down here. Nice little pick. That's the advantage of the Ashe, the 80 carry that can have that go button.
This 100 Thieves pain train, Genghis. They are moving as a group, and they are getting rewards for it. You know, when in doubt, just group up and force stuff with your hard CC. They have loads and loads of hard CC, masses of it, and they just are able to get their kill again onto bottom side here, taking out Isles into the Dragon.
And I want to take an opportunity to talk about the 80 carry that made that play happen there. Given the tool with the Ashe, we talked a lot about Sniper last game, but this time Meech, another rookie coming into the league that is playing against Sven. I mean, basically the same narrative we had for Sniper versus Licorice exists for Meech against Sven. Has never played against this guy. And Meech, I feel like he's just kept scaling throughout the year. Didn't have the biggest debut because he was putting on things like the Seraphine, if you remember, like the double support meta, or double support item meta at the beginning of spring, then a lot of Senna comps. I really want to see 100 Thieves lean more into this guy as a playmaker because that is something he showed the ability to do when he was in the NACL. And hopefully he's confident enough to do that here in the LCS.
Yeah, I mean, I really like them in their series versus Energy as Spica makes a visit towards mid lane. Just kind of annoying. They'll tap you with the W, get the little burn on there, and allow Jensen to go for a very offensive trade. But yeah, their series versus Energy, I think here so far in summer, Meech's looks quite good for them, and a lot of people kind of underestimating that bottom lane as Isles again.
Okay, flash committed from Ayla. Not necessarily needed, but it will work. It sends a message. River gets the kill as Isles gets caught yet again out of position.
Let's see here. Next timing, because River did just invest ultimate timer, but the pace that 100 Thieves have kept up with all of these picks here, just constantly chasing around the Dignitas members that don't have flash, that cannot escape there, and grabbing up another kill. At least it cost them some jungle camps. Spica keeping up his speed clear, and Dignitas, of course, still over 1,000 the gold lead for themselves.
Yeah, Spica's clearing, but it's actually the solo lanes that are having these massive CS advantages. It's surprising to see 5 versus 2 kills with the Dragon advantage to 100 Thieves, but the gold still being on Dignitas' side, even Sven being well ahead of Meech, so just the CS numbers keeping them in the game.
Yeah, Sven having got that turn for the kill on bottom side helped out a lot. He's got the Cull, of course, so once Cull pops as well, going to be a nice another bit of a payday. And he did buy the tier really early on first back, so he's going to have the transformation a little bit earlier than Jensen, but Jensen also is going the Muramana plus Trinity Force build as he is going to give a wide berth to River, but not quite wide enough as he wants to bait a little bit maybe there, having Spica behind him.
Big chunk from River onto Jensen. And to go back to that point of just the good CS numbers as the poke just continues from Quid here, I think a big part of that is that it's just not something that we see the younger rookie players being as proficient as these more veteran players. They have more experience under their belt to actually, you know, make sure that they're getting all that CS, something I wish that we maybe prioritize a little bit more in the developmental leagues as River gets away from Spica's stun.
Yeah, and that last play, it was kind of cool because Jensen is like talking with Spica. He's right behind him. He wants to bait River in further, but the ult on his cooldown wasn't back up anyway.
Yeah.
So still ticking away. And now River, I think it's a couple seconds away. It's kind of hard to tell with these indicators, but
it's on right now, I can tell you that. But you are going to be engaging into that Morgana with the Black Shield. Licorice frontlining it straight onto Quid, and there's no answer from River because it's a Black Shielded Crocodile jumping on top of your AP mid laner. Sniper's going to try and create some space. Now River gets in there, looking at Jensen, has a Vault Breaker. Big damage. Jensen flashes over the wall. He repositions, and River fails the flash to follow. Dignitas come up huge in the play.
Oh, it's the big Dignitas summer indeed. They are crushing it here in this game. Another one versus 100 Thieves, but this time they're the ones with the massive gold lead. And full 6 grubs means they will annihilate the towers. So whenever you have a big gold lead early on and you got the full 6 grubs, it makes it a lot easier to finish these games out. You've got double AD carries. You've got the Morgana counter pick. And the Morgana has been the star. This one doesn't even show the other early binding, but Spica has been good with both the shields as well as the bindings. And Jensen escapes over the back, meaning that they don't give over any kills, getting the extra grubs plus the extra kills here for Dignitas. And at this point, this is one of those points where, yeah, you can you can start to stretch out a little bit. You know, you have such a massive
guy's not that
lead.
hard, you know?
Yeah, really good stuff. But, you know, things like that where instantly flashing, turning around, while the enemy is just like eyeing you on the objectives. It's a really good punish there to quickly flash. They turn around, and now 100 Thieves are in a very, very dangerous spot.
And I was talking about this last game a little bit, but Dignitas, they have more synergy than I would have expected for a roster that's essentially brand new coming into summer, multiple returning players. You look at how they set up that grub fight. Jensen's in the perfect spot. Licorice and Spica clearly were on the same page. This is an amount of synergy that we haven't even seen teams like Cloud9 and Spring be able to achieve this early in a split. So very impressive that Dignitas has been able to play the game in this manner. 100 Thieves have yet to really find a way into this one. And now the gold is even more in the favor of Dignitas. Still 5 kills to 100 Thieves, but a couple more picked up by Dig. Plus, like you said, those grubs. 100 Thieves have a uphill battle ahead of them as the Dragon is spawn.
I just love that in the LCS so far, we are seeing, you know, really embracing some of these picks that have not been heavily utilized across the world that much. Even though in solo queue, there's a lot of things that, you know, sometimes find success and don't make it onto the stage.
Flash forward, locking down Quid. He flashed to safety, but there is no safety. Isles with the kill credit. Jensen doing the damage. Nice little roam.
Kangas,
Yeah.
This one's going to be brutal.
not
I got to
looking
be
good.
honest, this one is going to be brutal.
I was really hoping we'd get a couple more like that last one, but I
Yeah.
think it's going to be more like the first series.
Yeah, that first game was so back and forth. We end with a base race even after a huge comeback that Dignitas had to make. But whenever you have a first game like that in a series where Dignitas are the team that make this big comeback from a gold deficit, if you go into game number 2 and that team that just made the big comeback also is the team that now has a 5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes themselves.
Has Sven died yet?
Ooh, it is looking very good for the Dignitas believers. And a lot of people, when they saw this roster, there were a lot of skeptics because a lot of these players have had quite a few years under their belts in pro play. And a lot of them not being in pro play the very previous split gave some question. People are not very trusting nowadays of of veteran players keeping up their work ethic. But if you know these specific players all have very strong work ethics and have been spamming the solo queue and really trying to work on it.
Name of the game for 100 Thieves, though, has been this so far. Catch Isles on rotation while he's going for these little ward paths. Gets a big engage, locks down 100 Thieves deep in the enemy jungle. Now Spica's walking forward. We'll just press Black Shield, press R buttons. Ven's over the wall. Perfect position here. Gets engaged on. Still flashes to safety. Vault Breaker forward. River commits and will get his man. They trade Ayla for it, but 100 Thieves walk out with an extra kill onto Licorice.
And they're not trying to be done, but they got they got binded here.
Yeah.
Black Shield onto Spica, and then the binding right into Sniper. So they put a stop to the play there from the side of Dignitas. But it's a huge thing here for 100 Thieves. Nice to see them not rolling over, fighting back. And with objective bounties in the game, you want to get more out of it, but they just can't. Teleport up top side here from Dig 2.
Oh, maybe they're going to commit onto Jensen now. It would be very dangerous without the ultimate on the Vi.
Yeah, you could tell the plan, and I'm definitely down with that too, where like you get some sort of a window back into the game. You really want a gold bounty from one of these objective bounties because the ones on the neutral objectives like Rift Herald are bigger than the ones that start on turrets. The turret ones are only 250 at base, and the Rift Herald one is 500 at base, multiplied by how far you are behind. But it also takes a long time to take that Rift Herald.
I don't pay attention. I just see it glows yellow.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm like,
and then
that
you get the noise when you take it, the gold cash
so
sound.
satisfying. And unfortunately, in my solo queue games, I'm often in that position. But not going to be picked up by 100 Thieves.
The self-report.
Yeah, it's all right. They get pushed off the objective. We're going to get another replay, though, because it was a committal onto Isles, which is how they have been getting a lot of their kills to begin with.
Yeah, I like that you called that out the first time around. This has been the target that has been the easiest for them to pick off. Obviously, Leona is kind of notorious for it, like the class of supports like Nautilus, but this is where it also even kind of ballooned for them. And I thought this was a really good arcane shift from Sven over into the Raptor pit, where River says, I don't care, I'm flashing after you too. I'm going to make sure.
You're not getting out of that one.
Yeah, we're getting this.
Oh, River flashing for more in the mid lane as well. Pick onto Spica, 100 Thieves. With the pincers, will actually get one kill. They lose their mid-turret outer for that, though, and still a 5,000 lead for Dignitas. But they're showing, like you said, they're fighting back. They're not just laying down and giving up the game.
Yep, definitely a bit of catharsis there, as well as they're able to take down a Morgana, which has been such a difficult thing.
Quid, no ultimate available, no flash available. The only way out is to win the fight, and there's just no chance. Nice little find from Jensen and Isles. Is there a punish, though? River and Sniper are here.
He does have ult, but yeah, not going to be enough damage around them.
Sven knocked up, and Licorice jumping in onto Meech. The Winter's Bite. Braum passive will stun up Licorice. Good sidestep for Meech. He's playing this fight beautifully, as River will get the kill, but Meech just dodging everything there.
And full credit to River on the pivot here. River pivoted on going for a topside chase there to go mid lane and get this one, turn it around with the skirmish. They got both summoner spells out of Sven in addition to that pickup kill on
And didn't even have to burn the cease and desist, so he still could look for a proactive play as Dragon's up in 20 seconds. He's the only one on the map. Everybody else is reset, but River will try and just, body ward, take away a blue buff here as well, so Dignitas can't walk in. This could be a Dragon picked up by 100 Thieves.
Yeah. The only thing for 100 Thieves is like, oh man, we keep seeing these really good plays, trying to fight back into the game. But then you check still, and Dignitas have been pushing all of the other lanes. So like the gold lead is really hard to budge. It's barely budging up there, still almost up at 5,000 for themselves. But this is what 100 Thieves have to do. They have to keep forcing.
Again onto Isles. They're committing onto the front line. Really good shield from Ayla, buying a lot of space, but River's still taking damage. Sven dances around the fight. 2 kills over to Dignitas as 100 Thieves will try and hold the choke point at their own entrance. They have Sniper looking for a potential flank, but he does not commit through the River, so Dignitas, they win the fight, they'll get the Dragon.
Yeah, that one, River ulted onto Isles, which is, like, that's the target they're trying to kill. They're trying to pick him again, you know, that has worked. But also, Spica got the counter Black Shield, the direct counter to Vi, popped it on just in time, and so... yeah.
Just like you said at the beginning of the game, I mean, the Vi can make things happen, but if Morgana is there, way harder to have that big impact with the champion. So, yeah, here we go. We see that social media is also pretty happy about this Morgana pick. This is 2 pretty unique picks from Spica in a row, and which, by the way, I don't think we gave him credit. The last game, his Zyra win rate went up. So good to him for that.
Yeah, Jat was talking about his solo queue Zyra win rate.
I would consider it global for him. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, now his global went up, and his pro play Zyra win rate is
it's looking good.
Is insane.
Those stocks are high right now, and it's looking like Morgana could be high too. I don't know if stats could check this actually. How many Morgana games has Spica played? Because she's been in the meta before.
Yeah.
What's his Morgana jungle?
Yeah, do you remember when they first applied the jungle multiplier to Morgana, and it was just insane? Yeah, that thing has ping-ponged a few times, but back on top here as most AP junglers have really good clear speeds, and that's why I really like being an option where you can utilize it like this as an R5, like really good counter pick to an Ashe, to a Vi that are already showing, like all of these things.
Oh, another engage from Isles. Looked like he was getting picked off for a moment, but he instead goes for the engage himself, knocked up by the Glacial Fissure, and Isles will just get peppered down by Meech. Teleport from Quid in the mid lane will push off Licorice, so just another find from 100 Thieves here, and I do have confirmation from production. I believe our stats guy Leo checked. First Morgana game for Spica, but another pick potentially on to Sven. Black Shield will keep him alive for a little longer, but Quid does still get the kill.
Yep, they still get it, and they can turn it into a Baron check. Let's see, all 500 Thieves are alive and well. Sniper trying to play bodyguard here. Spica's got flash. The Morgana could work some more miracles.
Yeah, Sniper can make space, but he's got to be careful. Don't just give free health bar over to the opponent. You're taking down the Baron, but it's still fairly slow. It's still an early Baron take. Jensen's getting a lot of damage onto Ayla. Meech is taking a lot of damage from the Baron. They need to focus this up and then get out of here, because Dignitas, if they can stop these backs and get a big engage, they have health bar advantages. Doesn't look like they're committing. Spica is over the wall, lands it! That is huge! Quid goes down as River tries to get forward, jumping onto Jensen, and not enough in the tank to get a kill. Sniper and Ayla are in a bad spot too. Spica wants it. Oh, Isles actually walks a different direction. I think maybe they could have looked for more there. But either way, that's Baron picked up only on 3 members.
I see you, Spica. I like that. I mean, sometimes the Z-axis in League of Legends is really weird.
Yeah.
So when someone is blast cone...
Oh. Okay, goes pop by Sniper. Jensen's looking for it, has the Black Shield. Spica trying to keep him alive. Sniper's dodging everything right now. The rookie top laner, not enough, and will still fall. But I liked the look.
Yeah, Black Shield doing wonders again. It means that the Corki is not moved with the Cassante during the all-out, so Jensen got to live and then come back through for the Q as well. Morgana really making some magic here for Dignitas, despite all of these good plays. We keep going over for 100 Thieves. We're like, look, another pick. Kangas, another pick, another pick.
Look,
this one got Baron. And you look at the gold lead, and it's still 5K. It's still 5K. What the?
Yeah, that's, you know what that is? Kobe, they call that a big dig summer. As well, let's get another look here. Sniper really looking for that side lane play. Thinking Jensen was alone.
Yeah, he dodged the binding there quite nicely, but unfortunately for him, 3v1 as the rest of the Dignitas members come to protect Jensen.
Jensen's been having a great start to the split as well. Sidestepping, positioning so well in these fights. I'm still thinking back to that avoid grub fight earlier in this game. So props to these veteran players coming back to play for Dignitas. And Jensen on his return, Licorice and Sven on the return to pro play, not skipping a beat.
Yeah, Jensen returning to Dignitas after trash talking the Ori a little bit after leaving. And then I like it though.
No, he's catching strays from other players.
But Dignitas were like, you know, no hard feelings. Yeah, come on back.
Happy to have you, man. You're doing great. Isles goes for an engage here. Licorice on the flank, but answered by Sniper. Huge team fight from 100 Thieves. They got Spica down. Now attention onto Licorice. The Crocodile's in trouble, taking a lot of damage up. Sven gets Seismic shoved back, but look at Jensen just free firing in the fight. They forgot about the Corki. Double kill to Jensen.
And they're not okay. That ultimate does a lot of damage nowadays, but does not actually touch either of the 100 Thieves members. So it's okay, it's done. We're done with the action, but man, what a close one. And they finally make a sizable dent there. Dragon has respawned, though. How quickly can they reset after this one? Our timers are desynced, and 100 Thieves are not going to have their bottom lane. Even though Spica has 5 seconds left on his death timer, because Dignitas have their AD carries resetting first and get back out onto the map, they should be able to set up priority on River. Yeah. But here's a look at how they started up. Isles went headlong into it, and then Ayla's able to do so much work on the Braum. He put up the Unbreakable, and then he lays down the ultimate as his Unbreakable is about to time out. And he created a lot of space, but Jensen was still on the front lines. And he was the last one alive with a full health bar.
Yeah.
So he was happy to be on the front line.
If you watch that fight, I think, in hindsight, Ayla it bought us space, but Isles also bought a lot of space because him and Licorice were kind of like tag teaming in. It was like a tag team wrestle match. You know, like, all right, I'll front line now, you front line now, I'll front line. And they were just able to buy so much space. Meech was putting the damage there that Jensen could walk up. And now Dignitas, they get the dragon during the replay. They're just going to walk in to 100 Thieves' jungle. Like you had said, it doesn't matter. The 100 Thieves have found a couple of nice plays. What matters is the big 5,000 gold lead that Dignitas currently has.
And they've got double buffs on the team right now. They avoid the Ash Arrow without having to use the cooldown of the Black Shield from Morgana either. So Sven can stay up in their faces here. This tower is literally one auto away from dying. They use the Void Mites, but they can't even get it with the Void Mites. Now they just go up.
That says that doesn't matter. One turret shot's nothing. Drop in the pan.
That's not going to be enough to take them down. So they finish off their tower, and that's going to be the recall here. Reset for Dignitas. Go spend that extra money, then get back up to the opposite side of the map. You have plenty of time before this Baron, so a full minute and a half, basically. They go reset, get their wards, try and push their lanes back out to be able to get in position. And Dignitas, not only the gold lead, but also they have Dragon Soul looming in 3.5 minutes. They've got Baron coming up even quicker, so they can play it however they want. If they want to try and bait a little bit around with Baron Vision and see if they can fish for any kills, then maybe they could do something there, or they could play it safe and just wait and save all of their control wards and all of their vision resources for the Dragon setup.
And right now they're fighting for mid lane priority here before that Baron spawns. But I want to go back to the kind of power level of the teams coming into the day, because obviously only one weekend of LCS so far. It's impossible to know where everybody stacks up, but just how quickly 100 Thieves were able to dismantle their weak one opponents to how much Dignitas made Cloud9 work for their win. It felt like, okay, I don't know who's going to be favored here, but Dignitas are just kind of smacking around 100 Thieves in this game too. Yeah, they were behind game 1, but they made that comeback, and it looks like it could be a 2-0, which really, I think, changes the narrative of the league pretty drastically already in week 2, as Dignitas will fight for vision priority. Baron is now spawning.
Yeah, and even in this game where Dignitas have had a pretty sizable lead the whole time around, 100 Thieves have still kept it interesting.
Yes.
Kept on forcing fights. They have a pick comp. They have to keep looking for picks, so that is what they have done. Pick after pick after pick. It's not like they've got a lot else to do with this set of champions. They're kind of locked into it, so.
Which is exactly what I want to see from a team with so many rookies, so many young players, is that a willingness to scrap, the willingness to try and make plays happen.
Hello.
And maybe they're able to make something happen here. Licorice caught out way far away from the rest of the team. Weaver's Wall will lock him down. It's actually stopped. Quid will try and get damage instead. Huge seismic shove. Guarantees the kill. Nice pick from 100 Thieves.
And they instantly teleport up to the top side there. Let's see what we can do with it. Baron gonna get started out while they clear the control ward. Dignitas, now it is 35 seconds on Licorice, but the rest of the team has a lot of poke.
Yeah.
So it can be very dangerous against Ezreal, Corki, and
that's Unbreakable
Bindings.
down. That's the Braum shield to blank the Ezreal ultimate. They will not have that anymore. Nice Enchanted Crystal Arrow here. Speak as the target flashes to safety. Isles goes back in. Sven with the damage. Dignitas playing this fight beautifully. Quid almost in trouble there. gets out, but 100 Thieves had no business on that Baron the way Dignitas are playing this, but they still want more. They're going to corral them just like they did before. This time, the whole team's committed. Isles takes so much damage with that Leona W. Jensen jumps over the wall, says, you got no escape, baby. You got to get through me. Sniper says, bet. Maybe has it. Double kill to Jensen, but that is Dignitas with an ace.
They chase them all down. Everyone on 100 Thieves in the dirt, and Dignitas will claim Baron as their reward. You understand 100 Thieves' point of view. They just got a pick and they want to make the most of it.
Yeah.
They're like, this is our comeback opportunity. It's just that they did expend a lot getting the pick, and so it's really hard for them to do their turn onto the rest of Dignitas. And Dignitas, as we mentioned, have so much poke in their surviving members, and they still have the black shield.
Yeah.
So you're like, ah, man, it's so hard to win this. Even though it's a 5v4, the Dignitas side is pretty strong here. So really good ultimate there from Isles at the very beginning, and then you saw immediately as River tries to go in, just gets annihilated. Sven and Jensen do so much damage right now that all they need are the 2 extra supports basically, and Isles and Spica creating the space for them. Everyone getting chunked so low that Jensen says, you shall not pass. Even though I might go down here, you're definitely going to die to the other AD carry.
Yep.
And they get the Baron as a reward.
And for as many times as I was getting picked early in the game, has had a fantastic second half stretch here. Finds so much space, finding big engages. Now they have the Red Bull Baron power play for Dignitas. That's what kept 100 Thieves kind of in this game, but now that 5K lead is an 8.5K lead. We're at the Dragon. 100 Thieves trying to push Dignitas off of it. This feels like it could be the desperation play, maybe their last-ditch effort to salvage the game, but they are just taking poke after poke here. Nobody can get on Jensen. Nobody can answer Jensen. And now they're trying to get onto Sven. Instead, it's stolen. What? River will get the Dragon. It's a big cash prize right there, and also delays the soul from Dignitas, but can they get out afterwards? Jensen's in the wall. It looks like Sniper's just going to trade his life for it. Ayla and Mija to run through the turret. Oh, it's disaster for the Thieves. Yeah, they deny the Dragon Soul, but they lose almost everyone for it.
And I think they might lose everything for it with the game.
Yeah.
Because the Baron buff, wow, we've got a sneaky survival of Meech here, but I think the Baron buff is going to do it, Kangas.
And what a performance from Dignitas. Game 1, it was a comeback. Game 2, it was domination. The Thieves fought hard, they fought well, but at the end of the day, Dignitas will dig their graves. That's a 2-0 to Dig.
Let's go. Sven is hyped up after 2 very, very good games from the Dignitas AD carry. Switches back to the role that he truly loves, and the team is rewarded for it.
Yeah, he only left that because of, I believe, Berserker coming into the league. Happy to be back there. But let's hear from the man himself, because we do have Jat down there for our post-game interview.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Dignitas. You were just discussing the game, whether or not, I think Spica was saying that you're carrying that last game?
Yeah, and then apparently I'm not carrying because I didn't have the most damage. The mid lane had more
What
damage.
is the damage?
Out damaged by Dignitas Sven, I think, by a whopping 200 damage.
Congratulations, Ven.
Not a good look.
Out damaging as the Ezreal. But otherwise, how do you feel coming back and getting your first win in 2024?
I mean, like, it's like a bit anticlimactic in here. It's like kind of quiet in here. So like after we won, I took off my headset and I was like,
you got a fan over there.
I was like one man yelling in here. It's kind of weird being in the gulag and all. But I mean, it feels kind of good.
How are the vibes on the team though? It seems pretty positive. I've heard some disturbing stories from scrims. Yes.
I mean, right now, just let me cook. I mean, I think in the start we had a bit of a rough start, but lately, like, scrims have been going amazing. Yesterday especially, like, completely stomped the enemy team. So I think right now, beating 100 Thieves, like, I think we're in a good state.
Give me that shit. Yeah, so we started with a solid like 15 to 20% win rate against LCS teams, that is. And then yesterday we got confidence boost from NRG, so shout out to them, appreciate it. They're part of the 10% lose to Dignitas and scrims. But honestly, the vibes are good in the team. We're doing well as a team. I think like it's a slow progress as a team. Like, you want this back?
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Just Isles, how does it feel being on this team with apparently a bunch of trolls? But how are you liking it? Because you had 4 teammates switch out.
I just think, oh, there goes the headset. I don't know, the vibes on the team have been really good. Like, compared to last split, like we were like full mute on stage, and now like I need to turn down my jungle to like 100% in order to play. But like it's a lot of fun.
Spica, how do you respond to the accusations that you're too loud? But also, how did you feel about your jungle meta today, Morgana and Zyra?
I mean, I legit just first time Morgana jungle. I was like, yo guys, they pick Vi, I want to play Morgana jungle, right? And then I was kind of insecure about it because I haven't played like a single solo queue game. We didn't even play on stage, and then my team was like, just go for it, bro. If we lose, it's whatever. And then I just lock it in, you know. And I feel useful this game, so it's not bad. Yeah. I hope.
I mean, it was a good pick. I actually do. I want to know what it was like going up against Sniper. It started not great, but then you had such a clutch play in game 1, as well as a good game 2.
Yeah, I mean, he was playing well. I think 100 Thieves is really good at playing around him, but he's a strong player. And then I do want to talk more about the Morgana, because I feel like this is the kind of LCS game that the one tricks, they watch LCS, they're like, oh my god, like this guy can't play my champ. Like this is so boosted. But like he was first timing it, so I'm glad we got that out there. And I mean, we won the game and he came in clutch, so. Yeah.
When is the last time you actually played Morgana? Because I know you're first timing it on stage, but like
in the beginning of the season, so I was kind of capping for like, you know, style points. But I lost all games and it kind of like killed my confidence. But the last time I was like really, I think it was like maybe 2021 when Morgana jungle was meta. That was like last time I was actually like playing in scrims and stuff. So it's been a while, but I'm glad my team trusted me to lock in a troll champ, you know.
Well, congratulations on the 2-0. I was a little worried that you were going to be the biggest haters of best of 3 if you couldn't close out the series after smashing both game 1s. Anyone want the final word before we toss away? Sven? Yeah. Content King?
Just, do you happen to know what season is it right now?
Oh no. What season?
Yeah, what season is it right now?
14.
No, it's dick season.
With that, we're going to toss it back to the casters, Kangas and Cobra, to close out the day. Thank you, guys. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Jet. That might be my favorite interview of all time.
Dick season. Boom.
Dick season.
Mic
Drop
drop.
the mic. Yeah. Can we get all of our interviews like that? That was incredible.
Yeah, the whole team there just laughing from behind. That was really good.
I think that was Licorice cheering on Sven, I believe. Maybe it was the coaching staff. Either way. Fantastic performance from them, which brings us to our player of the series, who, drum roll. I don't actually know who it's going to be.
I don't know.
There we go. Okay.
Emily and Raz were supposed to be here, but
they were,
but they're not. So we're here to deliver it. It's Blabber and Sven.
Okay, we're way more fun anyway. Blabber, I think that one. I mean, you could have given an argument for anybody on Cloud9. For Dignitas, I'm happy it's Sven though. I think Jensen, Licorice, maybe other options.
Yeah.
But Spica's
game 1.
First picking Morgana, we cannot give it.
Yeah.
To Spica, I'm just there's no way.
You get bonus points. You get some multipliers for that. Honestly, you also get like since the entire team supported him, as they talked about, and they're like, yeah, if we lose, it's fine. I don't care. You know, just pick it. You can do it. I like that Spica's also mentioning, oh, I did play it at the beginning of this ranked season, but I lost all my games.
Very confident in his low win rate AP junglers. But here, this is the first series of the day. Cloud9 made quick work of Immortals, man. This one. Okay, is Cloud9 back? Is it too early to say that if they're able to do this?
Oh my God,
to IMT, they were the #1 team, Immortals.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny too, because like the Cloud9 back was such a meme all of like last year and into spring this year as well. And now, are you ever really sure? I think even within the same game, I feel myself thinking, wow, Cloud9 are so back. And then I think the very next play, you're like, whoa, that was an overchase.
Wait a minute.
That was quite an overchase. Maybe they're no longer. Oh, they are! They're back again!
Yeah, easy 2-0. That's how everyone predicted,
exactly.
Right?
They start out 2-0, scoreboard, baby.
Yep. Nobody predicted a 2-0, actually. Everybody had a 2-1 at the best for Cloud9. But here, the second series.
Man.
This was game 1, the comeback game. They had the fight for this one. Sven keeping them in it.
They really did. Sven was the hope the whole time that it really helps to have a coping mechanism when your team is losing. And so everyone's telling themselves,
Smolder's a pretty good coping mechanism.
They're like, don't worry, man. I'm totally fed. And finally, Sven, I can carry. Don't worry. And then they actually pull out some of the necessary heroics, which involved Licorice winning the critical 1v1 versus Sniper, who tried to finish out the turret in his face while they were doing Baron. And so they turned that into a kill, plus then the Baron, plus then the extra kill, and that Baron allowed them to get 4, I believe, towers that were standing on the map.
Push,
And so the gold lead of getting the Baron, plus the kills, plus all of the towers, is enough to put them across the finish line.
It still came down to that base race for game 1, which was so close.
That was a good one.
But game 2, I mean, that was pretty dominant from Dignitas.
Game 2, yeah. That was a bit one-sided.
A bit one-sided. Reminder for everybody, by the way, our games will be played next week. Thursday, Friday. Thursday, Friday. Do it with me, Kobe. Thursday, Friday. Mark it on your calendars. It's big. It's red. You cannot miss this, okay? It's not going to be on the weekend. Make sure that you're up to date with everybody, and then you can make fun of your friends if they're like, wait, I thought it was going to be on the weekend. It wasn't on the weekend? No.
There's inevitably going to be people that are like, whoa, I didn't hear about this.
Front page of Reddit.
You did hear about this. I'm looking right at you right now at home. We're hearing about it right now.
Speaking of hearing about stuff, let's update everybody on the standings. Cloud9, 2-0 up there in first.
Look at these lazy teams that have only played 2 and 3 games.
Right?
What is up with that? Team Liquid only
a little behind. Oh no, it's Saturday. They got games tomorrow.
Yeah,
I think this will probably flesh out a little more.
Games tomorrow.
We got more LCS coming up. That's going to be awesome. So let's take a look at those games tomorrow so you can make sure that you are watching your favorite teams, supporting them in our new Best of 3 format. I'm loving it, man. Best of 3s are the future. We got Team Liquid versus Shopify Rebellion and FlyQuest versus NRG. You got any favorites for that one? I mean, Team Liquid are still looking like the big boss, right?
Yeah, and FlyQuest are still looking like the big, like, bad, evil, like, villain of the whole LCS, right? That kind of. Especially with Jensen now thriving on Dignitas, it's like, oh man, that whole story with the breakup on FlyQuest. FlyQuest definitely did not win the breakup so far.
No, not quite. But speaking of something to prove, a lot of players looking to prove their medal in the NACL. Make sure that you go support Tier 2 as well. The future of the LCS always starts after the LCS, so go support that. But that's it for us. We'll be back tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific for FlyQuest versus NRG. Now let's send it over to the NACL. We'll see you tomorrow.